Hello, good morning. Hello? Hello?
Good morning, Rania. We'll be starting in just a few minutes.
لا ما في مشكلة. I just wanted to test my audio to see if it's
Good.
coming across and my camera, but I don't think I can put my camera on.
That's okay. We can put you on the screen in a little bit.
ما في مشكلة. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Be here, whether you traveled across the country during this difficult travel time or joined us locally. We gather today carrying two emotions at the same time, hope and heartbreak. Because we have each other, because SAPA continues to grow stronger, and because the Sudanese community everywhere refuses to give up. And heartbreak because our homeland is living through one of its darkest moments in its modern history. Our families, friends, and communities continue to face unimaginable suffering. Cities destroyed, homes burned, hospitals taken out of service, children displaced, women exposed to horrifying violence, and entire communities uprooted with no certainty about what tomorrow may bring. The humanitarian situation is dire, with hunger, disease, and displacement at catastrophic levels. But in the middle of the darkness, SAPA stands as a light because we believe that action, not despair, is our responsibility, and because we know that every effort, every mission, every meeting, every volunteer hour, every donation has the power to save a life, support a family, and rebuild hope. This year, SAPA has continued to expand its reach and strengthens its presence. Our humanitarian, medical, and community initiatives have grown in scale and impact. Thanks to each one of you. The work you do locally and internationally matters, and this General Assembly is an opportunity to reflect, to celebrate our achievements, to learn from our challenges, and most importantly, to prepare for the work ahead. This weekend, we have an incredibly rich and meaningful program. We will begin by addressing the crisis in Sudan heads-on, with sessions focusing on the humanitarian emergency, the collapse of the health system, and the urgent need for coordinated relief. We'll discuss maternal and neonatal health, youth leadership, strategies to support communities on the ground. Our academic track will provide training on applicant preparation, board exams, and medical education. We will hear keynote speeches, research presentations, and important panel discussions from leaders in medicine, public health, advocacy, and community empowerment. We also celebrate culture, poetry, and community connection, because even in tragedy, our identity and heritage remains a source of strength. And of course, we will recognize the incredible effort of our volunteers, board members, and partners during the award and gala night. As we come together, let us remember that SAPA is more than an organization. It's a family. It's a community built on compassion, service, and love for Sudan and its people. The work ahead is not easy. The challenges facing Sudan are immense, but we do not face them alone. We face them together with knowledge, unity, and with unwavering determination. I welcome you all to SAPA Annual General Assembly. May this weekend inspire us, unite us, and empower us to serve our community and to stand with Sudan in its time of need. Thank you and welcome. Next, I would like to present our MC for today, Ahmed Al-Wasila.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this year's SAPA General Assembly. What an incredible turnout we have today. Looking around the room, I see physicians, healthcare professionals, students, advocates, and community members, all united by a shared commitment to Sudan and its people. My name is Ahmed Al-Wasila, and it's my honor to serve as your MC today and tomorrow. Next 2 days, we'll be embarking on a journey together. A journey through critical conversations about hope, humanitarian response, medical innovation, and the resilience of the Sudanese spirit. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible work that went into making this gathering possible. Thank you to the SAPA Organizing Committee, the volunteers who've been setting up over the past week, and every single person who contributed to bringing us together. A special thank you And a special thank you to our generous sponsors for this year's conference. This conference comes at a critical time. While Sudan faces unprecedented challenges, we gather here not in despair, but in determination. Over these 2 days, we will confront difficult questions, share innovative solutions, and strengthen the bonds that connect us across oceans and continents. Let's begin our journey together. Before we begin though, I do want to say, so we need 2 groups of peoples to text a particular number. So the first group will be those who are looking to renew their passports. I'll have you text the number that I will say at the end. And what you'll do is you'll send that you're going to renew your passport and your name. And the other group of people will be mentors for the academic track program who will also text and say mentorship and their names. And if you are from those 2 groups, please take down this number. 1-224-814-2873. And I'll repeat it one more time. 1-224-814-2873. With that, we can start for our first session of the day. Our opening session tackles perhaps the most pressing question on all of our minds. After months of conflict, displacement, and suffering, is hope dead in Sudan? Or does it persist? Resilient as ever in the hearts of Sudanese people worldwide. To explore this profound question, we've assembled a distinguished panel of experts who bring diverse perspectives from policy, activism, and on-the-ground experience. Moderating this crucial conversation is Dr. Akram Ahmed, a general surgeon at the Sanford Worthington Medical Center in Minnesota. Our panelists include Fareed Zain, the board chairman of the Sudanese American Public Affairs Association, also known as SAPA with 2 A's. Michelle Gavin, a senior fellow for Africa Policy Studies at the Council of Foreign Relations. Olivia Meany, research coordinator for the Yale Genocide Studies Program's Mass Atrocities in the Digital Area Initiative. And Rania Hadra, who is a regional advisor of the United Nations Development Program's Regional Bureau for Africa, and who will be joining us virtually. This panel will challenge us, inspire us, and set the tone for the rest of the weekend, reminding us that although the realities of the atrocities in Sudan weigh heavy on our hearts, the conversations being had here aren't falling on deaf ears. Please join me in welcoming our session one panelists.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, thank you very much for all the attendees, and thanks for the introduction. You actually did a lot of my job already. Yeah, we're gonna have a very rich session. I'm sorry. For all the attendees, and thanks for the introduction. You actually did a lot of my job already. Yeah, we're gonna have a very rich session. That's good. Reinforcing the data. We might need to mute a computer somewhere. So yeah, for the sake of time, the session today is a very rich one. As I said, I actually had a chance to. the Sahel, and the Middle East, including the Chief of Staff in the Office of Prime Minister Hamdok of Sudan during the transitional period, also as a senior advisor with the UN Transition Assistance Mission to Sudan, and currently as a regional advisor at UN. Documenting humanitarian emergency lab reports has focused on events in Al-Fashir, including the humanitarian and human rights battles, the implication of RSF systemic arson attacks, siege, and attack on civilian infrastructure or critical infrastructure, and mass killing, and also of Sudan Armed Forces widespread and indiscriminate aerial bombardment. Last but not least, we have Mr. Fareed Zain. Fareed, an entrepreneur and business community leader, is the founder and CEO of Universal Tall Tag, which is a technology startup building a universal payment solution for all toll roads. Fareed retired as an IT planning manager following a 26-year career in information technology with Royal Dutch Shell, covering various positions of increasing responsibility with broad experience in enterprise IT system. Fareed is a board member of the East Africa Business Network in Dallas, a nonprofit that promotes trade and investment between the US and East African countries. As a community leader, he's also a co-founder and board chair of the Sudanese American Public Affairs Association, SAPA, or SAPA, I believe. They call it Big SAPA, we are the little SAPA, right? That's what it's about. It's a national nonprofit serving the Sudanese American community, where he has obtained his bachelor and master in computer science from the University of Texas El Paso. So yeah, very rich bios, very tremendous experience. So we're gonna proceed, but before that, just a little housekeeping wheel. We're gonna start and initiate the discussion with the panelists, then we're gonna leave the questions to the end. So please just prepare your questions. So we'll start with Ambassador Gavin. Just have a question or a couple of questions for you. You've been in the heart and the center of the U.S. foreign relation. What do you think from the perspective of a U.S. diplomat or previous diplomat, the geopolitical moves of the Sudan conflict that got us to this point? The question I'd like to hear from you also is what do you think about the stance of the U.S. government and the international community, and where exactly stands in the list of priorities for the U.S. foreign policy?
Great. Well, thank you so much. Increased geopolitical competition, certainly, including in Africa and specifically the Horn and Sahel, where Sudan is really pressed between two of the most hotly contested zones. And we see new actors competing for influence and dominance, certainly from the Gulf states. But it is a sense of renewed vigor from external actors to play out their competitive instincts in territory far from their own capitals. So we have that going on. We also have this broader erosion of the international system with all of its flaws that was created in the wake of World War II. So that system, which has come in for a lot of justified criticism, right, for having been created before most African equities were at the table, among other things, did give us a sense of what the appropriate forum was for dealing with threats to peace and security, for managing this kind of geopolitical competition, for addressing grave crises. And that system is in shambles, not just institutionally with the ineffectual Security Council, but normatively. So these collective norms that we had all bought into around none of us want to live in a world where you're allowed to starve people as a political or military tactic. They're just crumbling before our eyes. So there's a sense of dislocation. So we've got this competition, we've got this institutional and normative crumbling. We have this massive pulling back from not just development, but humanitarian assistance on the part of wealthier countries, and sort of abandonment of that system, which again was flawed. But I'm not sure that anyone who was acknowledging those flaws was suggesting that a vacuum was a better choice. And then finally, of course, we have the situation in the United States, which used to take, for better or worse, a leadership role on a lot of these issues. And we are a different country today than we were 10 years ago. So there is less of a role for Congress, because you see just less willingness on Capitol Hill to push the executive branch in a bipartisan way, a more of an embrace of transactionalism and a desire to win in the attention economy versus doing the kind of very hard slogging diplomatic work that leads to sustainable wins. So it's I think a very, very difficult landscape for Sudan.
Yes, absolutely, a very difficult landscape. To piggyback on that, I would like also see the perspective of the Sudanese diaspora. So Fareed, I have the next question for you. You've been in touch with the public, with the Sudanese American community through your leadership role in the community. What do you think the Sudanese diaspora, how do you think they're looking at this conflict? How do you think it's affecting especially the newer generation here of Sudanese descent who has not been really seen Sudan, or probably have not been much in the country? So can you give us like some perspective from that?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Akram. Of course, when the war broke out, well, I'll go back before the war. After the revolution, of course, many of us who have been in the diaspora for a long time were inspired. We were finally free. Sudan was a different place than the place that we left, many of us. And so that sense of excitement and that sense of euphoria, of course, when the war broke out, was a sense of disbelief, if you will. So you go through the stages of kind of grief, if you will. Initially, disbelief, shock, and then after that, immediate attention to the most urgent needs. So that is actually our families. So most of us were immediately drawn into rescuing our families from a very difficult place. I mean, I don't need to say how difficult that was for many of us. It was a everyday affair of trying to get people out of harm's way into safety. So that was the initial reaction, really just getting people out of a very devastating situation. And of course, many of us lost families. So after that, of course, none of us really felt that this was going to take that long, or the war was going to take that long. So we were involved in immediate, relief, supplies, settling our families where they are, across the world. And so action was the first thing that we all got into to really try and deal with the immediate crisis. And then, of course, once the war dragged on, we were all trying to get involved in one way or another to help the U.S. government, for those of us who are active, in advocacy, really try and influence the actors to stop the war. So lots of our efforts has gone into trying to help with just influence to the regional actors that are involved in fueling the war, who we all know who they are. And so lots of advocacy went into that. And then as diaspora community, of course, we represent multiple generations, right? So those of us were first generation immigrants, were almost daily involved. And then, of course, our children, who I have 4 of them that were born here in the US, Sudanese Americans, that were concerned, of course, and they were active and following. And so, but the longer the war dragged on, the more it became difficult to sustain that sense of attention. And so there was a lot of sense of disillusionment, if you will, in young generations, because this has gone on, going on 3 years now. So the reaction really, it spans generations. For those of us in the first generation, of course, we're glued to the TV, we are glued to our phones, we're glued to following the events. And then our generations are really, the younger ones are following, but not as involved as they were initially when the war broke out. So our efforts now continue to focus on really what we can do here as diaspora community members, and you will hear more from others here in advocating for peace, stability, and number one, of course. So our focus is really on helping our U.S. government and its allies to bring an end to this war, because without an end to the war, the suffering will continue, and we all know that. And so that's kind of, I would say, the reaction, if you will, and where we are now as diaspora community.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Fareed. And yes, as you said, the attention probably start kind of going down a bit as this conflict is dragging, until the famous work of Yale came up and started bringing a lot of attention to this. So I would like to proceed then after to you, Olivia, to have a talk about that. However, just want to check first. I just want to be sure that Rania is actually hearing us. We good? Okay. So we have some slides here that Olivia is going to use. If we can have them up, that would be great. So Olivia, my question to you is, can you share or shed some light on the work the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab has been doing to document the conflict and the atrocity in Sudan, especially in Al-Fashir? And can you also shed some light? I know you have some experience on the role of social media on flaring conflicts and spreading misinformation and hate speech. So if you have any work on that with regards to that, it'll be great to hear about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having us on the panel. It's a pleasure to join you all. And thank you everyone for joining us this morning. The Yale School of Public Health's Humanitarian Research Lab was founded in 2021, and our role is to attempt to bring to bear the highest scientific and research methodologies to document crises around the world. We focus predominantly on areas that are non-permissive and where it is challenging to obtain high quality data, be that for reasons of conflict or other types of humanitarian crises. To do that, we utilize open source remote sensing data, and we combine that together. That's complicated language. What it means is we take any data that is publicly available, add it in often with data collected from satellites, including satellite imagery, and combine and see what findings we can draw from the cross corroboration of those two things. So where do they overlap? And what is some of the shared findings that we can develop from that? Our team has focused on Sudan since May of 2023. We've produced over 65 reports in the past year and a half focused on Al-Fashir and also on some work in collaboration with SAPA. Right here, what you see on the screen is an example of how we utilize social media. So user-generated content, photos and videos. We were able to geolocate to a location at a critical intersection in Al-Fashir, and that told us more about what was happening between the warring parties there. Here's another example, part of a partnership that we did with SAPA, and thank you so much to all of our partners on this report, where we were documenting attacks on healthcare in Khartoum State. And so the photos and videos you see on the right, I believe, of your screen were user-generated, and we were able to geolocate that to the roof of the hospital, the Al-Now Hospital in Khartoum. So shifting over to Al-Fashir, our team has been documenting attacks on Al-Fashir for since April of 2025. What you see here is a map of the city, and the different colored shaded areas documented arson attacks throughout the city in the first couple months of the conflict. Around this time was when the UN Security Council passed Resolution 2736, and that called for a ceasefire and caused for a stop of the conflict. Moving on, our team has documented arson, and beyond just arson, we've documented widespread bombardment. So this is an example of bombardment that we identified over, I think, a 3-day period in Al-Fashir. This is allegedly committed by the Sudan Armed Forces, aerial bombardment. And so moving on to very recently, and I think this image has circulated widely on social media. Our team has been warning about potential mass atrocities in Al-Fashir for over 18 months, more than 18 months, actually, almost 2 years. And in October, as you all know, probably better than I, the city fell to the rapid support forces, and the next day, our team identified activity and satellite imagery that we had never seen before, and it includes those reddish discoloration, nearby objects that were consistent with the dimensions of human bodies. And so, you know, as we've utilized social media and other forms of data, user-generated content that's circulated broadly, often by the perpetrators themselves. We were corroborating mass killings throughout the city since the 27th.
Great work. Well, thank you very much for that. Definitely, I've been in touch with Olivia over the last week, and I can imagine how great and busy the work they're doing, just from how drowning she was at work in the last couple of weeks, and before her and her team are doing a fantastic job. Well, I want to go from here to Rania. I don't know, Rania, do you hear us?
Hi, Dr. Akram, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you very much, Rania, for joining us today. So we heard from the esteemed panelists on different aspects, the stance of the international community and the US, how the diaspora is looking at this conflict, you know, some data and actually objective data about the conflict, especially in Al-Fashir. But a lot are saying that if the Sudanese themselves are not willing to end this conflict, it might not happen. So just want to kind of touch base on that. You've been in the heart of the transitional government in the past, and you had also extensive experience in terms of conflicts and the role of the international players. Can you just talk a little bit of the current role of the Sudanese civilians on ending or trying to help to end the conflicts, or at least mitigate its disastrous effect?
Thank you, Dr. Akram, and thank you to the panelists for the valuable contribution. And please forgive any background noise. First, I want to just thank SAPA for inviting me. I think this panel is really important. I think the questions are very topical and key to what's happening today. The question you ask is very broad, and I think we all have something to say about it. Firstly, Sudanese civilians or Sudanese actors, this is a very broad category. And I would encompass in that category all actors who have not worn uniform. And I'll try to speak very broadly to what I think is their critical role, both in addressing the devastating impact of the conflict, which the colleagues from Yale just spoke to, the psychosocial trauma, which Ustaz Farid also just spoke to, and sort of their role in a post-conflict settlement, which I think is also quite important. And before I launch into that, I think I'll make three points. Hamoudi, Hamoudi. I don't have the benefit of SAPA's babysitting support. So this is Ahmed, by the way, he's joining the panel discussion. So we have, so I'll speak to 3 points. I think first is the nature of the conflict in Sudan. Beyond the sort of the regional elements and the international elements, which Ambassador Michelle Gavin spoke to, this has been a conflict that's been particularly devastating on civilians. It's also a conflict that started in the capital, destroying a lot of the basic infrastructure upon which all of Sudan relies, whether medical services, documentation services, and so forth. And this is quite telling because we've seen time and time again this formula across the conflict where civilian actors, where military actors, sort of find a way to agree, like in Jazeera, Medani, even more recently in Al-Fashir, and they leave civilians to bear the brunt of the atrocities. The second critical factor, I think, about the civilians and civilian actors' role, it's civilians who have saved civilians' lives. Ambassador Gavin also spoke about sort of the decline in the international response in general, the humanitarian system, and the defunding of the U.S. of the major humanitarian operations. So Sudanese diaspora organizations like SAPA, and most importantly at the front line, the emergency response rooms really stepped up. And the third aspect I'll say, which is important about the role of civilian actors, is the legacy of the 2019 revolution. Sudanese civilians and Sudanese civilian actors are the custodian of this legacy of the importance of a civilian democratic state in any future political settlement. And maybe just my last point on the broad issue around civilian actors, whether civil society or professional associations or diaspora. Sudan is a young country. 60% of the population or more are under 20. And what history tells us is that youthful populations are more active, they want voice, they want involvement, and they have a particular vision about how the country should be and how the country should be ruled. And so in that sense, and based on these 3 points, what I'd like to say is I think civilian actors have played a very important role in this conflict. They've taken up an important space, whether it's in addressing the humanitarian crisis, whether it's in calling for an end to the crisis. We've seen diaspora organizing, we've seen marches all over the world, and a lot more can be done. And of course, as I said, the civilian actors as the custodian of this tradition of a civilian democratic constitutional-based state. So it's I'll leave you with these 3 or 4 general thoughts, and I'd be happy to delve in a bit more during the Q&A if any of the points are of interest to colleagues in the audience. Back to you, Dr. Akram.
Thank you very much, Rania. Yeah, so we heard from different perspective about background, the context where we are right now. I would like to move on with this session toward what we can do. What are the actions that can be taken at different levels? And I'll start with you, Ambassador Gavin, again. I remember a question I asked you in the past about the toolbox that the US government might have to try to end the conflict. At that time, we didn't have the war. We had the coup that happened in 2021. Now it became much bigger. Did the US and or the international community fail to use the toolbox and all the tools in the box available to try to prevent us from coming here? Is there a chance to do that now? Where can we go from here?
Well, thank you for that. Yes, I think we could do several sessions on missed opportunities and mistakes and lack of urgency that that I think fall on the shoulders of the U.S. But I think more importantly, going forward, what are the options? I do think that it's incredibly important to continue speaking clearly and plainly about the support of external actors for the main belligerents. I am encouraged about the degree to which the United Arab Emirates' role in supporting the RSF has become a part of most kind of journalistic takes on what's happening here. I'll be honest, I don't have tremendous confidence that the US government right now is inclined to prioritize Sudanese lives and Sudan's future over warm relations with deep-pocketed actors. But our political system is very dynamic. And so work, not just at the federal level, but at the state and local level to sensitize aspiring public servants and local public servants, state servants who might find themselves at the federal level sooner rather than later, I think is very, very important. And I think that working with the US private sector to ask what they want to be associated with is also a way forward that could really help. So I don't see I do see in the Trump administration a tremendous desire to be understood as a peacemaker, which is wonderful, I just want to flag that I am very concerned. I have seen in other regions this tremendous gulf between the words on agreements that are signed in beautiful rooms and what's happening to people on the ground. And so I just want to put a note of caution in that we should all work to be sure that kind of massive chasm between diplomatic triumphs and reality is not allowed to grow in the case of Sudan, because it does not ultimately, it serves very few people. And there are ways to ensure that the media narrative does not get lost in the fancy signing room and stays on the ground.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Gavin. To take this to you, Olivia, you mentioned or touched base on the work that the humanitarian lab has done. Great to have data, but where are the actions? Who is going to act on those? Where we go from here?
Thank you so much for your question. Our team seeks to provide fact-based data derived using scientific methodologies to a range of stakeholders around the world. Obviously, our biggest targets are the ones who can use the data the most, and that takes many forms. We know that this has been useful in media. Our goals are to make sure that this is accessible to the broadest and also most critical communities. And so that ranges from humanitarian organizations, NGOs and INGOs, policymakers, media, and most importantly, the public. And the public is defined in many ways. Some of that is broader awareness, but also most critically, stakeholders and affected communities in Sudan, be they in El Fasher, Khartoum, anywhere around the world. And so our goal is that this data is used by folks who are able to do something with it beyond just, communicate facts or communicate effects on affected populations.
Olivia. Are we expecting to see action from the UN on this? Are they a stakeholder involved in the outcomes?
Our team has briefed the United Nations, including the United Nations Security Council, multiple times over the past couple years on Sudan. We're not necessarily actors in the room. We can provide them with data, and we're hopeful that they're able to take steps that can be impactful and effective.
Rania, if you're still there with us, hopefully Ahmed is not keeping you busy there. I want to shift also to the Sudanese perspective. Where do we go from here? Where do the Sudanese go from here? What can we do to try to at least control, if not end the conflict? And also, from your experience, how can the Sudanese motivate the international community to get engaged in shaping the solution?
Thank you, Dr. Akram, and thank you to the panel for the great contributions. And I agree this is a difficult moment for the international community, both in terms of its moral authority and its modalities to resolve these complex conflicts with their powerful geostrategic and regional interests that are at play. Maybe just some thoughts, and I really don't have an answer to this very difficult question. I think my first thought is this is a trifecta. You need sort of the national dimension, you need the regional dimension, and you need the international dimension. And somehow they all need to align towards a common settlement or a vision. This is sort of the formula writ large. In the past, the UN, the international community, entities like the Quad or the US would play this role of moderating, coordinating, and alignment amongst these different levels. But for me, at the heart of it, the most important part is that the Sudanese civilians themselves have a common or joined up vision, strategy, or approach to how this conflict needs to end. And I want to make the distinction between having a common approach and common strategy or common vision and being united. Civilians aren't united anywhere. I mean, look at the States, look at anywhere in the world. Civilians find ways to resolving conflict peacefully and having a common political agenda. And this is the drawing board I think the Sudanese actors need to go back to. And colleagues here will recall that at the beginning of the conflict, we saw multiple initiatives. Allah يطرحهم بالخير, Dr. Haider Ibrahim, Professor Muntasir Al-Tayyib, at that time Taqaddum and Prime Minister Hamdok, Dr. Suleiman Beldu, Ambassador Nuruddin Sati together. There was a multitude and a plethora of initiatives that were trying to do exactly that. Rally civil society, rally diaspora, rally internal actors around a common vision for peace. And unfortunately, I from my own personal observation, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I've seen less and less voice and energy around these initiatives and more the voice of the gun. And I think this is also largely due to the issue of the regional proxies. Because what the regional proxies have done is they've made the voices of guns the loudest by injecting all this energy, supplies, and resources into the conflict. So a very big question to us as Sudanese civilians becomes, how do you change the perspective and the formula of these regional actors? How do you incentivize them into saying, a more peaceful Sudan with its long Red Sea coast is just better for the region than a very unstable Sudan that's divided into multiple de facto authorities or states that could be a haven for violent extremism, that could export even more organized crime globally and across the Red Sea. So how do you change these incentives? And again, like I said, I don't have a clear answer, but I think there's one sort of critical factor that there's no way around is that the Sudanese, or at least the loudest voices in Sudan, come together around one unified vision that also forces the warring parties to stop and listen. And then this unified vision or strategy or approach is then used to engage with regional actors and international actors. I think we have to take a moment to say that the Quad initiative is quite important. The roadmap is great. It's something most folks agree upon and have no major issues with. But the problem becomes, this is one of our issues in Sudan. We always have the best documents and the best strategies, but where is the political will to implement? So even if you go back to the US-Saudi process and the Jeddah Declaration, that's also an excellent document, but we have not implemented most of the elements there. So amidst this atmosphere, incredible polarization and terrible, particularly amongst the Sudanese, I think we have to find a way to work better together. And here I think the role of diaspora is also very important. They're a bit one step removed from the immediate front lines and yet heavily involved because family, friends, and loved ones are at the front lines. So could diaspora be important in creating these platforms where Sudanese are constructively discussing the future? And I'm not saying there are not enough platforms for Sudanese to come together. I mean, we're all in a million WhatsApp groups and Clubhouse doesn't stop beeping, but it's more having these focused discussions that are about our agenda for the future, our common agenda for the future. So, and for me, maybe my last point here is I'm not fussed with the fact that there is no sort of national leader or Mandela emerging. I think the lessons of the 2019 revolution, the Gen Z protests across the world, I mean, the age of AI and digital is that you can have these nebulous, broad-based, horizontal sort of organizations, but what you do need is a bit of a setup where there are a few rules, some coordination ability, and some ability to advocate and communicate this joint strategy moving forward. And let me just conclude again by going back to the role of SAPA and other diaspora organizations, because you also play a very influential role in terms of targeting your local constituencies. SAPA, US citizens in the room, you have a very important role to play with your representatives, whether in the Senate or the House, and sort of making sure that Sudan remains in the agenda. And I think the Sudanese diaspora are doing this quite effectively. Shukran, Dr. Akram, back to you.
Thank you very much, Rania. I want to take this last point to you, Fareed. Just in a minute or two, can you, shed light on the role of the Sudanese diaspora and specifically the Sudanese organizations abroad, especially in terms of advocacy?
Yeah, so very important. I think we have an important role to play, just as the important role that we played after the revolution. We, as Sudanese diaspora, many of us were very involved in helping the transitional government, including those that are here in the room, including Ustaz Lorban here, who contributed to the transition into a civilian role. So we have an important role to play, and our role really falls in two ways. Obviously, the humanitarian and the most immediate need, which is the great role that SAPA single A is doing, and I admire all the amazing work that has been done by SAPA and other Sudanese American organizations that are involved in on-the-ground relief. That is key. That's priority number one. But just as important is our long-term advocacy role that we have to play with our own, as U.S. citizens, with our own constituents, which is a point that Rania just made. We've done that. We've been doing that for a lot of years now. Helping our U.S. officials, not just in the administration, but more importantly in Congress. We have friends in Congress who are very strong advocates for Sudan. We are working with them and, of course, using the amazing data that the Yale lab has produced. Now everybody knows where, nobody can claim that they don't know what's happening on the ground. So now our role comes into long-term engagement and not just short-term. We are here to stay, and we are citizens, and we need to be active. And that's really the role that we've focused on advocacy, is getting our community involved in advocating to their local constituents, our representatives as constituents, to make sure that they understand that we want Sudan to be a priority. Okay, and so engagement at two levels: at the administration, supporting the Quad initiative that is underway right now, which we believe has a great chance of success with the right advocacy. The role that, for instance, Special Advisor Musad Bolis is working on getting the actors to the table to agree to stop the war, which is really an important track that it has to be followed. But longer term, making sure that our friends in Congress are putting the right pressure and assuming their important role in Congress to play with the administration to make sure that Sudan stays in focus. There are many conflicts around the world, and of course, we all know that Sudan was ignored for a long time. But now that we have the world's attention, we need to stay and sustain the pressure on our, especially on Congress, to make sure that the conflict comes to an end. And then more long-term, Sudan is going to need help for a long time to come. So our role as diaspora members, of course, is to be ready to assist Sudan in the recovery, the long-term recovery that's needed. So instead of only focusing on the immediate need, there's going to be a need for us to stay engaged in helping Sudan come back from this devastating war long-term. And finally, supporting the local self-governing bodies that have emerged out of this. So the emergency response rooms, for instance, an amazing body that needs to be supported and institutionalized. And so we have a great role to play here.
Thank you very much, Fareed. The great news that the Sudanese are not only trying to engage the constituents, we have new generation that are trying to be the constituents. That's great to hear, and we hope they will support those also to achieve the change. It was a very rich session, so I just want to see if you have if we have still 5 minutes or 10 minutes to have some questions from the audience. Are we good? I don't know if Joseph is there. All right. So the big question is there hope? Is there hope to end the conflict? Is there hope to restore that transition toward a civilian government that has been calling for freedom, peace, and justice? I think that question. I'll pass the mic now to the audience to see if you have any questions for the panel from here. Hopefully there's hope, but would like to see what the other think in the room. So if you have any questions, we'll happy to take it. Do we have hope? Thanks.
Hi. Thank you so much for your talks and your opinions and perspectives. I wanted to ask, as people that are younger, in the younger generation, what can we do to lobby and advocate with Congress and the Senate? Are there specific bills that we should be trying to push? Because there's a lot of people with different experiences from different sectors. And I think it's great that you guys have friends in Congress, but how can we help push that further, and what can we do? That's my question.
There's another one.
You want to take another one too? Okay. The lights are a little bright, so I might not be able to see everyone in the room.
Can you hear me? Thanks,
ahead.
Akram. Thanks,
think that's
Ambassador
better, right?
Gavin and Farid and Olivia. Ambassador Gavin, you said we're not going to talk about the fallouts and what we've missed in the past. Is it too late to label RSF as a terrorist organization? The second question is, you mentioned that the role of the Senate and Congress, is not as strong as before. So are we knocking on the wrong door? And the same question applies to Farid. I'm not sure if we are getting through with going to Congress, with going to State Department. We've done it for a long time, and we've asked the RSF to be labeled as a terrorist organization years ago, before even this war. So these are the questions for the two of you. For Olivia, I would like to ask you about, you rely on social media to, get your evidence. So what about all those fake videos that we see? Is this gonna mislabel your work? And has there any organization that have reached out to you to get that evidence out? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions we can get an answer before we move to another one.
So
Go ahead,
I'll
Farid.
take the first one about how can young people get involved in advocacy. You're going to hear from another great speaker later on, our brother Mohammed Saifuddin, who's running for Congress. So we have many avenues where we can use young people in engaging. So we as an organization, SAPA AA, have an advocacy team that works with Congress, and we're happy to really help basically get young people organized into reaching their members of Congress, writing letters and so on. And SAPA single A as well has an advocacy team. So for those organizations that are active are one way for you to get involved. And so happy to talk to you afterwards about how to get engaged at the local level and supporting the advocacy work that we do. But we will also would love to hear from later on the work that Brother Mohammed Saifuddin will be doing to have one of us, instead of just reaching out to our friends, we will have, hopefully, we'll be able to elect one of us to Congress so that we can have somebody speaks for us. So that's how I would address the first question.
Thank you. Ambassador?
Yeah, sure. So quickly to try and cover some of that ground, I completely agree. I would also say that young people are particularly well positioned to build some regional solidarity. So if you look at how hard young people, say in Kenya, have been working to get a future Kenya that's accountable to the people, right? That they have been making common cause with young populations in lots of other countries. And this gets to Ranya's point about being able to articulate the Sudan people want. And to your point about the hope from the revolution, I think there is still hope. The desire for a Sudan in which all Sudanese feel comfortable expressing their views and believe that government is there to serve them and protect them. That desire hasn't gone away. So I do think that, you know, some of the legitimacy that sometimes, say, Kenyan officials might give to the RSF, there are ways to amplify the concerns about that by working cross-border with other young people who want to see a different future in their countries. I think that's important. I think here, you know, I worked on Capitol Hill for a long time. You'd be surprised the old-fashioned work of calling up and saying, I want to know what you're doing about X, or why aren't you supporting the bill that says we're going to stop arms sales to the UAE? It matters. It absolutely matters. But so does, you know, engaging with local media, local. I recognize your city council person can't stop this war, but they can't talk about it. And that puts pressure on the person above them, which puts pressure on the person above them. As for the terrorist designation, I don't think it's too late. I just would say that and I think you're well aware of this, no one wants to design an advocacy campaign around something that you can check a box on. Because making a declaration doesn't in and of itself do anything. Just like appointing an envoy doesn't in and of itself do anything. And when it's something that people can check off that they've done, it's actually counterproductive. They're less invested in the kind of sustainable solutions that you all are interested in.
Olivia?
Thank you so much for your question. So our team utilizes remote sensing and social media data, and every piece of data that exists anywhere has bias inherent to it. That bias can appear to be neutral, but there is bias in everything. When we do our analysis, we assume that all the data that we're interacting with has biases of some kind, be they, you know, taking a photo, you crop out parts of the edge of a photo, and that limits what you can see in it. So we utilize data with an understanding that there's things that are not visible in it and things that are not, we cannot perceive with that data. Misinformation and disinformation is also a part of this work, and that is, you know, a challenge that we have to deal with every day. The new, some of the photos and videos that have circulated using generated content or using real satellite imagery, but using misleading and misframed narratives around that are challenging because they muddy the water in terms of making it challenging for folks to understand the validity of the data that we're putting forward. While it may look very simple, when you see before after, there's a lot of, you know, our team are experts in the work that we do. And I don't have any doubts on our analysis, and we maintain the highest scientific rigor in our approaches to the data. But misinformation and disinformation definitely muddies the water, and it's a concerning trend, although it is in some ways a compliment that the work that we're able to do has reached as far as it has. So thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. I think we have like 1 minute for a 30-second question and 30-second answer.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Sorry. So this is going to take a bit longer than 30 seconds. So, but I'm sorry. I'm more interested, honestly, in what happens after the war ends. And the war is going to end, like we have no doubt about that, inshallah ta'ala. But I genuinely am, and I know this is probably not the panel for it, but it's the closest one. And basically what I was looking at here is, how does reconciliation happen afterwards? Like the kind of rhetoric that we're hearing now from both sides is quite concerning for me. In how do we move forward? Or how do we come back again, I guess, really as a nation?
That's a great question. I think, Rania, if you are still with us, did you hear that question?
Yes, I did, Dr. Akram, and I'd like to thank whoever asked the question, because I think this is the critical question. This is the question of the moment. which is what happens after. And this will really depend on the sort of post-conflict settlement we will get. If the likely scenario is that there's an elite bargain with some sort of deal between the warring parties, are we doomed to repeat the lessons of the past, where we recreate this formula that we know doesn't work, where we don't talk about issues of accountability, justice, and reconciliation, which I think come hand in hand, and where we leave marginalization, socioeconomic, political, generational, to fester, and to cause, what we call al-qanabil al-mawquta, which we all know what they are, but we never make efforts to actually tackle them. So I think that the post-conflict scenario, the post-conflict settlement, what is the deal, or how do we get to peace? And inshallah, I agree, we will get to it, will determine a lot in terms of the post-conflict settlement. And maybe just two thoughts from my side on this. I'm definitely hopeful. I think the civilian actors, the Sudanese civilian actors, including your good selves, are an important custodian of this agenda for democracy, for inclusion, for representation. And you must hold, and we must, not you, us jointly must hold the line on questions of accountability, justice, and truth and reconciliation as one package. And this is, I think, the recurrent lesson from the past. And maybe my last thought on this, just based on my experience, we need a very well capacitated civilian government. This war, as I mentioned, has been particularly devastating on Sudan, more so than many others, because of the level of destruction which has been wrought on the capital, which is where the bulk of the resources and services are concentrated. So you will need a very strong transitional civilian setup that's able to begin this reconstruction and development planning, that begins some of these difficult questions, and that is able to take this strong mandate that it will get, hopefully, from civilian actors such as your good selves, to hold the line, that this needs to be a democratic state, that's accountable to its people. And like I said, we can say whatever we want to say in this room. I talk to a lot of young people, and they will not settle for anything less. So, Dr. Akram, thank you again, and back to you.
Akram, if I may just comment on that, I think it's an important question, and a question that we think about a lot. I believe that the work begins with us in this room here, all of us. We as Sudanese people need to learn how to disagree with each other and still be able to work for a common goal. That is an issue that I think we need to learn. We need to take a self-critical look at ourselves as Sudanese people and learn how to disagree and still be able to work for the common good. We need to learn how others do this. Okay, there are many other nations that have gone through conflicts worse than ours, and still learn how to come together. So the work of the rebuilding Sudan begins with us, including all of us in this room. And so let's begin right here. Let's begin with ourselves, learn how to agree and disagree, but yet work for a common good, and really use our common power to help Sudan. This is going to take a long time, but the reconciliation begins with ourselves. That's my comment.
Thank you very much, Fareed. I think by this great question and all the other great questions will end up this session. I would like to thank my panelists, Olivia, Ambassador Gavin, Fareed, and Rania from the great place where Ahmed is also there. Please say hi to him. I'd like also to thank the great audience.
Thank you.
Question for your attention, and moving to the next session.
All right. Thank you so much to our opening panel for that powerful conversation. It's incredibly inspiring to see how tightly intertwined the work of academic and policy experts has been with the reality the students experience, both on the ground and abroad. I find it particularly striking that the initiative to do Such honorable work is shared not only across nationality, but across clear principles of humanity. I know I'm not alone in saying that I feel a level of empowerment, knowing that there exists a space for these various perspectives to contribute their various differences and strengths to cover bases and take real steps towards hope. Now, before we start the next session, I do want to say if anybody is a mentor for the academic track program or is renewing their passport, please take a step outside and you guys will be able to move forward with what you're doing. We'll now turn our attention to the humanitarian crisis that continues to unfold in Sudan. In order for us to take the hope we have in our hearts and implement it through action, we must continue to take a comprehensive look at the realities of the situation. The numbers are staggering. Millions displaced, healthcare systems collapsed, and communities torn apart. But behind every statistic is a human story, a family, and a life that matters. Our next session will examine the humanitarian response on multiple fronts, from the funding all the way to the direct service delivery. Please forgive me for the very brief bios I'm going to give, just for the sake of time. But moderating this session will be Sarah Ashmat, who is a medical physicist at St. Clair Hospital. And joining her will be Abdullah Ibrahim from the Human Development Fund, Muhammad Nourani from Droplets of Mercy, Luqman Ahmed from Al Malam Darfur, and Nizam Siraj from Hadrin. Please welcome our Session 2 panel.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to welcome you to this session, Sudan is Bleeding, the humanitarian crisis in Sudan. My appreciation goes to SAPA and its president, Dr. Yasser Al-Amin, for creating this platform and for entrusting me with moderating today's conversation. As was just mentioned, Sudan is facing a catastrophic humanitarian emergency, mass displacement, collapsing health systems, destroyed infrastructure, and unimaginable violence. Yet, alongside this suffering, we continue to see extraordinary resilience, courage, and community-led action. Today's panel brings together 4 leaders who have been serving Sudanese communities at the front lines of peace-building humanitarian relief, youth mobilization, and long-term development. Their insights will help us better understand the realities on the ground and how we as a diaspora can strengthen the lifelines they've built. So, welcome our panelists. I will start with our first panelist, Mr. Luqman Ahmed. He's the president of Malam Darfur Peace and Development, an organization working at the heart, or started at the heart of South Darfur's Al Malam region, a place that embodies both the rich diversity and the painful divisions of the Darfur conflict. However, since 2011, they've expanded their work and now they work across the region of Darfur, not just the south. Under his leadership, the organization focuses on the core of the crisis, fostering coexistence and social cohesion among ethnic groups, empowering youth and women, and advancing grassroots peace and reconciliation efforts. Through community-driven initiatives, the organization helps displaced families return to their home villages, rebuilding trust, stability, and a renewed sense of belonging. Our second speaker is Muhammad Nourani. He's the CEO of Droplets of Mercy Canada, a global humanitarian organization serving communities in Sudan, Syria, Gaza, and among the Uyghur Muslims. Under his leadership, Droplets has launched transformative projects like Sudanese Village of Hope in Uganda, a self-sustaining community that offers displaced Sudanese families home, healthcare, education, and the chance to rebuild their lives with dignity. Nazim Siraj is our next panelist. He represents Hadreen, a youth-driven initiative that has been active for years, empowering communities and promoting civic engagement across Sudan. When the war broke in April 2023, Hadreen, in collaboration with Hadreen USA and its partners, quickly expanded its efforts through the You Are Not Alone campaign. This campaign has supported care homes, displaced families, and refugees in Chad through emergency food, medicine, cash assistance, and the Central Kitchen program, which continues to provide meals to thousands each day. Our final panelist, Abdullah Ibrahim, represents the Human Development Fund, an organization dedicated to rebuilding the foundation of life around the globe. Through initiatives that support small businesses, vocational training, and youth education, the Human Development Fund helps displaced and war-affected families regain stability and self-reliance. In the midst of conflict, Abdullah and his team continues to invest in Sudan's most powerful resource, its people, fostering hope, dignity, and sustainable growth from ground up. Our discussion tonight, or today, aims to do more than recount tragedy. We want to understand how international and Sudanese-led organizations continue to operate under siege, how local networks fill the gap left by failing systems, and how the Sudanese diaspora, particularly our medical community, can strengthen these lifelines. So I would start with my first question to Luqman. How do you rebuild trust and promote coexistence in communities that have endured generations of trauma?
Thank you so much, SAPA, for doing this work. And it's really great. And I would like by starting by saying that I think we are a generation of two wars, 2003 and now 2023. And as of our work is in Darfur, we have been dealing with situation where we have more than 2 million IDPs in IDP camp since 2003. And imagine that became a way of life. People were born and those camps became a home to them. And that's why you see when Zamzam camp was pushed during this war, we have seen a lot of casualties and people had again to become IDPs in our area, which is Tawila. Imagine this one. And then you have more than 2 million refugees in Chad, talking about Tawila or Atina, since 2003, and then in other part of Adare since 2003, and then they have to receive right now new IDPs because of 2023 war. And I think this is going to tell us all how difficult is this situation. And looking into this as someone from Darfur, grew up there and I went to school there. And I came to the United States of America in 1995. The first time for me to go back to Sudan, it was in 2011. And then I went to my village and I couldn't recognize the village because of the war and because of the destruction. And then we came with this initiative of making peace and reconciliation and working on bringing people back to their villages. And going back to your question, how does that work? First, we had to invest on the stakeholder themselves. And we have to invest on the local capacities, such as local administrations, women, youth, and try to buy to them the idea of peace, the idea of reconciliation. And since 2011, we energized that mechanism up to 2016, and the various community elements helped us to make this peace and reconciliation where the women. If you talk about Malam Darfur Peace and Development Project and the work that being done and help more than 220,000 IDPs to return from their camps to their villages, it's because of the work that being started by the women through a mechanism of women peace ambassadors. Those women, we equip them, we train them, and they knocked door to door, they went to camps, and actually they brought the men, and then we started the first wave of the peace and reconciliation, which is led to the formation of the comprehensive peace committee that work shoulder to shoulder to them and help this more than 220,000 people to return to their home. And we look into this war right now, those villages that received their IDPs and their people, now they became a safe haven for the new IDPs that who are pushed from their camps or their home and they are settled in these villages. Unfortunately, when we started and working on delivering services in health and in education and empowering women to these communities, we have right now to stop this project and to start and to shift gears and to work into humanitarian assistance, trying to feed these people in Tawila and in other areas, and we have to put this project in hold. But overall, I will conclude this question by saying I think the answer is yes. We have to move these people back to their villages. They are going to be safe and they are going to be better than leaving them in the IDP camp and receiving new war, and they are going to be the victim of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My next question is to Muhammad. You recently visited Sudanese refugee settlement camps in Uganda. What moments stood out to you, and what do they reveal about the needs of displaced Sudanese families?
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here. First, thank you to SAPA and Dr. Yasser specifically. We have a very good relationship, for a number of years. So, alhamdulillah, I had the opportunity to visit the settlement camp in Uganda as part of Droplets of Mercy. We went there to see what we can do to meet with the community, to see how things are organized on the ground. It was my first time in Uganda, but it was a fantastic visit. And, I actually did not know much about the stories of the people who are currently residing there. But from what I learned, there's more than 160,000 people, in that settlement camp from Sudan, and there's families from other countries as well. But the first thing that caught my heart was the fact that these families have made their way from Sudan to Uganda because they were able to. What that means is they actually have family members who are currently still living in Sudan. So they're torn apart. Half of their family is in the settlement camp, half of their family is in Sudan. I don't know how we can live like that. When we think about our family situation, imagine if one of your family, if you were here and your wife was in a different state, and you have to live through that, and you can't communicate, you can't talk to each other. What is that going to do to you psychologically? So when we talk about the needs, I think the first thing I realized is these people need support. And one of the things that also touched my heart is the fact that they welcomed me and they want you to go. If you can go visit them in Uganda, in any of the camps, go and visit because they want to see you. They want to meet with you. They want to talk to you about your challenges. And so I felt very welcomed. when I was over there. In terms of the immediate needs, it's definitely when we went there, we were doing a food distribution. I just received a voice note from one of the leaders. His name is Sanosi, in the camp, where he said we're running out of food because it has been pulled back from World Food Program and from other organizations. So immediately they need a supply of food, and they have set up different community kitchens where they take the supplies from different NGOs, they cook in the community kitchen, and then they feed the families. Unfortunately, currently, right now, and I'm telling you it's a reality, they are surviving on one meal a day. We're talking about Uganda. We're not even talking about Sudan. I can connect with you later. I can show you the voice note. But these are the real stories of what's going on in the ground right now. That's the immediate need. In terms of the long-term needs, Droplets of Mercy is setting up community centers in that camp. And I was speaking to Dr. Yasser earlier as well. It feels like this camp is going to turn into a town. And so whenever we go into situations like these, as aid workers, as people that are in this field, we have to be able to imagine what's the situation going to look like 5 years down the road. And I can tell you, based on my experience and visiting a lot of different countries, I think this place is going to turn into a functioning town with those families, because they are not going to be leaving that area due to government restrictions at times. So we are building a community center because there's a long-term need of health, there's a long-term need of income generation, there's a long-term need of taking care of the children. One of the other aspects that we're also adding to this community center project is, for example, a soccer field for the kids. We take that for granted. When you think about it, we all have kids that when we think about what do they do outside of the school, we want to enroll them in extracurricular activities. We want to enroll them in sports. Actually, it was amazing. I didn't know this stat, but the earlier panelists, they said that 60% of the people in Sudan are under the age of 20. So who are we serving and who are we making these policies for? It has to be for those kids, because those kids are the ones that are the future leaders of Sudan and of other countries. And we have to realize that. And so at Droplets of Mercy, our vision, our goal is to take care of the immediate needs, yes. But think about 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, when these kids, become our age, when they become young adults, they don't want to be dealing with the issues that their parents are dealing with right now. We want them to be free. We want them to be able to contribute to society, and inshallah be the next future leaders of their country.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Next question is addressed to Nazim. What are the key challenges and complexities of operating youth-led relief efforts during active war? And what do people outside Sudan often misunderstand?
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, SAPA, for the invitation. I think the challenge is maybe known for everyone, but I can list it in 4 challenges. The main thing is security. We're talking about the safety for the people on the ground. We're talking about murder. We're talking about abduction when in the area, like under the control of the militia, and detained in the area under the control of the army. We're talking even for the abductions, they're calling for ransoms, something like this, looting everywhere. So security is the main challenge for the people on the ground and for the organization working during the armed conflict now in Sudan and the war. And the second one is the assessment, because of the lack of the trained people like being displaced, as Mr. Luqman said, everywhere, and people going like for other refugees in other countries. So we don't have like people on the ground for the assessment, so to assist the situation and with the needs. So the assessment is a very big challenge for the work over there. And the third one is the access. Even if you find the information and when you want to help, how are you going to access most of the areas under within the armed conflict zones? So the access is a very big problem and very big challenge. And the last thing, the resources. because we are not the only crisis in the world. We have like Ukraine, we have Gaza, we have Syria, we have like a floods in Morocco, Libya. So we are not the only one. And this war lasts for like more than 2 years. So the resources is a big problem. And as Mr. Muhammad said, that people in need, and even the WFP now, they're like dropping their supply and their funds for Sudan. So the resources is a big challenges. When we talk about complexities, we can like also list it in 5. The approach, how we can help, what we're gonna help. The segmentation, are we gonna help in the health? Are we gonna help in sheltering? Are we gonna provide food? Are we gonna provide clean water? What kind of segments we're gonna work on? And after that, the coverage. Are we gonna work with the trapped families in the armed conflict zone? Are we gonna work in the IDP camps everywhere in Sudan? Are we gonna cover the refugees in Adri, Chad, Uganda, Kenya, Egypt, Ethiopia, everywhere? So the geographical, it's also like, it's a big question for the people working over on the organizations like SAPA, like as SAPAs know, they start with focusing on the health, but after that, they need that people need nutrition, need food, need clean water, need sheltering. So SAPA expand. So this is big, one of the complexities. When we talk about also the authorities, you deal with 2 authorities, and now when the new crisis in Darfur, we deal with the 3 authorities. We deal with the government and the army, the militia, and even in Tawila is under control of another Sudan Liberation Army movement. So you have to when you mobilize for the supply chain of the resources and the help, you have to deal with all the 3 authorities. So, and before that, before like liberation of Khartoum, also we deal with like 2 authorities, some in Omdurman and the other in the militia in Khartoum. So and there is some areas in Sudan, there is no government, just the looters and the thieves. This is where they control. So the authority is another one. And the last one, when Bakhra, the documentation. People, when we talk about the documentation, it's very dangerous over there. Even now, maybe it's better, but before that, the documentation to prove the financial process, there is no like, you can get like any invoices from the suppliers. You can get like that normal paperwork you're doing for the donors, even to prove what you've been doing on the ground and the proof of work, you can document it. Because if you do like, you wanna take like photos or pictures or anything, maybe there is a safety hazard from the authorities over there. And you know that all the accusation, everything. So the situation is very hard over there. But despite of this, still, and this is like a big salute for the people on the ground. They are still working over there. They are still doing and helping our families over there in everywhere in Sudan, in the refugees. And thanks for our brothers and sisters from other organizations and from the people, the Sudanese people in the diaspora. Still, SAPA and the other, they can help the people, our people, as I said, in the refugees camps, in the IDPs camps, in the areas liberated by the army. And I think we still, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Quite some challenges there. Last question of this segment, at least, is addressed to Abdullah. What insights have you gained from your teams on the ground and from your field visits?
Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, I want to thank the SAPA team for having HDF and hosting us. I also want to thank the amazing panelists here, Nazim, Luqman, and Muhammad, for sharing the stage with me. And I want to start off by saying that Sudan holds a very special place in my heart, being in this humanitarian sector. I had done the work for a very long time, and the primary role of my work is fundraising for different humanitarian organizations. I did my time at Islamic Relief. I know I'm making it sound like a jail sentence, but I did my time at Islamic Relief. I'm with the Human Development Fund now, and my very first international field visit was to Sudan in 2020. And what I realized is that the people of Sudan, they come from a place of, suffering from sanctions, economic collapse, natural disasters. And then on top of that, what's going on right now. So what we wanted to do as an organization, as HDF, is empower the voices of the people of Sudan. And what I've learned, and I know I'm supposed to keep it under a minute, I think, for this question, is that when you do humanitarian work, it's not just about relief, but it's also about dignity and protection. And one great example that I can give you was one of the IDP camps that I visited. While there's a sister named Fatma, and she was explaining to me how something as simple as women being able to relieve themselves was a struggle. And I asked her to, elaborate a little bit. And this goes in, I absolutely hate talking about this because, this goes into gender-based violence, but all of us have taken an oath when we started this work that it's an amana, that once we see something or once we hear something, it's our responsibility to convey that message over to the community that we go back to. So she shared with me that, women will hold in needing to relieve themselves and use the restroom for the entire day because they're in this rural IDP camp. There's no place for them to just, relieve themselves because there's no hidden areas. It's all like a vast area, whether they're in Wadramli, Wawisi, like these areas that are just completely open, that these IDP camps exist. So they have to wait until the darkness of the night to be able to go out and relieve themselves. And when that happens, they leave themselves susceptible to being, attacked violently and being, sexually assaulted. So when we provided washrooms, mobile washrooms, a lot of times we think this is for hygienic reasons to stop the spread of disease and whatnot, but it also serves as protection because now these women can go and freely use the restroom whenever they want. They can lock a door behind themselves. They can keep themselves safe. So the approach to humanitarian work when it comes to specifically in Sudan, we have to think about it as being multifaceted. Alhamdulillah, I got to spend time in Egypt over the summer and speak with, the evacuees there. We have, projects in Libya, Chad, Kenya, and Egypt, alhamdulillah, for the Sudanese evacuees and refugees. And man, the stories that you hear, subhanAllah, like even when you look at the children, you can see that they've lived through so much grief. And then you have to keep going back and forth just to get that smile on their face and to try to, get them to, just smile again because, it's been a while since they've smiled and you can feel it, subhanAllah. Multiple stories of people seeing their own family members and male figures in their life being killed in front of them. One lady told me a story where she saw her own brother get his head chopped off in front of him. And then she had to take his children and evacuate and go into Egypt. So I say this to you to share to you the severity of the situation and what's going on in Sudan. And alhamdulillah, we continue to try to provide aid. We continue to help because their situation went from a situation of just poverty relief to just straight survival. So alhamdulillah, we've made a commitment to continue to do the work that we've been doing on the ground, inshallah. So yeah, alhamdulillah.
I'll address this question to Luqman, but it's really to all of you. Across fragmented regions and scarce resources, how do you coordinate effectively? How does trust among organizations and with local communities shape what is possible?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's actually this war brought to us a new experience through which we have to collaborate closely with other organizations that are working, and the various organizations that we are collaborating with is really SAPA. We started working this with SAPA, and we are shoulder to shoulder with them in Tawila through a partnership that we are having, and we are dealing there with daily challenges, and it's challenging. And on the other hand, also we have to identify the need map inside Darfur itself. I think people right now are concentrating with Tawila and Al Fashir, but there are other areas which they are hosting a big number of IDPs because of this war, talking about Korma, talking about Dobo, and some of them, they came to Niala, the capital of South Darfur, and even they went to Abdain, the capital of East Darfur. This is not to mention Central Darfur. This is one of the area. So even our humanitarian aid, it should be diverse and it should be wider, to cover this area. But also we are learning through this. I think we have also to have a creative approach in which we should offer a sustainable solution for these people. Right now, we are just feeding them, but there are some communities that are settled in some areas that some income generations project, could be working better. I will go back to what we have experienced, and it turned out to be working very well. Let us get these IDPs back to their villages. They are going to be in less danger. Let us get them back. Imagine Zamzam. They were there since 20 or 2003, and then they have witnessed that attack. But if Zamzam people right now in their villages, I think that attack will not happen there. Now everybody is moving and getting back to Tawila. Tawila is not their home place. So I think one of the strategies that we should explore in our upcoming work is to see how we can move these people back to their villages. And I think the mechanism and the experience to succeed are there. We have the peace committees are there. We have the women peace ambassadors are there across all Darfur state. And we can lubricate what it turned out to be a successful project in 2011 into this crisis. Thank you so much, and I hope I answered your question.
Absolutely. Thank you. My next question is addressed to Nazim. This audience includes physicians, scientists, and professionals deeply connected to Sudan. What forms of diaspora support, whether medical, technical, educational, or advocacy, make the biggest impact right now? You mentioned needing help maybe with documentation. Like, how can we help right with that and with other challenges that you've talked about?
Right, a very nice question. I think because as I mentioned that one of them, when the complexities, well, the approach and segmentation, while there is like an organization like SAPA, like focusing on the health, that's relieve us because as Mr. Luqman said that we work with SAPA shoulder to shoulder. So when the war started, we decided that we are not going to have an intervention on the health because SAPA and the other organization is covering that, and we can just help them and we can just collaborate with them for what they've been doing. So that's relieve us to give us to focus on other areas like nutrition, feedings, community kitchens, as central kitchens, and even in that, SAPA help us over there. So I think what the SAPA is doing right now is what we need, because the health section and the health sector, I believe, is very important. And physicians, they've been need over there for people in needs because of the situation now and the war and everything. So I think I believe that the part doing by SAPA and their members and even their general assembly are very great, and we encourage them to work more and more and to help our people.
Thank you. I will echo a question that was brought up during the last panel, right, discussion. So the question is, and this is to all of you, when the guns fall silent eventually, Sudan's recovery will be a massive undertaking. How do we ensure education, mental health, and women's empowerment remain part of the national rebuilding agenda?
I think it's an important question, and I think this is where we have to think 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. And I think the number one question is, who are you trying to impact? When you're talking about making humanitarian aid interventions or policies or building the community, who is the population that you're trying to really impact? And for me, it's the youth, it's the young people. And so I think there has to be a focus on empowerment. I think there has to be a focus on psychosocial support. And I think there has to be, like you said, coordination, collaboration have become buzzwords in the charity sector, but are we doing it effectively? So there has to be coordination, collaboration, and input from these young people, in terms of how they want to shape the future of their lives. Who's going to ask them that question? Are we all going to sit here on a panel and decide what these people want? Or are we actually going to go out in the community, speak to the youth, and then come back with ideas in terms of what can we do? Because obviously we have to do things differently. It hasn't worked in the past, number of years. So I think whatever the answer is, I don't know the answer, and I don't think people here should claim that they know the answer. I think we need to go out there. We need to have more conversations. We need to speak to the youth. There was a question earlier around how young people can get involved. Yes, go talk to your politicians. Yes, donate. Do whatever you can. But if you're a young person, and I'm telling you this from experience, go out there and meet with the families. And I'm happy, even as part of Droplets of Mercy, to coordinate visits, for you to meet some of the families, whether it's in Uganda or any other country. But I think we need to take those perspectives, put them on the table, and then there has to be leadership that discusses around how are we going to create policies? What does the community look like, when that time eventually comes?
Can these meetings, I guess, with families be done virtually, or does it have to be in person?
No, that's a good question. I don't know the answer. I think they can be done virtually. It's maybe as Droplets of Mercy, as far as our organization is concerned, I would recommend that you physically go and meet with them. But I think at a higher level, if organizations like SAPA and others, are interested in having a collaborative online session with some of these families to hear their perspectives, I think that can be facilitated as well. But we all have to come together, and I'm making a commitment right now from Droplets of Mercy that we're happy to work, with any organization here that wants to make a difference. But you have to be committed to learning about what's going on. You have to be committed to a long-term vision. If you don't have that, then I don't think we can move forward in terms of addressing this crisis.
That makes sense. Thank you. Abdullah, and again, it's a question to everyone. If everyone here could do one concrete thing starting tomorrow, starting today, what should it be?
That's a really good question. I would say that find a trusted organization. I mean, SAPA, alhamdulillah, is one of our strongest partners when it comes to health. Find an organization that you trust, that you demand transparency from, that you'll ask them for media coverage, you'll ask them for where they're working, their reporting. And whether you're, older or younger, start from today, start from tomorrow, and have a reoccurring donation, even $10. Start off with that. You're committed to the cause, put your money where your mouth is. And, so one other thing that we're doing as HDF is, the panelists have mentioned it earlier, there isn't that much coverage. And when it comes to aid, it wasn't necessarily about borders being closed like in Gaza, but it's about getting the communities to actually donate. So what we've done is we've coupled different causes together. And the reason we did this was because I told you we work based off need and we empower the voices of the people of Sudan. They told us, word for word, they told me, they said, we know what's happening in Gaza. And they said, Gaza is the priority right now. We understand that. But when you go back to America, when you go back to the community, tell them just not to forget about us. So what we decided to do, we started a campaign early last year, called Together, early last year, called Together We Rise. So anytime we were raising for Gaza, we're raising for Sudan, and we're also raising for Syria, because these are two forgotten communities, and especially Sudan. But, whether it's Droplets, whether it's any of the organizations that are here, I saw Ridwan Saleh come in from Islamic Relief. He works for Islamic Relief, and Islamic Relief's been in Sudan since 1984. And after my visit from 2020, and the sanctions were lifted, we were able to start working there again when I was with Islamic Relief. Find an organization that you trust. Demand transparency from them. Demand reporting. And start staying committed and give a donation from today, inshallah, and make it a reoccurring donation, inshallah. Also, I'm going to need to, the reason why I explain that concept to you guys is after this session, I have about an hour, and then I have to head to the airport, and I'm actually headed to Chicago. And forgive me, I didn't mean to be rude to be texting on my phone, but I'm putting this event together from here, flying out to Chicago, inshallah, and then I'll be fundraising as well for the same cause that we said, inshallah. So, Jazakallah khairan, appreciate it. So if I can have my teammate Reem, she's here representing HDF. Can you please just raise your hand, Reem? She's not looking at me. There she is. If you have any questions about our organization or anything within the health sector of HDF, please find her, inshallah. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you. So I have a quick question. With Together We Rise, does that mean whatever fund you raise there, it will be split between the three? Okay, thank you. Now the other question, what's the name of your partner?
Her name is Reem Berman. She oversees the health sector for HDF. So yeah, there she is. Yeah.
We'll find you, Reem. Okay, I think we have a minute for questions and answers from the audience. Questions from the audience, answers from the panel. Okay. Table 18.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I don't really have a question. It's more of a message to everyone. I want to thank you all for what you're doing. I want to thank Mr. Ibrahim specifically for some of the remarks that he made. My name is Mazen Sheikhoun. At the age of 15, my family and I were displaced from Baghdad in 2003 because of the war. And we stayed at a refugee camp at the Iraqi-Syrian border for many months. So I wanted to portray a message for everyone from the other side. There are so many things about that refugee camp that can break you. However, losing your dignity and humanity was what affected me the most. So I remember I used to deliberately starve myself because I know when I wanted to relieve myself, I'm gonna at least walk 2 miles in the desert so nobody can see me. But at the same time, when the food truck comes, I'm gonna try my best to fight the crowd to get the food because I know my family has 7 people and I have 5 siblings and some of them are smaller. And I don't guarantee that this qasa, which is the metal tray, neither of the 5 will be full when we go back. So it's like a gamble. So for all of you who have boots on the ground, I want to tell you that if you provided something, just try to make sure that it's provided with dignity. Yeah, it's funny that 23 years later, I'm still living this. So just, yeah, I think the message is delivered, and I thank you all one more time.
I think the message is that you give us all hope, Mazen. Thank you very much for sharing this. Do we have time for one more comment or question? Yeah? Okay.
Yes. Agree more with following on the what Brother Farid said in the last session of reconciliation that should start with ourselves. I just wanted to ask Brother Lokman to shed a little light on the experience of Malam Darfur in bringing the local community together in reconciliation and how we can make that broader. Thank you.
So I think these are two questions, right? The reconciliation in Malam Darfur, and you also asked about the Ugandan camp. Is that correct?
No, it's just one question.
One question about Malam Darfur.
Experience. Yes, there was an experience of Malam Darfur organization, which worked in a nice community-based reconciliation, and I just wanted him to shed a light on that.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for that question. As I've been telling our partners, including SAPA, that I do not think we should be able to sustain this situation in which we have been for years only delivering food services or feeding people, and we should rather look for a durable solution that within our reach and within our experience. And I think that solution, it's going to be lying on how we can revisit this work of the reconciliation and also the peace building and the peace making. What is possible right now? We put the idea of helping these IDP camp people to return to their villages. And I think that is possible in so many areas in Darfur. You can move these IDPs to their villages and you can start delivering the essential services in water, education, and health that we are providing in the IDP camp, so we can provide these services to these people in their villages. I think that approach needed to be visited and to explore. The second thing, and I think the good thing, Dr. Abdullah and the others, the mechanism of doing that, it's there in our hand. The peace committees right now, Al-Malam peace committees, which started in one area in Al-Malam in the northern part of the localities of South Darfur. Now it's in all Darfur states. The peace committees are there. The women peace ambassadors are in all Darfur states are there. And then you have Bank Al-Mayarim or Al-Mayarim Bank, in which a project, we believe it's very successful project. That project aimed at supporting and financing the women small projects so you can empower the women financially. So the mechanisms are there, the experience is there, and then we have this new idea of bringing these people back to their villages. Why we are saying this? Sudan, it's been unstable for long time, and we do not know when this war will end. But within these challenges, there are things that are possible. What's possible right now is, beside the humanitarian aid we are delivering, we should start exploring the idea of getting these people back to their villages. And here I am taking the words that Brother Farid said earlier here, that we are the Sudanese in diaspora and in other areas. We have to deal with this. Part of dealing with this is to explore other creative situation or ideas, even within this war, how we can achieve some sustainability in some areas that we can be able to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I would like to close now. I would like to, on behalf of SAPA, thank Mr. Luqman Ahmed, Mr. Mohammed Nourani, Mr. Nazim Siraj, and Mr. Abdullah Ibrahim for their leadership and their humanity. Thank you as well, Dr. Yasser Al-Amin and the SAPA leadership for ensuring Sudan remains part of the global conscience. Let us turn today's dialogue into sustained action in our clinics, our communities, and our advocacy until Sudan's healing becomes a reality. Thank you all.
Thank you to our panelists for that comprehensive overview of the humanitarian response. The work you're doing is nothing short of heroic, and I know that I don't just speak for myself when I say that I look to you all as examples for the type of impact I hope to have through my own means. We'll now take a brief 10-minute coffee break. Please take this opportunity to stretch, refresh, and connect with your fellow attendees. Coffee and light refreshments are available back over there. Also, for those who are looking to renew their passports, those services will be available until 3 o'clock. So make sure that you get everything sorted before then. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. We're gonna get started in about 2 minutes. So if you can all start to get seated, that'll be amazing. Thank you so much. All right, if everybody can be seated, we'll go ahead and get started with the next session. So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you're refreshed and ready for our next session, which addresses one of the most heartbreaking aspects of conflict, its impact on the most vulnerable, newborns and children. The title of this session, Every 9 Minutes, refers to the devastating frequency of preventable maternal and child deaths in conflict settings. But it's also a call to action, because every 9 minutes is also an opportunity to intervene, to save a life, and to give a family hope. Leading this crucial discussion is Dr. Badruddin Abdurrahman. Our expert panelists include Alana Sheikh, VP of Programs at Embrace Global, Dr. Anwar Humeda, SAPA's Executive Director, and Dr. Yasser Gabra, who is a pediatric ICU specialist and will be joining us virtually. This panel will explore practical, life-saving interventions that can work even in the most challenging environments. Please join me in welcoming our Session 3 panelists.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Badruddin Abdurrahman. I'm a neonatologist at Jersey City Medical Center. It is an honor to moderate this important session about rising in neonatal mortality in Sudan. I would like to start this session by asking just a simple question. Why do newborns cry when they are born? Anyone?
Anything to build to this platform.
I think exactly. They say newborn cry when they are born, but because they realize they have to deal with adults. But might be they are just trying to say, please take better care of us. Please keep us safe. And this is what I think we should try to do for our newborns. Sudan today faces one of the most complex humanitarian crises in the world. Millions are displaced, hospitals have been bombed, and the famine is on the horizon. Newborns remain among the most vulnerable members of our society. And during this chaos, newborns are dying at alarming rates. Neonatal deaths continue to account for a major proportion of under 5 mortality. Many of them, unfortunately, they just die from causes or disease we can simply prevent with just timely and coordinated care. To shed a light on this problem, I have 3 speakers here today. Our speakers are experts on clinical, public, and global health fields. Our goal today is not just to understand the problem, but our goal is to coordinate for urgent and to advocate for urgent and coordinated actions. So I have here on the stage with me, Dr. Alana Sheikh. Dr. Alana Sheikh, she is a global health expert with 20 years of experience in humanitarian emergencies and long-term development of health system in a low-resource setting. She currently holds the role of Vice President at Embrace Global, which is an organization focused on improving health outcomes for babies globally. Also, I have with me Dr. Anmar Humeda. He's a public health specialist with many years of experience in strategic planning and health system strengthening. He currently holds the role of the executive director of SAPA. And virtually, we have Dr. Yasir Jabra. Dr. Yasir Jabra is a pediatrics ICU intensivist with extensive history of training in UK and in United States. He currently holds the role of the ICU director of the pediatric teaching hospital in Sudan. Please join me in welcoming them. So, as many of you know that Dr. Yasir Jabra, he moved to Sudan, I think, a few years ago before this conflict started. And he's still there even after the war started. His hard work, his dedication, and what he continues to do for our children in Sudan under these conditions is really beyond words. Thank you, Dr. Yasir, for everything you are doing there. And we wish you were really, we wish you were here with us on the stage today. But زي ما بقولوا احنا في السودان الجايات أكتر من الرايحات. Okay, let me start with you, Dr. Yasir. So, okay, welcome. So, in United States or also in many developed countries, prematurity and its complication, congenital anomalies are the leading cause of mortality here. So in the context of Sudan, what are the most common cause of neonatal death there right now?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm talking here from Bur Sudan Pediatric Teaching Hospital. As Badruddin said, you see the armed conflict made things worse, and what was existing before the war even is now getting harder. So we lost most of our health facilities, which were concentrated in the capital, and people start to reestablish or building new facilities in the states where many displaced people were forced to go to. So the main 3 causes for mortality in neonates in Sudan, and this is from the report from till last month, 25 of the deaths were related to sepsis, which is a preventable cause of death. If you made very minor interventions, even like just hand hygiene, you can reduce that by 50%. The second cause of mortality is prematurity, as it is globally a cause of death. And many of these kids die from respiratory distress and hypothermia. And the last cause, which constitute 10% of the causes of deaths in Sudan, is the Pierce asphyxia. So these are things, the Pierce asphyxia is whatever is happening around the Pierce time. And also that can be reduced by validated interventions, which are not very costly. These are the three main causes of mortality, which is making the highest percentage of deaths in Sudan currently.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Yasir. So yeah, so as you said, prematurity is everywhere, like here in the developed or developing countries, and we see there in Sudan and the developed countries that the sepsis, neonatal sepsis, and the other causes, like we said, hypothermia and birth asphyxia are the leading causes there. Okay, so that's. I would like also to ask you, based on what you see every day, how would you describe the neonatal units in Sudan, especially with the challenges of the war?
Yeah, you see, as I said, most of the services were concentrated in the capital. And before there are like 114 newborn nurseries which were functioning. Now only 48 of them were working, and these 48, which constitute like concentrated in 40 localities out of 190 localities. So, and these units are less equipped, so they need lots of simple equipment. I'm not talking about sophisticated equipment. So we just, to do these minor interventions which reduce mortality, you need less sophisticated equipment, so you can provide early essential newborn care, and that will definitely reduce mortality.
So just can you please tell me a little bit about the staffing? Do you have enough manpower there in those units? Who is running the units right now? Are there in unitology?
Yeah, you see, unfortunately, senior people are less. So all over the country, maybe we have 2, 3 neonatologists in very limited places. And most of the units are run by pediatricians. And so the manpower is still the problem, but I think just doing in-service training for those who are now practicing medicine in Sudan will make difference. I think we are just talking about simple intervention. Even if we don't have neonatologists, we can, people who are now working there can make difference if they get proper training.
So there is definitely shortage on manpower or healthcare staffing. Can you just also tell me a little bit about the equipment? You mentioned there is shortage on CPAP or ventilators, or so in those units. Where were you right now in the units? How many CPAP machine or ventilator do you have?
Yeah, you see, these are very, very, very few. I can tell you there are maybe only 3 functional ventilators in 3 different hospitals, and CPAP is only found in 5 units out of 55 functioning units. And in each unit, there is only 1 CPAP. So we are very, 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 very far. And most people, they use what is called manually made CPAP, which I doubt it is functioning. And I think if this is the CPAP, one of the known interventions which will improve the prognosis of premature babies with prematurity. Unfortunately, all over Sudan, as I told you, maybe we have like 5 or 6 functioning CPAP in governmental hospitals.
Thank you, Dr. Yasser. والله يعني بصراحة it's really sad to hear that, Dr. Yasser. This is not, to be honest, this is not a neonatal units. You can be there and like we call it level 3, you don't have enough even CPAP or ventilator machine. And so, wallahi, يعني listening to you, I just remembered yesterday me and Dr. Al Said, I don't know if he's here, Muhammad Yahya, me and Dr. Muhammad Yahya, we were trained in the same hospital. We did the residency. And I remember we had really very busy NICU services. So we used to say that on every shift in the NICU is a miracle. And wallahi, listening to you right now, I'm being thinking, يعني, when the system is on fire, يعني, even miracles need logistics. يعني, we can't do anything there without this equipment or not. So thank Dr. Yasser, I understand that SAPA right now is working under project on a project in Sudan, and you are involved in that. Can you just please tell us about that project?
Yeah, you see, there are you see some interventions which SAPA is doing to reduce the neonatal mortality in Sudan, which is, as you said, most of the under 5 mortality is mostly in the neonatal period and perinatal period. So if we reduce that, then we'll have significant reduction in under 5 mortality. So I think SAPA is doing a holistic approach to target the main causes of mortality. As I mentioned, you see there is prematurity, there is birth asphyxia. So SAPA supported some of the neonatal units with equipments, with staff training. So if you have staff training, and mainly they focus on early essential newborn care, so if you do that, you will have good chance to reduce birth asphyxia, for example. Also, another intervention, SAPA and Embrace, and I think Alana will talk more about that. So providing baby warmers. So we have, you see, most of our unit, they lack incubators. So thankfully, Alana and SAPA now, they are providing 300 portable incubators to reduce hypothermia in newborn babies. So we just finished training of the trainer workshop sponsored by SAPA, and Alana was speaker on that workshop. It was just 2 days ago, and next week, the distribution of these portable incubators will be in 5 states. And I think we will see the difference in just few months. Another intervention SAPA is involved in is providing CPAP. So we just received 32 CPAP devices, just awaiting custom clearance. These CPAP devices are donated by one of the professors at Harvard University. He made a simple device, CPAP, bubble CPAP machine, which significantly reduced respiratory distress and mortality in units. So we have 32 devices which will be distributed in 5 states in 8 health facilities. And I think doing these 2 interventions will see very good outcome in just months. And also, I think providing very good training, which SAPA is doing, will reduce mortality by doing these interventions.
Thank you, Dr. Yasser. Thank you for showing us what is the current situation right now in the neonatal units. And we really appreciate everything you're doing there for our kids in Sudan. Okay. Now I would like to move to Dr. Anmar Hameda. I would like him to let us know what is the scale of this crisis and how that why it's happening across all the country. So I'm gonna start with you, Dr. Anmar, about the data. So what is what data do we have in the neonatal mortality trend before the conflict and after the conflict? Do we have any? Yeah.
Thank you so much again for highlighting such an important topic to discuss on. And I just wanted to clarify, the aspects of neonatal death cannot be um, properly tackled without also talking about the maternal health as well and the overall, pregnancy cycle. Including the antenatal care part, the intrapartum part, and also the post natal part as well. So, building on this, unfortunately, the numbers on Sudan's neonatal death were really huge. According to UNICEF and other UN agencies, just prior to the war, I mean, in the year of 2023, we are talking about a range between 25 to 29 mortality deaths among 1,000 newborn birth in Sudan. And this is what we call it the neonatal mortality rate in a scientific manner, which is quite huge in terms of comparing it with the other regional countries, nearby countries, and the sub-Saharan region, and also in the IMRO region, which is the Eastern Mediterranean and North Africa region as well. So building on that, yes, there were continuous improvements in terms of dealing with this crisis, but unfortunately, these improvements were not enough in providing a comprehensive look for this issue in Sudan. Adding to that, also the regional complexity, because when you see these numbers are properly different between each region in Sudan. Darfur region, Kordofan regions, the new southern part of Sudan in the Blue Nile states is totally different than, for example, what was happening inside Khartoum or other eastern part and northern part of Sudan. So the regional differences are quite important in terms of tackling this issue. The last important aspect is also the continuous health system stress that was happening in the peripheries. And unfortunately, right now, this is what I'm gonna allude to right now. So after the war, unfortunately, we don't know exactly what's happening because of most of these facilities that we are reporting the neonatal death are right now either out of service or don't have the ability to report because of the different difficulties that health workers were dealing with. But the good thing, we have some sort of proxy data right now. So one of the recent reports that has been published by MSF, reflecting the neonatal suffering inside Niala and Kas. And this is really very sensitive indicator when you were specifying, the main root causes of neonatal death in Sudan are actually preventable reasons. I mean, what Dr. Yasser was just mentioning, most of the death was happening, for neonates, building on the report that we saw from MSF, were actually highlighting the main reason of this is sepsis. 1 in 5 neonates were dying because of sepsis, which is a preventable reason. And actually, it's not linked only to the care that is provided inside the facility. Most of the reasons were actually linked to the antenatal care, the postpartum period, where women arrived in a very critical situation that is not feasible for humanitarian actors, for medical providers to fix. And most of these issues were actually linked to sepsis, which is directly linked to the safe access to delivery, either at home or other nearby facilities. So it's a multifaceted issue that you can't only look at it from the health facility perspective, but it's a overall holistic public health crisis.
Okay, thank you for that. I want just to ask you about the antenatal services. You already started talking about it. So, as you mentioned, we need just to understand sepsis. Here, in United States, the incidence of sepsis in all on all babies regarding the gestational age around 1%. Even if you add, like in premature, it can be up to 5%. But in Sudan, the data is showing that is close to 40. That is really significant number. And sepsis, as Dr. Anmar mentioned, that would reflect the antenatal period. Especially if it is happening in the first 3 days, that will tell you maybe the antenatal services need to do something screening, or if after that it happened, it might be also due to like lack of hygiene. So all this would lead us to other questions. So in general, I would like you to ask you just a little bit to elaborate in the antenatal services and the safety of deliveries, like in the country, how the war or the conflict affected that. Still, there is some people they have an access to these, or
I mean, like it's really difficult situation to deal with, unfortunately. I'm gonna actually start with the data period to the war, which was really also like very bad. You are talking about like more than 40% of the like the delivery services were provided by unskilled, attended by unskilled birth attendants, which is quite disastrous situation to deal with. And looking at the fact like most of these like services were provided in hard to reach areas, which is actually right now also paying the price of the poor and disrupted healthcare system in Sudan. I mean, like specifically locations like Darfur, like Kordofans are actually suffering the most. Adding to this, as Dr. Yasser was just like also highlighting, most of the tertiary care services and obstetric interventions were actually centered in the capital of Sudan, which is Khartoum, where you face like more than when you see like more than 80% of the health facilities were actually running out of service. So you can imagine the magnitude of this crisis on delivering like proper care, including access to safe obstetric services. This is also like cannot be like looked at without the aspects of providing primary healthcare services as well. Most of the data, even prior to the war, talking about less than 50% of women actually doing the 4 antenatal care visits that is required, to maintain like a safe access to delivery. And you can imagine the magnitude of this number right now. And I mean, like, the denominator is really, the denominator is really, really hard. You are talking about like more than 2 million neonates actually projected have been like born throughout like the first 18 months of the war. And in this time, also Sudan faced the most disastrous consequences on health system. So people are like, women are delivering without like, ready health system to provide, the access for them. So it's unfortunately unpredictable situation. I mean, for the amount of death that we witnessed throughout like the first 2 years of the war. And also adding to that, the amount of suffering families are facing because of the limited access to these services.
Thank you so much for answering that. So I think we're running out of time quickly. I would like you just to talk about to let us know, or what is the best intervention you think that we can do right now in order to reduce the neonatal mortality in Sudan? And a little bit, I know you are working on this project in Sudan, so you can a little bit.
So I mean, I'm gonna be quick on this, and this is what we are actually doing at SAPA. When you look about like the projects that we have, they are like massively diverse, and we are actually tackling what we call it the continuum of care. We are not talking all about, the critical services that, for example, like Dr. Yasser is leading, but we are also talking about like, the access to primary healthcare facilities. And this is where you will prevent, the reasons of having like a huge neonatal death. So if we can count the main 4 reasons of neonatal death in Sudan are actually, as Dr. Yasser said, sepsis, asphyxia, aspects of hypothermia, and malnutrition as well. I just wanted to mention this as well because we are facing dealing with a country that is most of more than 30 million of its people are actually in food insecurity issue. So you can imagine, the magnitude on this on units and as well because of their mothers, so tackling, the main red flags inside the communities through the primary healthcare facilities, the midwives, the community health workers this is where SAPA invested in the most. Adding to that, also complementing this with the health system readiness. Most of the burden actually came during the first waves of displacement to Port Sudan. And this is where we started with Dr. Yasser, to support the first neonatal unit in South Sudan after the war, which is really proud of. This work we are really proud of. And we also did the same in Northern State in Dongola. And we are expanding with the same thing to target more than 14 neonatal units as well across Sudan. The project that we are also proudly collaborating with Embrace through Alana's leadership, to provide the most high impact innovative solutions the warmer that I believe Alana gonna talk about. So we have a comprehensive look to this crisis. We are not only looking at the critical service delivery, but we are also tackling the root cause of the neonatal death, if I may say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anmar, for letting us understand what is the scale of this crisis and why it's happening across the country. Now I would like to move to Dr. Alana Sheikh to hear her global health perspective. So Miss Alana says global health is more like a lens than a field. It focuses on the linkages between the individual, communities, and nation. And I think that's really what we need to exactly in Sudan right now. Mr. Alana, we are glad to have you here and to get your global perspective on this. So based on your experience, what are the main challenges that international organizations face when trying to implement neonatal programs in environment like this or a fragile setting?
So in any complex emergency situation, this is working, right? Yeah. In any complex emergency situation, one of your big challenges actually getting the knowledge that you need to actually effectively provide solutions. And an international organization is not connected at a local level, at a community level. They don't have the relationships, they don't have the granular community by community knowledge they need to actually make sure that they're choosing programs that will succeed and to make sure that the programs are getting the support they need. For example, Embrace, we knew we wanted to respond in Sudan. And we actually knew for over a year that we wanted to respond in Sudan. And we had a donor that wanted to help us respond in Sudan, but we couldn't find a partner who seemed to have the skills and the information to actually deliver services and work to the extent possible across the country. And so finally, I realized that we needed to stop approaching this like an international organization, and we need to think like a Sudanese person. So I asked a professional colleague of mine that I'd worked with before, who would you suggest that we talk to about providing support to neonates in Sudan? And he said, you have to talk to Yasser Gabra. Dr. Gabra is going to know what you need to know. And so I did a WhatsApp call with Dr. Gabra, and he said, yes, we have a need for these warmers, and the Sudanese American Physicians Association can manage it. Because I can't do this, I'm one doctor, but the association can, and they can work across the country and they can provide the information that you need. And so that's sort of where this partnership came from. And it's also a sign, I think, of the approach that we need to be using, which is to not come in like, oh, we're an international NGO, we know all the best practices, we know everything. But you need to ask people who are there what they need, and you need to support them with that.
Thank you so much for answering the question. So also from your experience or for what you have seen or worked with are there any lessons or best practices from other regions we can implement in Sudan in order to reduce the neonatal mortality?
So I think both people who spoke before me pointed to some of the sort of clear, low-hanging fruit that you can use in these situations, because neonatal survival is an incredibly multifaceted and complicated problem. But complicated problems often have many approaches, many ways to start trying to solve them. And so there are low-cost things that are being done globally that would apply in Sudan. And I mean, I think a lot of these lessons you already know, but when you keep the mother and the baby together, you increase the baby's chance at survival. Like in a clinic, in a facility, even in an ICU, if you can keep the mother with the baby, then first of all, her ability to do skin-to-skin contact improves the child's chance at survival. And secondly, having her feel knowledgeable and empowered in her baby's health, having her feel like an expert on her baby, allows her to be constantly proactive and aware and increasing the odds of her baby's survival by being the baby's advocate, both in the healthcare facility and then at home and in the community when the baby leaves inpatient care. So keeping mothers and babies together. Excuse me, neonatal transportation, or sorry, emergency transportation, encouraging mothers to give birth at facilities. And at this point, most mothers know they should be giving birth at facilities. It's not a knowledge or awareness issue. It's literally how do they get there? And very often there are services available. There is a guy with a car who's an unofficial taxi. There's a person with a motorbike. There are ways to get there, but there's no money. Or the cost of that transport is not a priority in the household's budget, and that's not something the mother has the ability to overturn. So if you can provide either transportation or a transportation subsidy, and I'm talking $2 or $3 sometimes is all people need to be able to pay for their transportation and deliver at a healthcare facility. I mean, they're doing more complex things like having women come a couple of days in advance of their due date and like stay at special houses for expectant women. But that's a little more elaborate. You can keep it simpler, just a taxi subsidy. So people can pay for a car to take them when they go into labor, or a relationship with the taxi service where they know they'll be reimbursed at the healthcare facility if they bring in a pregnant woman. That's been very effective because if drivers know they'll be paid for bringing in pregnant women, they'll actually keep an eye on their community. They'll make it known to the women that's an option. So they become your advocates. And then coming back to sepsis and the really awful, awful sepsis numbers, making hand hygiene easy. Because providers they know hand hygiene is important, but they're busy and they're exhausted and they're overwhelmed. And, if they're in a complex situation, they're worried about their family, there's a lot going on. And so asking them to do anything complicated around hand hygiene is going to fall on the wayside. So you want to make hand hygiene really, really easy. Sometimes people use those like standalone portable sinks to make hand washing easy, access to alcohol rub, hand sanitizer, but just anything that makes that kind of hygiene simple improves neonatal survival. And then finally, we've seen some of our partners coming onto the market. You see a lot of different kinds of medical wrap for neonates to keep them warm, like sort of a plastic wrap. And we had a partner in Zambia who said that they looked at the prices of the neonatal plastic wrap. And then they looked at what it was actually made of and the material safety. And they started buying plastic bags from the bazaar. And they're using plastic bazaar bags to maintain heat in neonates, to wrap them in the plastic and then the blanket if they don't have access to a warmer. Now, we're hoping to provide enough warmers that doesn't have to happen.
Oh, I hope so. I hope so. Yeah, thank you for answering that. I think you pointed also to a very important concept, which is skin to skin. It was called kangaroo mother care, and it was used before. And it's basically just putting the baby to mother skin, and they found that this is really regulate the body temperature, and also it helped improving decreasing the neonatal mortality, especially in preterm baby until they get help. And so also like sometimes we see when the international organization they come in, they might solve the problem, and but unfortunately, as soon as they leave, the system sometimes can collapse because I guess the linkages also are not sustained. So that will lead us to a question about the partnership. What do you think? What kind of partnership you think that we could be useful in making these interventions sustainable in an environment like Sudan or fragile setting?
So to be completely honest with you, I am of two different minds about sustainability. Because sometimes I think we start worrying about long-term sustainability and it becomes decision paralysis, and then we don't do anything because it doesn't seem sustainable. So sometimes I think that we just need to get in there and start helping, right? Like if we save 100 babies this year, maybe it's not sustainable the next year, but we saved those babies this year. So sometimes I think you have to start. But that's where we come into partnership, right? Like you start in partnership. You start talking with local organizations. You start working with local facilities and local providers. So certainly, don't build a field hospital if you can support an existing hospital. Don't run a parallel program if you can strengthen a program that's already there. So know your local landscape and work within it and work to strengthen it instead of creating your own thing. And that can be a little bit slower, but that's worth it, right? Over the long haul, that makes a difference. But at the same time, I think that we do sometimes sit here on stages with our microphones and argue about sustainability when really we should just be doing something because it's important to get started.
Thank you so much. I think we're running out of time, but I think the floor now is open for questions. Please keep it brief.
Thank you very much. My question to Dr. Yasser Jebra. I think around 2016, Irish Aid introduced a program called Helping Babies Breathe. That is a very effective program in reducing neonatal asphyxia and mortality. If it is not still there active, I think it will be an opportunity for SAPA to try to introduce this and reactivate this Helping Babies Breathe. Very simple and like a simulation. And I think you can go online and find it. If you want more details after the session, I can just give you some more details about it. Thank you.
Yeah, this program is still functioning. So, but they train only 5,000 midwives, and their target was like 30,000, a huge number. So the number is less. You see, the targeted midwives is less than what was planned. So, but still the program is there.
Yes, he said that the program is there, and yeah, there. Okay. The question, Dr. Yasser Jabra, is the program need funds or is running, or if SAPA is going to?
I think it needs funding to approach more. You see, to expand the program.
Yeah, I think yeah, you pointed really a good point and very important point, and this program is very helpful in reducing mortality and reducing also the birth asphyxia as the most common cause. We need skilled birth attendants. We need to work on this program because.
So if I just may add, like on the SAPA part specifically, so what we are doing right now is merely like utilizing the different avenues of resources that we might have, including like the unrestricted fund we are receiving, adding to that also cultivating from the different UN agencies and other partnerships with like international philanthropies in a way that could like complement a comprehensive, intervention, whether it was like training aspects, service delivery aspects, also community support, including like the aspects of referral that like Alana was talking about, which is really an important intervention in such like, like special like cases of providing like such emergency intervention on real time, capacity. And this is 100% something that we will be really curious to learn more about, Dr. Yasser, and 100% also ready to invest in. Cultivating on the skills of, skilled human resources, including midwives, is very important for us in terms of shifting the task, of what was provided by mainly doctors to be provided by other, assisting cadre. Looking at the fact, like, we are dealing with a huge brain drain for most of the, medical providers currently was already residing in Sudan. So it's very strategic, like intervention for us to consider 100%, and we can follow this 100%. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Sarah Musa. Thank you all for this very important discussion. I'm working in the public health field, and this is kind of, like hearing about neonatal mortality in Sudan, and definitely maternal mortality is kind of alarming. These rates are very alarming, and the work SAPA is doing now is great, but I think the root cause of neonatal mortality and perinatal mortality would, as many of you mentioned earlier, comes from antenatal care and preventing, like having those mothers get very good antenatal care and having access to like good birthing services. So I was just thinking of like what we're doing now is kind of like an emergency or crisis intervention. But I was thinking, like, if this war stopped like now, what is the broader like plan that SAPA and other organizations can have to stop that very high rate of neonatal and perinatal and maternal mortality? As part of my medical school, which is Ahfad University, I have worked and we have been in the community in Sudan, and I have seen child death, like maternal mother, what do we call? Like they were like 14, 13 years old, dying because they could not reach a hospital to have safe birth. And at that time, which was like the 90s or early 2000s, Dait al-Habl still existed, which is really sad. I don't know if it still does exist or not, but I am sure it does because of the large health disparities that we have in Sudan. I'm sure like we have a huge health disparity, and now it's getting worse with the war and the displacement of the healthcare workforce. So whatever we can do to help reduce this disparity would be great. I was like looking into training of nurse midwives to help get like in-home antenatal care. Also training, I don't know what the community role of community health workers or CHW, that's what we have right now here in the US. CHWs, they connect the community and the people to the healthcare services, and they would have a very big role if we can work on that. And that needs also like training and, to invest in that part, like community health workers. So I know it's a big work to do, but we need to get started, as someone mentioned here. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you for your comments.
So I might start with answering. What do you think?
I think we are just
We
running out
have
of time.
like,
Can
you
you
know,
just
30 seconds.
can you just brief
Yeah,
brief quick
100%. So
for you 30
I
seconds?
just wanted to say like we are dealing with this as a public health emergency. Since we start our work as SAPA was actually in a maternity hospital, and people forgot about this. Dr. Safa, like in a Saudi hospital, this is one of the first hospitals SAPA supported. So you can see, you know, the level of awareness that we have on like, you know, the maternity care must be like comprehensive in a way that could provide a healthy life for her and also the child that's gonna come in the unit that gonna come. So what we are providing right now is directly building on what you just described. So we have like the direct service delivery. We are maintaining the access, which what Alana was mentioning. So you can't think a lot. You must maintain the access for these services first. Adding to that, also you must train the cadre with different like the training needs, including medical providers. I believe also Mazen gonna talk about it later on, but we also providing like neonatal fellowship with the Sudanese Medical Specialization Board as well. So you can see, you know, the holistic approach of how SAPA is dealing with this crisis in an indirect and indirect way, in a way that could facilitate, you know, the aspects of not only providing humanitarian services, but also facilitating the development work for the future. You know, any sustainable like work needs also like political stability. And this is the real issue that we really need to tackle as Sudanese, you know, to maintain like a peaceful arrangements for people to start like shaping, you know, the kind of such sensitive interventions to be secured for the future. And thank you.
Ms. Alana, you have 30 seconds if you want to add anything.
So I think that to the extent possible, you need to harmonize your emergency response work with a sense that the emergency will end and you want your investments to last. So we're seeing very high neonatal morbidity and mortality rates right now because of the conflict and the impacts of the conflict. But the rates of premature delivery are not going to go down when the conflict ends. Globally, we're seeing a rise in prematurity, possibly linked to climate change. So even when things get better in Sudan, we're still going to need care for premature infants. We're still going to need to be ready for complicated deliveries. So I think the answer is to always think about what are we doing that helps now, but also how do we invest in the system that's going to be there in 10 years and 20 years. And thank you, Dr. Gabra, because you're part of that.
Thank you. I just want to add that, yeah, like prematurity, as you said, its complication is just a leading cause everywhere. And we don't expect that to happen like, you know, soon, unless the OB, they come with, they're really doing great job, like in reducing this. They have the vaginal progesterone, the cerclage, all this will help to reduce the mortality, the incidence of premature labor, but still there. And I guess the day they find the solution for that, we as a neonatologist, we should look for other jobs. So I'm really grateful to our speakers for their powerful insight and for the audience for their engagement. The rising in neonatal mortality is not just a health crisis. I guess it is a moral one. You see that the majority of these deaths are preventable. Okay, let this session just be a call to action to protect the healthcare infrastructure, to prioritize maternal neonatal health in the humanitarian aid, and also to ensure that even in a crisis setting, every single newborn deserves the best chance to survive and thrive and not to be forgotten. Yeah, I don't know what the future holds, but I believe that with our hard work, determination, and collaboration between the local teams in Sudan, the diaspora, and our global partners, definitely we can secure better future for our newborn and children in Sudan. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to that panel for illuminating the path forward in maternal and newborn health. With everything spoken about in mind, but also looking forward into the future, a crucial question arises. How do we continue to train the next generation of healthcare providers when medical schools are closed, hospitals are damaged, and students are displaced? Our next session introduces an innovative response to this crisis, a new initiative for sustainable medical education, even in times of conflict. Dr. Mazen Khalid will moderate this groundbreaking discussion with panelists Dr. Ihab Tarawa, Professor Iman Mahmoud, and with Dr. Sarah Ibrahim Abdel Jalil and Dr. Muhammad Hassan joining us virtually. This is about a lot more than just education. It's about ensuring Sudan has the healthcare workforce it will need for recovery and rebuilding years down the line. Please welcome our session 4 panel.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your patience today, and we've been moving along the schedule. I couldn't have asked for a better introduction. I think the previous panel discussion gave me the perfect segue to this part of the presentations. And my name is Mazen Khalid. I'm the Career Office Director. I'm part of the Board of Directors at SAPA. And as we all know, SAPA is a professional organization at core that have a very strong humanitarian arm. We are very proud and pleased to be with you here, and I'm very happy to introduce my panelists. Before I do that, I'm a big geek when it comes to, comics. And I jokingly said I have the Avengers when it comes to medical education in conflict. So I'm going to start first by introducing the session. It's going to be about pioneering sustainable health education in Sudan, a new initiative for times of crisis. And the reason that this session is important is that during conflicts, humanitarian response leads the effort while educational aspects remain severely underfunded. And this leads to significant gaps which affect stakeholders, careers, and morale. And it leads to brain drain. We have a lot of migration of qualified healthcare workers, and it also impacts medical schools, and those are the healthcare workers of the futures. So today we will explore how we can advance medical education amidst conflict in Sudan. We will be focusing on innovation, sustainability, and resilience, and we will discuss how training can remain agile and continuous even under the most challenging conditions. I'm going to start by introducing Professor Iman Ahmed Mahmoud. She's a professor of pathology and director of global health program at Turu University in California. She's a former member of SAPA's board of directors and secretary of consortium of Pan-African Medical Diaspora, and also a member of the Medical Education and Research Strengthening Initiative. It's a collaborative effort that was, SAPA was also part of the founding of this initiative, and they work very closely with the Sudan Medical Specialization Board to strengthen postgraduate training and enhance research capacity. Next, I have Dr. Ihab Tarawa. Professor Ihab Tarawa is a consultant of acute care medicine at SOPA University Hospital and professor of medicine at University of Khartoum. He serves as the director of SOPA Training and Examination Center and is the former Secretary General of the Sudan Medical Specialization Board. Dr. Ihab has played a central role in shaping postgraduate training systems, strengthening assessment frameworks, and advancing acute and emergency care education. His leadership has been critical in maintaining continuity in training and examination at Sudan's largest teaching hospital during years of instability. Online joining us, hailing from the UK, is Dr. Sarah Ibrahim Abdel Jalil. She's a Sudanese-British pediatrician and the lead for pediatric allergy in Norfolk in UK. She's a fellow of the Royal College of Pediatricians in Child Health with advanced training in pediatrics, immunology, allergy, and infectious disease. and she holds Master of Tropical Pediatrics with distinction from Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. She currently leads several impactful initiatives, including the Academy of Medicine Education During Conflict, using simulation-based training to sustain medical education, and also played an integral role in telemedicine view meta platforms. Next, I have Dr. Mohammed Hassan Taha. Dr. Mohammed Hassan Taha serves as the Director of the Medical Education Center at the University of Sharjah. He serves as the Director of the Middle Eastern Region Office in the Network Towards Unity for Health, and he's the Chair of Postgraduate Committee at the International Association of Medical Education. Dr. Mohammed has contributed to many national initiatives during the war through Avcina Health Institute, and he will be sharing them with us today. He's also a fellow of the International Association of Medical Education. So after those introduction, obviously we're going to start with the obvious, and I think the perfect person will be Dr. Ihab Tarawa to tell us about the situation of training and how the war have impacted the training.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. First, I would like to thank SAPA partners, SAPA community, and SAPA leadership. I came from Soba University Hospital. It is the second hospital to start operating after the war in South Khartoum. SAPA enabled us by establishing solar system. With that, we were able to run the outpatient clinic and the lab service. And with that, we are able to serve community in South Khartoum, plus giving laboratory service. And now we are training some of the students of University of Khartoum, Faculty of Medicine. Thank you to all the community. So it's a glimmer of hope that we can move and start the recovery journey. The situation of medical education in Sudan, it was muddy even before the war. I tell you, there is almost 192 medical, dental, and pharmacy schools. 50% of them are in Khartoum. More than 50 are private schools. The capacity is more than the ability of the health system to accommodate them. For example, the Ministry of Health is able to train around maybe maximum 6,000 house officers per year. Now the graduates are more than 12,000. The same is applicable to dental and pharmacy students. And I don't know exact situation about the nursing and laboratory science students. With this humongous number of schools, there was deficiency in teacher initially. Like you find a teacher going between different schools and running, and some of them, they travel to state and teach a course maybe in 10 to 15 days. In addition, the hospital cannot accommodate. Some of those schools, they used to call patient and have discussion in office. And with that, we lose the context-based learning. With the war, I think I would like here to the job done by Yasir Jebra and other physicians who stayed there. They did excellent work. They established service. I think Yasir, he went to Madani and then Dongola and now Port Sudan. I escaped with many other physicians. I took my family to Cairo and then I moved to Juba, hoping that the war will end, but the same happened. Like I tell you, brief statistic about my hospital, Soba. I have around 12 consultant to around 200 consultant specialists. Around 50 to 60% are staff of Faculty of Medicine. And I have around 140 contracted specialists and consultants. When we started the recovery, I have only 2 consultants to help. This is applicable to many health facilities and many medical schools. So the first thing, the damage that happened to all facilities, and it was mentioned in the previous sessions, in addition to the displacement and migration of the staff. Even students, they migrate to different place, and they have, some of them are in place where they cannot have a mentor or a teacher to teach them. My daughter was graduated as a dentist. She was lucky because we moved to Cairo, but even that was very tough. Her tuition fees was around $200 per year, but when we moved to Cairo, we have to spend close to $5,000 for her to finish one semester. She's lucky she got these resources, but her friend, she was in Sinnar. She was not able to find a mentor to teach her. She has to travel to another city, and she need to find resources. During this war, I teach my student emergency medicine course. We did it like part of it we did online. Some of the students, they have to move for almost 40 minutes, 1 hour to go to Shendi or a Damer to get a source of internet. And they have to pay to make a share so that they can buy a share in Starlink so they can download the lecture and they can access the assessment. So the displacement fragmented and shattered the health system, the health education, and there was no a national leadership or a national community curriculum to help and aid in the recovery. The story is long, but I think so that we can move with the session. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor Ihab. And I think what you said leads us directly to Muhammad Hassan, because his work with Afsina pertains to that gap in medical education and the displacement of students and so forth. Muhammad, can you please shed a light on what is the situation and how are schools adapting to the current war and crisis?
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Mazin, Prof. Ihab, and Fiman for starting these sessions and for the opportunity to be part here. I'd like to continue discussion based on what Professor Ihab started. Actually, the situation of medical education in Sudan some sort of fragility context. If we talk from fragility perspective in terms of the low resource setting and so on. Unfortunately, the armed conflict has led to worsening the situations. But despite of the challenge that we have faced, considering our uniqueness as Sudanese, there are some initiatives that has been raised with this armed conflicts, through which some of the medical and health sciences school could manage to continue their learning. And the initiative that we have led by Avicenna Health Institute managed to support the educations of some medical schools in some countries, including the United Arab Emirates and including Oman and Egypt and so on. And this partnership has been based on the concepts of the partnership for public purposes models, through which we managed to train some medical students with the collaboration of some medical schools here, with the collaboration with the diaspora, and also with the collaboration with some local faculty located outside. Similarly, some efforts has been made to continue conduction of the Sudan Medical Council exam. We used to support the Sudan Medical Council exam through running of the 3 exams in August 2024, January 2025, and recently the exam in 2020 in November. And finally, also we managed to support some universities for the master's program in health profession education. We do believe that we need to put our hand together as a diaspora in supporting this program. We worked basically based on the African Ubuntu approach. I am here because we are. Again, I think this is a very hard lesson, but I think also at the same time we can look at the bright side of these hard lessons. We have a resilience. We can survive, and we can hopefully we can thrive, inshallah, in the near future.
Inshallah. So next I'll move to you, Professor Iman, and we're going to talk about mercy and the situation. I know it started as a small seed to help a small cohort, and it has bloomed into a full-fledged teaching initiative for the postgraduate physicians. So if you can walk us through the process.
شكرا دكتور مازن. First, allow me to thank SAPA and the audience for inviting me and for coming to this conference. MERS or Mercy began as a collaborative effort between the Sudanese Medical Specialization Board, SAPA, and the Sudanese Pediatric Research Work Group and the Sudanese Pediatric Association. And initially we were targeting the residents or the graduates, doctors in the council. But later on it expanded, especially after war, it expanded to include all healthcare workers on the front line. So we were fortunate, quote unquote, to work within during the pre-conflict and post-conflict as well, during the conflict. And our fifth cohort is going to begin on the 29th of November. So some of you might wonder why research in this time. Research during conflict is actually a very, very valuable skill. It's a very important component of medical education. And taking into consideration the vulnerability of Sudan and the whole of the region in Africa to conflict, to climate change, to crisis, it is important to find out what works and what doesn't work. It is important to validate also all our humanitarian work and to identify the best practice during such times of crisis. What I am going to focus on at the moment is to just point out to some of the things that facilitated our work and empowered us and made us deliver, but also some of the things that were clearly we identified that they are major obstacles and something that we would like to focus in the future. So going through the conflict time or during the time of war made us to, we were able to actually kind of embrace flexible models. Yani we moved from Zoom to WhatsApp to Telegram, and we moved back and forth. So the agility allowed us to overcome the technical issues regarding the technology. Another thing, provision of platforms like we began working with Abyssinia, Canvas-like platforms, and then we were able to switch to Google Drives. So this agility actually is very important to consider in situations like which are like simmering, like what we are going through right now in Sudan. Another thing is that we were able also to switch to change the curriculum to some extent while preserving its credibility. to change it into case-based and problem-based curriculum during conflict, especially with the with the healthcare workers working on the front line in the hospital of Al Buluk during conflict. So that switch was necessary during war time because it was quite, it was quite challenging to go through these uncertain circumstances, continuous bombing and so forth of the area. Resources provided by SAPA organizations were very quite helpful. Support for the awards, for example, that provided incentives and so forth. And finally, the commitment of the buy-in of the Sudanese Medical Specialty Board. So these were very important factors. And I want also to take the opportunity at this here platform to thank the small team of Mercy in their commitment throughout the the past 3 years. The challenges, do I have time for 2 minutes?
Let's move on.
Okay, that's good. That's good then. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Iman. Next, we're going to move to Sarah. Sarah, I was very astonished by the amount of work that you guys have done introducing simulation-based training in Sudan. And I would like for you to share what you have done before the war and how you have pivoted after the war.
اوكي طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. مساء الخير أو صباح الخير أينما أنتم. Thank you very much for SAPA. Thank you Dr. Mazin and thank you Professor Ihab for the opportunity. أنا برضه أتشرف أكون مع Professor إيمان ودكتور محمد. I think the work that has been done have been started before the war, and there was a lot of discussion with Professor Ihab and others about how already there is the base, there is the skills in Sudan, but how can we move further with simulation-based education? At that time, the aims and I would say the objectives were different, but then after the war, we had to rethink and modify how can we use digital education differently with all of the challenges that we can talk about later. Sadly, with conflicts, the story can mimic each other. So personally, I'm sure quite a few of your audience and your team have been involved in medical education in other different areas of conflicts like Ukraine, Gaza, Syria, Afghanistan. And you can see and you can understand that during the conflict and then during the recovery. And you need a system that can work on both, I would say, areas until there is a restructure. And that sadly will take a long time. But I would like to allude to what a previous speaker have mentioned in the previous session, that if you only think about sustainability, then you become paralyzed and you just have to start. So what we have done was a work of partnership, and I do believe in partnership. And I think colleagues in SAPA, we have worked during the COVID-19 pandemic all together transnationally. It's really important. And the work that we have done, basically, we have modified and wrote a training program specifically for Sudan using the NHS England simulation-based education training. And that was reviewed by the Sudan Medical Specialization Board led by Professor Sherfi, the academic secretary, who always ربنا يديه العافية demonstrated how responsive leadership can be during conflict. And accordingly, there are 400 at the moment simulation-based education facilitators from Sudan. As well, I think part of the discussion was that simulation-based education is not only about highly advanced technology centers, which is a wrong concept. And the other concept that we believe in and we have filtered, in different academic institutions, that medical education can be a humanitarian tool. So we focused on training of emergency cases in all specialties. So far at the moment, we are so proud that we have 3,000 learners The majority, I would say 2,000, maybe undergraduate, 1,000 postgraduate. We are working with 14 medical schools. They're all public schools because we know that the students cannot move and outside Sudan, or even if they go outside Sudan, they cannot pay for private tuition. And we have two excellent case studies, which I will end here by mentioning them. One is Ahfad University. They have an accredited program, has been running for the last 2 years. And we have the obstetrics and gynecology led by Professor Duriya Reyes that have accredited hours for the trainees in simulation-based education. And we have delivered as well some of the training in Uganda to the refugees medical students. I think overall this program, when it started, it was, focused idea. Then there are a lot of branches, but all of this expansion came to colleagues from Sudan, the educators, the students themselves, and they have they are now leading this program. And I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I'm very proud of all my colleagues on the podium and online for all the work that they have done. And at SAPA, we also believe in the core mission of spreading the medical education, for which we've been working, whether with workshops, hands-on experience that included hands-on training for point-of-care ultrasound, GI, nephrology, neurosurgery. There was a lot of hands-on that happened in Sudan, but we also have a health educator in Sudan who's an employee at SAPA and help provide regular lectures to various healthcare workers, not only physicians, and with community members, of course. And as Anmar touched base, we have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry of Health, by which SAPA is going to fund the full training of 8 pediatricians in the field of neonatal ICU in Egypt. And those, once they finish their training, are going to return to Sudan. They will be divided in different states, and they will be basically the trainers of the future to spread the knowledge. Apart from that, obviously, we have missions that's been going on, but we're very proud to announce, I know Professor Ihab have reached out, and we're working on a very strong initiative. We have a concept note already. We're calling it Sudan Institute of Health Advancement. And it's going to be a major funnel, a hub where we can all work together to advance the medical education and create a sustainable solution. You guys have heard about all the wonderful work that's being done. And I think we can complement each other nicely. The platform, I'm going to give Professor Ihab the chance to talk about it, but at its core, it's going to be a mean to standardize training by online solutions where we have pre and post tests. We provide materials, and that can be later complemented by simulation-based training. It can be complemented by research curriculum, and it can also be of service to medical schools, which includes soft skills, breaking bad news, and so forth. I know Professor Ihab had the experience of dealing with this before, so can you please tell us about the idea and the previous experience?
Well, we know the situation, but the good thing, we have the resources. And if we look among ourselves, we see Prof. Iman with her team. They are doing a very good job in research. Sarah, they are doing in simulation. Dr. Muhammad, he was collaborating a lot in many master and degree of medical education in Sudan Medical Specialization Board, in Jazeera. So the diaspora is rich. During my journey, I moved to Sudan in 2009, and I found that working in medical service, medical education, and also I was working there in charity, Sadagat charity organization. I found the 3 difficult tasks are collaboration, coordination, and orchestrating. These are the difficult tasks. We have the know-how, we have the technical capacity, we have our communities, we have our partners. And if we move forward to take the initiative and create a body that can help those with initiative and with program have good partnership with local body in Sudan, then we can have success. As mentioned by Prof. Iman, the success of her team was dependent on the collaboration with the pediatrician there. I see Dr. Abbas here, and I think we had a very good experience from 2013 till 2018. He introduced the fundamental critical care support for adult and pediatrics and disaster support. So they used to come twice a year for 2 to 3 years, and then they created local faculty, and then they were working to create a training for nurses and respiratory therapists. So the key is to have engaged and committed local partner. Then we can get whatever we have through them. Ultimately, we can benefit our student, our frontline provider, and our patient. I know it is a big vision, but we have the capability if we can accommodate each other and if we can move it forward through those in the ground and frontline.
Well said, Professor Ihab. And I think it's very important to have the stakeholder buy-in. When we have the director of one of the largest education institutions in Sudan and collaborating with other hospitals with the rebuilding efforts, it's an important stepping stone that we can build on. And I think it also helps us work in unison and build on the successes that the others have so we don't have to reinvent the wheel individually. I'm gonna move to you, Mohammed, since we had you speak before, and I want you to speak about threats and opportunities in 2 minutes. What do you think are the threats to medical education? What do you think are the opportunities going forward?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'd like to, first of all to start with opportunity, being positive, and I'd like to echo on to what Dr. Sarah mentions, basically about the partnerships, and also Professor Ihab. I think we have very good assets, we have very good opportunity, we have very important strengths in terms of the resource that we have, in terms of even our uniqueness in response to this crisis compared to the global crisis. So I think this is very good opportunity that we have. So we can build on that. One of the serious threatenings that threatening medical education in Sudan, as I spoke early, we had fragile context before the armed conflict, and this fragile context has been worsening with these armed conflicts. If we don't interfere in a right way, this fragility will be continue. And we suggest to use here the system thinking approach. We have recently developed a model using system thinking approach. Unfortunately, this model actually in alignment with what we are discussing now. And we found that the vicious cycle of the problem in Sudan, particularly post the conflict, is the brain drain and the displacement of the faculty. And after analyzing the system, this fragile system, we found that in order to overcome this problem, actually we need to strengthen technology, we need to strengthen partnership loop, and I think we are in agreement now that with this, we need to expand the curriculum flexibility, and I think Professor Ihab talked early about that. And finally, we need to maintain curriculum integration and social accountability. This is the analysis of the fragile context in Sudan. So I think now we are in this symposium in the right way. We need to build together in enhancing this partnership. Otherwise, because we already have a fragile context and the armed conflict worsening the situations, this will be a very serious threatening.
Thank you, Mohammed. I couldn't agree with you more. And next, I'm going to move to Professor Iman to tell us about the lessons learned and the stakeholder feedback that you're getting. Because as you said earlier, people always think of education as something secondary in time of crisis. But I want you to tell us about the impact you're seeing from the trainees who are on the ground.
Thank you. In fact, what actually kept us running throughout the past 3 years was the feedback that we got from the participants. One of the one of the things that we learned and we gained as coordinators and executors of the project was that we were able to be good mentors. The mental health and the status of the participants were quite obvious as we were going through the course. The need for encouragement, the need for support, the one-on-one advices. This made us actually, very better human beings, but also we realized that that we have to create more learning communities. We have to support the well-being. There was a conference in Senegal a month ago, and one of the orthopedic surgeons, Senegalese orthopedic surgeons, he said, "Thank you for making it possible for me to stay and serve my country." And I think that's actually a very important message, is that how can we make it possible and a good environment for those who are in Sudan right now working. And I think these are going to be the first who will build Sudan. So we need to target this. The other thing was also the ability of us to decentralize our project, and so to include other people, participants from all over the states. So this can be also a lesson that whatever we are going to do, whatever intervention we will do, we try as much as possible to decentralize it. And that was a very big and important message from the SAPA Rwanda conference. And we saw that working when the swift response through with Madani when Khartoum collapsed. So this is another also challenge and also a lesson that we learned.
Thank you very much, Professor Iman, for sharing. And I think this puts things into perspective. Sarah, I'm going to ask you a little bit of a different question. I was very intrigued by hearing about the training, the trainer model. And I think you and Professor Ihab have been doing this for a long time. I'm going to ask you to talk to us about what you're hearing as feedback. What do you think that you would have done differently? And I'm going to save the last question that we're going to touch on later. So just so you don't, burn your answer, the last question is going to be about how you guys think we should retain cadre in Sudan. So let's first start by your model of training the trainers.
So at the beginning, it was very difficult because we started immediately after the war erupted, and displacement, the security situation, the uncertainty, and the engagement obviously would have been affected because people, first, safety was the priority. But I was amazed by colleagues, by my own professors that taught me that how they were committed and being involved and being active in this program. Building a SBE faculty immediately and then inviting others to join. And then I understood why there was this, in good engagement. So as I said, we have reached now 400 SBE facilitators, because the feedback that we received is this program was a healing process. We came together at and still time of difficulties, of conflict, to support each other in a positive way. Even if we are in different parts of the world, we still felt like there is something that will unite us so we can work. And the program, alhamdulillah, has developed and changed, and we welcome all of the feedback that we have received to modify a program that suits Sudanese educators. The second part, I think, which is important and amazing, that some of these facilitators, some of them, they build what we call the simulation-based education family, the SBE family. And the SBE family managed with these sort of trainers that they have unified your undergraduate training. So as I'm speaking now to you, there is a training going on. It's weekly, where you are an undergraduate. You will come from any university to attend the session. And so to overcome the difficulty on a unified curriculum during conflict, because I know medical educators who have concerns about the term unified curriculum. So I think there was significant commitment from the educators, as well as the innovation came from within Sudan, from understanding the challenges, the difficulties, the differences, and try to overcome the differences. I always see our role in our academy now, Academy of Medical Education during conflict, it's an CIC, is to support our colleague in Sudan. There were no sort of financial incentives, or the only incentive that we got from the International Organization of Migration, the IOM, was to get the Zoom, maybe subscription, and some of the platforms. At the moment, we are moving further about reviewing the curriculum. So we have new modules that we have developed, and the process is ongoing. I just want to mention last thing, that this work, the Dynamo, or the coordinator, Dr. Zainab Hamid, she is a pediatrician who fled the war from Sudan. But I think Zainab, with her positive attitude and her commitment and her ability in coordination, she supported the trainers in reading the materials, in attending and reminding them, in getting the feedback, in going back and repeating some of the sessions. So it came with a commitment, and I think we all wanted to be together and for something to hold us together at such difficult time.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah. You know, it's a very rich discussion that we're having, and I'm glad we're having this discussion on a platform that we can share with the members and get engagement from our own membership and people in diaspora. Due to the time, I'm going to ask you guys to keep the next answer a little bit on the shorter side so we can give some chances for questions and answers. But I'm going to start with you, Professor Ihab. You know, what do you think we should do to try to retain cadre? I know for us, we have high satisfaction rate with our employees and we have good retention rate, but I know it's a loaded question and, you know, it's unfair to ask you to give it in a short duration of time, but let's do our best.
Okay, I think this is a very difficult and challenging question. Brain drain is a big problem and it will continue. But there are many motivating factors. Before the war, I used to train some instructor and they stay with me for 3 years. This is like from 2009 till 2015, 16. Then I recognize that their half-life is 18 months. So we have to change the model. So we have to be very adaptive. So quick training. Sometimes the trainer could be a single task. He could be a trainer in a single task, but at the end you need a senior expert to make the global or the final look. We can get the young trainer motivated by coupling the activities and training with some of the national program, like the national service. Later on, when we are established, we need to create a pathway through the Ministry of Health, but this is beyond our capability. But if we have a successful output, they will buy in. And meanwhile, as a short solution, linking the activity with some incentive, it doesn't need to be financial, but a subscription to some online courses or free attendance of some conferences and so on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Ihab. Mohammed, what do you think, could be done to retain? I know you guys have been working with doctors who had to migrate due to war, but you still managed to retain some of them to provide medical education. So can you tell us what you think would help?
Yeah, I strongly agree with Professor Ihab that because for the time being, we need to unite as to coordinate all partnerships and collaborations in terms of training. This is very important, motivating. We need to put our hand together to support at least making a reasonable workplace environment. This is very important thing that we need to work for the hospitals, for the offices, for the any related workplace. We need also to work together and not forget a very important thing that considering the well-being of our colleagues, the doctors, they are working in a very difficult situations. So considering their well-being of the doctors, of the trainee, this is very important. I'd like, if you allow me, also to emphasize on the importance of advancing the social accountability for the institutes and the social accountability of the practitioners for the time being. To summarize what I'm saying, we need to mobilize the existing resource to support our colleague in Sudan with environment that can help them to continue working and to continue providing the services.
Okay, thank you, Mohammed. Now we're going to come to you, Professor Iman, and we're going to ask you what do you think we can do to retain them, and maybe giving the work that you're doing in research, what can we do to give them a better educational experience, or to give them the ability to feel the satisfaction doing their job and they're advancing their careers at the same time.
It's working. As I said before, tackling their well-being is a very important, and we saw that in the research supervision. There was a strategy that was done by Ethiopia about several years ago when Tedros was the Minister of Health. It was flood, train, and retain. And I think to keep healthcare workers working within Ethiopia. And I think we can start flooding and in a decentralized manner, in a curriculum, or using a curriculum that is adapted and well suitable for our constantly changing environment. And this is, in fact, this is a sort of the changing our challenges into opportunities, creating new models that fit a reality which is sadly going to be most likely the reality of Africa, with constant disasters and simmering wars. This is one way. Another thing is creating, as we said, small professional developments, opportunities for people who are working on the ground, and accepting the fact that instead of 3 years revolving door, we are going to have 18-month revolving door. And that's why the necessity of creating a suitable curriculum, content-wise and delivery-wise, to those who are in such circumstances. And lastly, coordinate and or collaborate. We can all work solo, but in a coordinated way, or we can all come together, like the success we had with SIMS. And we should not forget our neighbors, the African, because when the war came in Sudan, we spilled into our neighbors. And so regional coordination, our presence in the African sandlot is very important.
Thank you, Professor Iman. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And this would move me to you, Dr. Asara. You have the upper hand in this, given the fact that when you guys train a trainer, usually you retain them with you to train the next generation and so forth. So, tell us about what do you believe will help keep people motivated, engaged, and wanting to participate and have a stake in this?
To feel that they are part of the work, and they are involved in designing the work to see the impact. And this is what we see and hear from the students. There are some students from their lessons over the weekend. They said the next day when they went to Saudi hospital, they saw a lady with preeclampsia, so they remembered and they knew what to do and when to stop and how to call for help. So seeing the impact, being part of developing and designing it. As a diaspora working with our colleagues in Sudan, we are only supporters and they are leading the work. They know the context. But I think the important aspect is to see as well the career progression. So even during a time of even recovery phase, you will feel like you are rebuilding your country and you are contributing. That should be in a safe, secure space with, I would say, the leadership will make a difference because we are always looking for a leader who will invest in health and education, and not only medical education, interprofessional education. It's hard time that we as well work together with different aspects from nurses and other colleagues. And as Professor Iman said, the concept of decentralization, equity to health. So I think if every person of us felt like they're part of the journey, they will contribute to that journey. And they will feel that their voice is heard and their contribution is valued and respected. And I hope that what happened in Sudan, the disaster, the crisis, will make us learn a lesson that we need each other. And we have to work with each other. And we all have something to contribute and to give. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I mean, this is a very rich and beautiful discussion, and I think this is going to be the seed for something big and great, inshallah. To respect the time, I'm going to give the audience time to ask their questions, and then we're going to do the closing remarks. So if there is any questions, please raise your hand. Huzaifa, table 12. Huzaifa?
السلام عليكم. أنا Tiham, pharmacist and PhD student in health profession education, University of Maryland. I really very impressed about what I heard and all this effort. I just have some comments or suggestions, I don't know. So you are talking about the well-being of like doctors. What about well-being about a student, like mainly in this time? Is there any like virtual psychological support or something like that happened? I was a lecturer in Sudan. I'm talking about yes, the curriculum need to be like changed and integrated. I was thinking, is there any way that like we have like a one platform that all universities can use? One more point I want to talk about is the research. Research is very important part of the medical education. Is there any way to like provide access, I mean, with collaboration with universities and Sudanese medical specialization board or whatever, to have access to peer review magazines, to support certain researches such as, I mean, like to pick certain area of research that to encourage doctors to do the research on it, because we are looking about the finding and how we can implement that. I was thinking strategically. So this is my question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as far as the platform, the ultimate goal of the Sudan Institute of Health Advancement is in its pilot to create an online platform that you go through material, and the idea is to complement each other. So for example, we can start on something about an emergency. You go through the material, you take a pre and a post, you graduate that, you move on to Dr. Sarah's platform, you do simulation-based training, then you do research with Dr. Iman and so forth. So that's the ultimate goal. Now, eventually, we hope that this will evolve into something with buy-in at higher level where we can implement a uniform platform. As far as research, I'm very happy to announce, and that's something I did not announce, but thank you for reminding me. We have signed a memorandum of understanding with the Sudan Medical Board Specialization Board, and SAPA will be funding the first electronic journal in Sudan for the Sudan Medical Specialization Board.
I have 3 questions. Can I ask them? Okay, first of all, my name is Sarah Ashmeg. I'm a clinical assistant professor at the University of Pittsburgh, and I'm a medical physicist. I'm not a physician. Okay, the first question is, how are we leveraging the emerging technologies such as virtual reality or augmented reality, whether to train the trainers or to educate the youth to fill the gap the brain drain is creating? That's the first question. Second question, the current war, in my humble opinion, is nothing but a manifestation of a true issue we have in our communities, which is failing to learn to disagree and yet coexist, as Farid said earlier in the first panel. How are we addressing this when it comes to education and curriculum design? Last question. We need to communicate, I think, it's not a question, this is more of a comment. I think we need to communicate with the Sudanese community that many are willing and would love to help, not only from the diaspora community, but from the international community. We know that, right? However, the ask have to come from them. Like they have to tell us they have to provide their need assessment, and they have to ask for help for us to help, if that makes sense. Especially given the cultural differences. Like we're used to having people help us without asking, I guess. However, in the Western communities, that's seen more as I guess it's not acceptable, right? Like they like to hear it from us. That's it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Sarah, I was not clear on the last question.
The last question is not a question, it's more a comment. So we have, I guess, to educate people or tell people that they have to ask us to help them, right? Us and the international community. If they don't ask for help, we assume that they don't need help, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes. Okay, so Sarah, I would leave the question about the augmented reality for you. And I think this complements this nicely, right? Instead of me trying to figure out the answer, I have the expert here, so she's going to take it for us.
Happy to do that. Happy to do that. So already we have a very, I think, let's say, alhamdulillah, successful story with augmented reality. The 3,000, they have complete augmented reality. The training is on augmented reality as one tool of other tools for simulation-based education. We have used as well artificial intelligence for training at the moment with a psychiatry team, and that is going well. And we have as well, to a smaller extent, use the virtual reality, not because we can't, but that will bring us to the challenges that we haven't talked about, Mazen. One of them is about the digital accessibility, the inner energy supply, alternative energy supply, which I think should be part of this work, about developing hubs where you can access the internet and you can access the energy supply without interruption, and this will bring the virtual ed. But we have tried all of that, and in the academy we believe that there is no limitation. Everything can be implemented, and we are able to do it.
Thank you, sir. Mohammed, you want to add something to that? Or?
Yes. I'd like to respond to the role of medical education in resolving the war and armed conflicts. So this is not only the responsibility of medical education, this is the responsibility of all education system. And I think we need to develop very important competencies in all education system related to dealing with conflict, communications, and leveraging the leadership skills, dealing with crisis, and so on. These very important things that need to be considered. Maybe medical education, if we consider adopting interprofessional education, adopting interdisciplinary approach by bringing different disciplines, working together, learn together, managing conflicts in a healthy way. By doing so, that we can, as medical educator, contribute to that. Also, very important in introducing social science in medical curriculum and medical education. This is very important thing that we need to consider. We can contribute, but it is something related to country vision, something related to the education system as a whole, so that we can promote peace. We can promote. It's okay to have a conflict, but we need to have a conflict in a healthy way, in a peaceful way. Yeah.
And I think this also plays into what we mentioned earlier about the initial curriculum. So part of the initial curriculum is going to be heavily focused on things that are evidence-based, such as, I'm going to let Professor Ihab to talk to the stuff that we have ready, but some of it has to do with delivering bad news, how to manage conflict in healthcare. And that is a skill that when you acquire is going to help you in your life in general, so that's part of those skills. And I know, Professor Ihab, you spoke about the medication safety, right?
We will go from common things like, as mentioned in the previous session, like about the infection prevention and control, patient safety, medication, and there are many available platform. In fact, like we used to have training in medication safety through a platform from Australia, and we got it for free. I think there are a lot of resources we can utilize them. Since I got the mic, after your permission, Mazin, I think your team should email the audience and to see who is willing to be with us in the movement to collaborate and what they can bring in table through their effort, through their institute, through their partner and collaborator.
100%, absolutely. So I think we have chance for one last question and then we'll close.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief. Just to continue with what Ihab mentioned about SCCM courses, really that was training the trainer, and that really was very sustainable courses. Fortunately now SCCM is changing them with digital education to online. So instead of having 2 days courses, you have the lectures online and then 1 day of hands-on training. With the help of UCANA, I sent like 250 slots this year, 100 slots for point of care ultrasound, 100 fundamental critical care support, 50 pediatric critical care support, and now fortunately they have obstetric critical care support, 25 slots. So we are willing to work with all of you guys to continue with these courses. My goal is to train every physician in Sudan, irrespective of his specialty, in POCUS, point of care ultrasound, because that will have huge impact on the outcome of healthcare. So ready to continue with that.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect closing remark for me. I'm very happy, and I think my heart is very warm because I see all the buy-in, I see the enthusiasm, and I would close briefly by saying, inshallah, we will build it better, we will build it bigger, and we will build it evidence-based, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. I know everybody is very hungry. I'm running on very low glucose. Thank you for our amazing panelists and everybody here for being part of our journey. We really appreciate your attendance and making the trip. We have a very important announcement that I would like to make, and then after that, we'll go straight to lunch. We're gonna be back here at 1:30. This is going to be one of the most important sessions for the day, when our executive team and our team from Sudan will share with you what SAPA has been able to establish in this brief time of its inception. So I really encourage everybody to be here at 1:30. I announce this again and again, so please do not miss that session. It's one of the most incredible work that was done by a lot of people that made this today possible. We have the babysitters as well. If you're concerned about babysitting, you can just come talk to us out here. I'll be fine. So we're very proud to announce a memorandum of understanding between the Sudanese American Physician Association and the National American Arab Medical Association, also known as NAMA. this partnership strengthen our collaboration, resource sharing, and advocacy across our communities, amplifying our collective impact on healthcare for Sudan and the Arab diaspora. So this will be a great collaboration between our medical association and the National American Arab Association that will help us continue our mission that we have set forth for SAPA. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Yasser Youssef, SAPA President, and Dr. Nidal Muqaddam, representing NAMA, to formalize this historic partnership.
Am I the only thing holding you from lunch? I am, right? Okay. So thank you very much for having me here. This is indeed an honor. Thank you for Dr. Yasser for arranging and spearheading this. My name is Nidal Muqaddam. I am the president-elect for the National Arab American Medical Association. And we are here today to formalize a memorandum of understanding between NAMA and SAPA. So let me first start by acknowledging this person taking pictures, Dr. Shadi Kalarji. He is the Houston NAMA chapter president. Please give him a round of applause. He's the one who actually introduced us. NAMA is the oldest organization for Arab American professionals in the United States. We just turned 50 years old. And I just want to kind of start with a 10,000-foot view and tell you that what we are is the GP to your specialist. We are like general practitioners, and every organization representing a particular country is like a specialist. And the important thing about having an organization that spans all of this is that sometimes we need to reproduce the same solutions country by country. So as immigrants, as a diaspora, I'm sure each one of you has the same dilemma. Same dilemma I have, same dilemma Dr. Yasser has. Because we come here, we enjoy stability, we enjoy prosperity, and yet we want to give to the homeland. It is a duty, it is a need, and it is a desire, right? But how do we give back and how do we keep that balance? And this is what we are here for. So some of the stuff you just heard, it's not just about medical education, it's about, did my homeland make it to the media? Did the strife in my homeland make it to scholarly articles? Did it make it to JAMA or the New England Journal of Medicine? Did it make it to my very specialized psychiatry journal? I'm a psychiatrist. And the answer is usually no. The answer is there is media silence and there's scholarly silence. And this is what our national organizations, specifically the medical ones, can actually work on. So the injustice that our homelands suffer, and when I say homeland, it's my country just as your country, is wrapped in this careful wording: civil war, systematic violence, sexual violence, neonatal mortality. And the minute we go beyond these words, what we are actually hearing is this is systematic destruction that is getting one life at a time, right? And that is what we are here to try to stop. And together we are united. So with all this, I want to say that every speech, every MOU, every minute you're far from your lunch is kind of the step to stop the efforts to keep us not united and the efforts to keep us stunted in our growth. We can be together, united, and stronger. And thank you. Okay, then lunch.
Congratulations to both SAPA and NEMA on this partnership. This is a really significant moment for both of our organizations. We've already had an incredibly full morning with powerful discussions and important announcements. Now it's time for us to eat and refuel. Lunch will be served and will be available until, I believe, 1:30. And whoever's going to pray dhuhr, that will be somewhere outside as well, upstairs. So please use your time to network, reflect on some of this morning's sessions, and prepare for an equally important and crucial afternoon. Also, there is an organization who has sponsored and is called Upwardly Global and is willing to overlook any of your contracts for free. So make sure you check them out. They're gonna have a booth outside. Make sure you stop by if that is something that can apply to you. And with that, I'll let you guys go and get some food. But at the same time, we do wanna give a really special thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you guys so much and see you at 1:30.
Please drop my chocolate.
Okay. Also, one last thing, for any parents that have their kids in childcare, make sure you drop your food off to them upstairs. Thank you so much.
Yes, quick note. Upwardly Global is outside. They are an organization that we have signed a memorandum of understanding with that helps immigrants find jobs. They do the services for free for our members. You can stop by their booth, have a conversation. This is for all professionals in any field at all, whether medicine, dentistry, they might not be able to help you find an exact job that matches your career, but something relevant, you know? Upwardly Global. Okay. Again, just to repeat, Upwardly Global outside in the third booth is an organization that we have signed a memorandum of understanding with that helps people find job placements in transition until they match into their careers. So please feel free to utilize them, talk to them, and see what they can do to help.
Yeah.
All right. Can you guys hear me? All right, all right. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch and some great conversation. This afternoon, we'll shift from discussing challenges to celebrating solutions. Specifically, the remarkable humanitarian work that SAPA has been leading on the ground in Sudan and in refugee communities. Locally led, globally empowered. That isn't just a catchphrase. It's SAPA's operational philosophy. It means trusting Sudanese communities to identify their own needs and design their own solutions, while providing the global resources and support to make those solutions a reality. Leading this presentation is Dr. Hudhaifa Salim, SAPA's Assistant Secretary General, along with members of the SAPA executive team in Sudan who have been instrumental in coordinating this life-saving work. You'll hear about specific programs, see the direct impact of your support, and understand how SAPA is making a difference and shining a light during one of our country's darkest hours. Please give a warm welcome to Dr. Hudhaifa and the SAPA executive team.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I am very honored, very humbled to be standing before you all. I really would like to thank you all for being part of our journey, being part of SAPA, and making SAPA what it is. My personal journey in SAPA has been the greatest honor of my life. I've said this in the GA in Orlando 2 years ago, and somehow ended up in the board of SAPA, which I would tell all my friends, I tell all my family. As a physician, this has been, and as a person, the greatest experience that I've ever had in my life. And I thank Allah for it, and I'm very grateful. I'm very humbled again to be here. I hope everybody had a wonderful morning session, listening to our great sessions and panelists. SAPA is only strong because of you and your support and because of what it represents. Humanity, dedication, and the essence of true love to Sudan. Today, I serve as Assistant Secretary General in the Board of Directors, but I don't want to make this about me or about us in the board, because for SAPA to do what it has done, there is the hidden soldiers, our dedicated team in Sudan, in Chad, in Uganda, on the ground. Do not care if there's no electricity. That did never stop the reports of being presented or being completed. Do not waver in spending their tears, sweat, and all of their effort in making SAPA what it is today. What you're gonna hear and listen today is what SAPA has done in those past 2 years, knowing that our future is bright for our organization, but also that we hold to hope. If it's the only thing we got, we can hope for a better Sudan, for a safer Sudan, for a healthier Sudan. Sorry, I don't know, the clicker. How do I, oh, got it, sorry. Apologies. I want to introduce you to this team. As I said, these are the hidden soldiers behind Sudan, behind SAPA. These are our warriors. We honor those remarkable men and women who stand on those front lines every single day. They work in the clinics, in the camps, in the crisis zones, reflects a level of courage, resilience, and compassion that truly does inspire all of us. My colleagues on the ground whose service are over comfort, duty over fear. They choose humanity over everything else. They treated the wounded, feed the displaced, comfort the grieving, and hold entire communities together when the world around doesn't know about us. I want you to put your hand together for them as they're joining us from Sudan, from Darfur, from Port Sudan, from Khartoum, from Omdurman, from Al Gadarif. I want you to bring them all up here, and I want you to put your hands together for all of them. They're watching us all right now. This presentation, for me, when we were going to do this for the executive team, I wanted to make sure to honor the lives of Mr. Ahmed Mohammed Saidna and Sadiq Abu Bakr Harun. These two individuals worked with SAPA in Zamzam, where SAPA had school for over 300 children, teaching them hope, essence of peace, arts, and to have them be children. They oversaw the kitchen that was feeding and giving over 5,000 meals every day when there was severe food supply shortage. They were overseeing the medical clinics and treating the mobile clinics that would go to Saraf Umrah, to Tawila, that would help these displaced communities that cannot make it to healthcare. Mr. Ahmed Saidna, his story is actually of how he passed away has hit us all very, 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 very hard. He was visiting another SAPA employee who was suffering from an injury of a shelling. And on his way back, from visiting a wounded, he suffered injuries that he succumbed to him. Sadiq Abu Bakr was our recruitment and sources and resources for our food and kitchen and nutrition programs. And I remember in February of this year, we were in Rwanda, and there was a raid on the market in Zamzam. And we did not know if the school or our employees or even the community that we're serving are available As-Sadiq came back after everybody left to take a video of the school to show us that everything is okay and we're going to come back. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala yarhamhum jami'an wa yataqabbal minnahum هذا العمل الصالح وندعو لهم بالرحمة والمغفرة. I will pass this along to my colleague Faisal and Kabashi, who are our country director and program directors in Sudan, to continue presenting SAPA humanitarian report. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Or colleagues?
Yes, Faisal, we can hear you. Can you see the slides?
Yeah, thank you, Huzaifa. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to be with here today at this GA for my second year with SAPA. And I would love to start my speech in Arabic, if you allow me. الإخوة والأخوات سابا شركائنا الدائمون ورفاق الطريق في سابا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. نستهل لقاءنا اليوم كما قال أخونا حذيفة بذكرى إحياء ذكرى ممن فقدناهم في إخوتنا في سابا وممن تركوا أثرا لا يمحى في مسيرة عملنا الإنساني. نستذكر بكل فخر الشهيد الأستاذ أحمد محمد صالح سيدنا، وأيضا الأستاذ أخونا الشهيد الصادق أبو بكر هارون، أحد المؤسسين الأوائل لمطبخ صابا ومسؤول الإمداد فيه. اليوم أقف أمامكم لا بصفتي مديرا قطريا لسابا، بل بصفتي أيضا شاهدا على واحدة من أصعب المراحل التي مر بها السودان، وشاهدا على ما صنعته هذه المؤسسة بأيدي أبنائها داخل وخارج السودان في ظل واحدة من أخطر الأزمات الإنسانية التي عرفها السودان، وفي بيئة شديدة التعقيد والخطر. السودان اليوم يعيش أكبر أزمة إنسانية للنزوح في تاريخ العالم الحديث. مدن انهارت ومستشفيات دمرت، أسر تشردت، وأطفال فقدوا أبسط حقوقهم في الحياة. ومع ذلك ورغم هذا الانهيار الهائل، اختارت سابا أن تكون في قلب الميدان لا في هامشه. منذ الأيام الأولى في الحرب كنا حيث لا يذهب الآخرون. دخلنا مناطق خرجت منها المنظمات، ووقفنا في نقاط لم تكن فيها دولة ولا مؤسسات. أنقذنا آلاف الأرواح عندما انقطعت كل سبل النجاة بالنسبة لهم. قدمنا لهم الغذاء حيث جاع الناس، وأعدنا المستشفيات إلى العمل حيث توقف النظام الصحي، وبنينا الثقة حين فقدها الجميع. خلال هذه الفترة من أكتوبر 24 إلى وقتنا الحالي لم تكبر سابا في حجم مشاريعها فقط من آخر جمعية عمومية قدمنا فيها تقريرنا العام الماضي، بل كبرت أيضا في معناها وفي رسالتها وفي قيمها بالنسبة للسودان. أكثر من 35 مشروعا عبر 13 ولاية، ملايين الوجبات تم تقديمها مئات الآلاف من المرضى الذين وجدوا خدمة لم يجدوها في مكان آخر. عشرات المرافق الصحية أعيد تأهيلها وتشغيلها. أطفال عولجوا من سوء التغذية، وأسر استعادت الأمان والكرامة. ولم يكن دورنا محصورا فقط في تقديم الخدمات الإنسانية فحسب، بل تجاوز ذلك إلى أن نكون يدا حقيقية في البناء والتعمير. فقد كان لسابا دور كبير في إعادة ترميم وتشييد المؤسسات الصحية وإعادة الحياة إلى مرافق طبية توقفت تماما، لنؤكد أن رسالتنا ليست إسعاف للحظة فقط، بل هي بناء وتعمير وما يستمر وينهض بالسودان من جديد. وهذا كله لم يكن صدفة، ولم يكن سهلا، ولم يكن ليحدث لولا إيمانكم بهذه المنظمة وقوة الفريق الذي يعمل على الأرض. وهنا أود أن أقف وقفة خاصة وتقدير لكل فرقنا العاملة في ولايات السودان المختلفة، في البحر الأحمر، الخرطوم، شمال دارفور، جنوب دارفور وجنوب كردفان والجزيرة والقضارف وكسلة ونهر النيل وسنار والنيل الأبيض، وكل ولاية حملت اسم سابا رغم الخطر والظروف القاسية. فأنتم تعملون في بيئة ليست فيها ضمانات أمان ولا موارد ثابتة ولا طرق آمنة، ولكن التزامكم وروحكم هما اللذان أوصلا خدمات سابا إلى أهل السودان. أبقيتم المستشفيات تعمل، وسيرتم العيادات الجوالة، ووقفتم في نقاط الدخول والمخيمات والقرى المحاصرة تواجهون المخاطر، وذلك لأن حياة إنسان واحد تستحق كل هذا الجهد. أنتم الصورة الحقيقية لسابا، وأنتم السند الأول لهذه المنظمة، فالأوطان لا تبنى إلا بأمثالكم. السادة الحضور، نحن اليوم أمام مرحلة جديدة تتطلب منا أن نكون أكثر حكمة وأكثر استعدادا وأكثر قدرة على الاستجابة. فالناس لا يزالون يعانون، والانهيار الصحي لا يزال مستمر، والفقر والجوع يتوسعان، والنزوح يتزايد يوما بعد يوم. ولكننا نؤمن، وأقولها بثبات، أن سابا قادرة على أن تكون جزءا من إنقاذ السودان، وقادرة على بناء نموذج جديد للعمل الإنساني تقوده العقول السودانية وتدعمه الخبرات العالمية. ولا يفوتني أن أعبر عن شكري العميق لأعضاء البورد وكل المدير التنفيذي ولكل الفرق العاملة في الميدان، فبفضل تفانيهم وإخلاصهم وإيمانهم برسالة سابا أصبح كل ما تحقق اليوم ممكنا، ولولاهم لما صار هذا ممكنا. ونعدكم بأننا سنظل حيثما كنتم ومهما اشتدت الأزمات، لأن سابا ليست منظمة فقط عابرة، بل هي وعد، ووعدنا أن لا نترك السودان وحيدا. أنا أترك الفرصة الآن لأخي وصديقي كباشي ليتم تقديم أبرز ما قدمته أو حققته الفريق التنفيذي لسابا في خلال العام الماضي، مع شرح بعض التفاصيل. The floor is yours, كباشي. Over from my side.
شكرا فيصل. السلام عليكم. مساء الخير عليكم جميعا. Good evening. First, we can say what we share is not just a report or just a number. It is the lived reality of Sudanese communities. It is a story of resilience and work and hope. We are in the middle of the war and collapse. So, SAPA in Sudan, we can say or talk about our approach and our conditions that we are working on it during 2025. As you know, Sudan faced biggest crisis in the world related to clashes, displacement, and including outbreak. And SAPA working on this condition across two sectors, humanitarian and development, and we use different approach to support our Sudanese people across 13 states, as Faisal mentioned. So we can say our approach in 2025 is built around flexibility and community engagement and state level presence. Already we integrated emergency response with long-term health system recovery to ensuring impacts today while building resilience for tomorrow. While the rehabilitating hospital deploying mobile clinic, providing life-saving meals or protecting women and children. Every intervention that conducted during 2025 fills critical gaps and strengthens local system. Our work in 2025 rests on 6 main pillars, starting from health system strengthening and protection, wash, protection, direct health service, health system, wash, food and nutrition, emergency rapid response. These are the main pillars that support in 2025. We can go separately. For health system strengthening, we rehabilitated hospital-equipped facilities and trained health workers. Even fragile facilities are kept operational. For protection, as you know, there are a lot of IDP scams during Sudanese states. In displacement camps and conflict zones, women and children face trauma. SAPA established to conduct GBV projects and establish safe spaces for women and girls and boys and such social support, ensuring the dignity and safety to remain central of our response. In this project, we say all the time, protection, it is not optional, it is essential. For direct health service, we provide medical service and health service through mobile clinic, vaccination, campaign, operation health facilities, supporting health facilities, and even deploying the EMT missions across all state and maternal health service. We bring care directly to the communities and affected population, even the host communities that it hosted the IDP scams. In collapse of health systems, SAPA resource maternal and child health prevent of outbreak and rebuild confidence of public health sector in Sudan. The four sector wash, as you know, the safe water and hygiene kits is more important according to our situation or condition in the field or in IDP scams. Safe water, hygiene kits, and promotion campaign protects the families from waterborne disease like cholera, like dengue fever. Especially in overcrowded displacement sites that we are working on it, WASH is integrated into health and nutrition program to protect our people. For food and nutrition, SAPA delivered emergency food support through community central kitchen, through conducted integrated nutrition campaign in Khartoum, and participated to conducted MWAC survey to assess the nutritional status for the children in Darfur region, and we can say according to market collapse has left families hungry, and SAPA delivers emergency food screen and treat malnutrition and empower health workers by develop their capacities. We can say in North Darfur alone, we serve more than 2 million hot meals and ready meals. These are general for the sector. The last one is about the emergency response. Actually, in 2025, we can say this year is emergency year when crisis happened crashes or conflict or flood or outbreak, SAPA activates rapid response team immediately to respond for the crisis through mobile clinic to respond to floods or providing wash service for affected population or in affected area and protection service for deployed immediately to save the lives. Every intervention that work in it is designed to restore access to essential service and rebuild trust in the system. We respond to urgent needs while also laying the foundation for recovery. That we are working on it and still working on it, and we will be working in the future. In this slide here, we will talk about SAPA in Sudan or SAPA in state. Our expansion in 2025 across 13 states is the result of planning, community partnership, and hard work effort of field team who operate under insecurity and displacement. We can say from Red Sea to Darfur, from Khartoum to Kassala, from South Kordofan to northern state across 13 states, SAPA restores facilities, deploys mobile clinic, deliver millions of meal operated health facilities, supported IDPs and host communities across 13 states. Here, let me take you across Sudan, state by state, to show the scale of SAPA work and the human impact behind the number. Just we want to talk a number, but we want to talk even about the human impact behind the number. We will start by Red Sea. Red Sea, we restored more than 26 health facilities, deployed over 30 mobile clinic, and reached more than 9,000 beneficiaries. In South Kordofan, we supported 19 health facilities, deployed 95 mobile clinic, and reached nearly 960,000 people. In Khartoum, as you know, Khartoum is the biggest town that affected by the war despite insecurity. We rehabilitated 7 health facilities, operated more than 35 health facilities, and deployed 150 mobile clinic. We installed a medical oxygen plant, support 3 communities kitchen, and providing food basket meal seasonally, and reached more than 250,000 beneficiaries. In North Darfur, we reconstructed 4 health facilities, deployed more than 50 mobile clinics, served over 2 million hot meals, supported 5 communities kitchen, and reached more than 700,000 beneficiaries. In Gadarif, we rehabilitated 4 health facilities and operated 3 hospitals, and established 1 center to support IDPs in Gadarif states and respond rapidly to cholera outbreak. More than 320,000 people benefit from SAPA health intervention and food intervention and emergency intervention across 4 localities in Gadarif. In Kassala, we rehabilitated health facilities, established GBV service, and established safe spaces for women and girls, and response to cholera and dengue fever outbreak. We deployed 5 mobile clinic and reached more than 350,000 beneficiaries. In Jazeera, we rehabilitated 3 health facilities, restored medical oxygen plant, and supported hospital and clinics. More than 293,000 people benefited from our intervention in health, nutrition, food wash, and emergency response. This is our situation in Sudanese state across 13 states that we are working in it during 2025. Here we will talk about the number or SAPA numbers in 2024 and 2025. We will start by the project sites. this overview for our project and comparison between 2024 and 2025. In 2024, SAPA conducted 9 projects in 7 states focused on health and food, 7 projects in health and 2 projects in food. By 2025, we expanded to 35 projects in 13 states covering health, food, emergency protection, and wash. And here you will find we can say the numbers reflected the patient and beneficiaries. This slide in 1 year alone, 2025, 668,000 patients treated, more than 2 million people received food, 32,000 children screened for malnutrition, 23,000 antenatal visits, 60,000 safe deliveries, 11,000 cadres trained on child health, child feeding, 2,000 children admitted for severe malnutrition, 35,000 children vaccinated, 14,000 health workers and volunteers trained, 103 facilities supported, 176 mobile clinics deployed. All these figures reached and achieved during 2025, and each number represents a life touched and family supported and a community strengthened. Here you see the other 2 indicators related to health facilities rehabilitated and capacity building. Over 2 years, SAPA rehabilitated 25 health facilities, and we trained more than 14,000 health workers and volunteers. 50 training sessions were delivered across states. We will find the comparison between 2024 and 2025 in rehabilitation. In 2024, there are 13 health facility rehabilitated, and 2025, 12 health facility rehabilitated. For the capacity building, we conduct 50 training in 2024, 15 training conducted, and 2025, 35 training. Here, this slide to show the 8 indicators for 2 years, starting from January 2024 to October 2025, across 13 states. SAPA reached more than 1 million direct beneficiaries, 119,000 children under 5 served. More than 69,000 people received general health support, 31,000 antenatal service provided, 900 mobile clinic deployed, 131 hospital supported, more than 2,400,000 meal provided. These scales prove Sudanese bed capacity at national level. It shows even collapse, SAPA can deliver impact. This slide to show the comparison between each indicator between 2024 and 2025, and shows the progress and growth for beneficiaries for each the service. And you will find, let me show you the comparison between 2024 and 2025. The number one is the patient served. It's increased from 426,000 to 668,000. Food beneficiaries increased from 391,000 to more than 2 million. Facilities supported increased from 28 to 103. Mobile clinic expanded from 176 to 900. Antenatal care visits from almost 9,000 to nearly 23,000. Safe deliveries increased from over 1,000 to more than 6,000. Children screened for malnutrition doubled from 38,000 to 80,000. Vaccination increased from just over 5,000 to more than 35,000. This number is not like a statistic. They are Sudanese life sustained and dignity restored and system rebuilt across our all project during 2025. And here you'll find the four indicators related to the states. SAPA work in 2025 in 8 states and 2024 in 8 states and 2025 13 states. Next, please. Back to you, Faisal.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, Faisal.
Please confirm. Yes, thank you very much, Kabashi, for your showing the progress in numbers for SAPA in 2024 and 2025. I would love to go for the SAPA struggles during the year 2025. I can't see the screen. Zifa, just go with me if you can show. In this slide, we will present you the SAPA struggles during the year 2025. While SAPA has made significant progress, our work remains challenged by limited access, insecurity, and funding gaps, and the collapse of the essential national system. These struggles do not define our limits, they define our missions. They push us to improve, adapt, and to continue reaching those who are really on the need of us. Sudan today is marked by war, displacement, hunger, and collapse of essential services. SAPA work shaped by these realities. Our struggles have been, we will say it in the just number, not the all. It's in the conflict and insecurity, mass displacement of number, collapse of the health systems, also marked vulnerability and the access restrictions, plus a majority of the rehabilitation needs and the measure of the health system or the health facilities have been not functioning or have been destroyed. As the Federal Minister of Health stated that almost more than 70% of the health facilities have been destroyed or non-functioning so far. Next, please. Also, with this kind of struggles, we do have bright achievements in the year 25. Also, despite of the war, SAPA has delivered one of the largest humanitarian response led by Sudanese organization, from restoring hospitals to serving millions of food, health, wash, and protection services. Our achievements reflect the power of the teamwork, trust, and to our deep commitment to Sudan. We can say that we are proudly achieved and restored the supported hospital and health facilities across multiple states and ensuring the continuity of life-saving services. We have expanded mobile team to outreach to the conflict and affected areas and hard-to-reach communities. We have made and strengthened the maternal and child health through safe delivery services antenatal care, and community outreach. We responded to malnutrition through screening, treatment, and covering, consulting, and preventing severe health complications. Also, we ensured that the food security through the large scale of meal distributed and the community kitchens for displaced families. We improved the wash access by providing clean water, hygiene supplies, and also health protective sanitations initiatives. And also, we have accomplished delivering a rapid emergency response to our outbreaks, displacement areas, and also acute crisis. SAPA have enhanced community protection, including GBV support and psychosocial assistance. SAPA have the ability to build a local capacity through executive training of health workers, volunteers, and the first responders. We also strengthen the community resilience, and we trust by maintaining a strong presence in the key states despite the insecurity and the system collapse. Next, please. This is as part of our achievements. You can see what have been done through the past year. Next, please. Next. Next. Our vision for the next year, hopefully, inshallah, SAPA vision for 2025 and 2026, it's clear for us. Expanding our essential health services across more states to cover all Sudan, inshallah. Strengthening our PHCs and hospitals to revive the health system, and also to scale our nutritional support to the protect children and mothers. Also to advance our WASH interventions, protections, and emergency readiness. Build a strong partnership with our national and global actors. We aim not only to respond to the crisis, but to build and to foundation of a health and dignity in Sudan. Our last message to our medical teams, volunteers, community leaders, and partners. Your courage and commitment have kept SAPA standing when the system around us collapsed. Your significance saved life, restored hope, and strengthened communities across Sudan. SAPA journey over the past year reflects resilience, courage, and the power of a united vision for Sudan. Our work continues because the need continue and because we refuse to give up on our people. Together, we will keep saving lives, restoring hope, and rebuilding our country one community at a time. Thank you very much. This is kind of pictures for our teams across Sudan, our teams in the States, Khartoum, Northern Red Sea, South Darfur, Northern State, and this is our team lastly in Kigali. Thank you very much for your attending, and thank you very much for your presence and give us the opportunity to reflect our work during the past year. Over from my side, Huzaifa, back to you.
How about one more round of applause for this amazing team? This next speaker here is my favorite sapien. That's what he calls me, and that's what I call him too. So, you know, we're favorites to each other. It's my honor to introduce Dr. Yasser Al-Amin, President of SAPA, for his remarks.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الإخوة والأخوات، الزملاء والزميلات، الأصدقاء الأعزاء في أسرة سابا، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. مرحبا بكم كثير في اجتماعنا السنوي السابع والذي أتمنى أن يتكلل بالنجاح والتوفيق. عايز في بداية كلامي أتوجه بالشكر الحار للجنة المنظمة التي وصلت الليل بالنهار حتى يخرج هذا المؤتمر في أبهى حلة. العزيز محمد حميدة، نافين خان، فيروزة، حذيفة سالم، محمد الطاهر وعشرات المتطوعين. You have done an outstanding job. Thank you very much. كان قبل زي حوالي 3 أسابيع قعدت عشان أحضر للكلمة دي، وكنت أودها أن تكون كلمة مفعمة بالأمل مستشرفة للمستقبل. وأثناء ما أنا قاعد بدأت فواجع الفاشر تترى عبر الهاتف. والفاشر لم تكن حدثا عاديا، قتلنا فيه ودفنا أحياء وأمتنا جوعا. الفاشر كانت حدثا شخصيا لأبعد الحدود. ففي الفاشر استشهد 3 من زملائنا: الأستاذ أحمد محمد صالح سيدنا المسؤول عن مركز الطفل، الأستاذ صادق بابكر المسؤول عن اللوجيستكس، الأستاذ العاقب يونس المسؤول عن الأنشطة الرياضية. في الفاشر سقط شهيدا ابن زميلتي العزيزة مريم محمد مسؤولة التغذية في سابا، علي محمد مختار، والذي كان طالبا في السنة النهائية في جامعة درمان الإسلامية وكان حافظا لكتاب الله. إخواننا، ما أود قوله أن درب سابا في السودان عبدته التضحيات وعبده الفداء العظيم، ونحن ممتنون لهم جميعا لأبعد الحدود. بعد طبعا إخواننا كان الإدراك الواضح أن هذه البلاد تمر بأكثر لحظاتها قتامة وظلاما. عدت كم يوم، بتذكر كان يوم جمعة، كان عندنا اجتماع مع صديقي العزيز خالد محمد أحمد وهو الذي يدير عمل سابا في دارفور. وفي بداية الاجتماع قال لنا: عن إذنكم أنا عايز أفتح الكاميرا أعرفكم بزول. ففتح الكاميرا وكان في الكاميرا دكتور اسمه مصطفى كامل الأطباء الذين مكثوا في الفاشر للقيام بواجبهم حين كان الناس يغادرونها. بقي حتى اللحظات الأخيرة يؤدي واجبه حتى اجتيحت الفاشر، وأثناء ما كان بيحاول يغادره تم أسره وتعرض للتعذيب ثم خرج بفدية. وأثناء ما هو كان بيحكي لنا عن الأهوال التي شهدها، ونحن أنا وزملائي هنا كلهم قاعدين في القاعة دي ألسنتنا معقودة، كانت تعلو وجهه ابتسامة طفولية كأن شيئا لم يكن. وكان بيقول لنا وأنا في السجن العشم أصلا ما انقطع، مع إنه كان بيصدق إني بمرق. من كان يصدق؟ فعلا من كان يصدق؟ تذكرت أن لحظة العشم التي زارت مصطفى وهو في الأسر هي ذات لحظة العشم التي ولدت فيها سابا في 2019 حينما كانت بلادنا كلها في الأسر. من كان يصدق أن المنظمة التي بدأت كأحاديث عابرة بين أطباء هنا في أمريكا تصبح أكبر منظمة طبية حاليا في السودان؟ من كان يصدق أن منظمتنا ذات الأعوام ال6 الآن حين يجوع أهل الفاشر تكون لهم الغذاء، وحين يعطش أهل الأطراف تكون لهم الماء، وحين تعربد الكوبرا في الخرطوم تكون لهم الدواء؟ من كان يصدق؟ من كان يصدق أننا رغم المسغبة التمويلية التي تضرب السودان أعدنا تأهيل المستشفى السعودي بالكامل، وقبل انطواء هذا العام سنعيد تأهيل المستشفى بحري بالكامل، وفرزنا عطاء إبراهيم مالك قبل يومين؟ من كان يصدق؟ من كان يصدق أنه رغم الظروف دي كلها عملنا إصلاحات جزئية أو كلية في مستشفى حاج الصافي، في مستشفى البلوك، في مستشفى الفتح، في محمد الأمين حامد، في مستشفى الدايات، في مستشفى الأطفال بورسودان، في مستشفى بورسودان، في مستشفى دنقلة، في مستشفى الشيخ موسى في نيالا. من كان يصدق؟ من كان يصدق إن إحنا مش فقط قاعدين بنبني مستشفيات أو بنستجيب للطوارئ الصحية، لكن قاعدين نسترد سلاسل الحياة في السودان. الآن في ولاية الخرطوم قاعدين بنطعم 241 طفل، 241 ألف طفل في تلك الولاية التي نحب. من كان يصدق أننا الآن في البوست فاكسينيشن كامبين حنشتغلوا في 18 ولاية، وأكرر في 18 ولاية. سابا هي المنظمة القومية الوحيدة التي تعمل في كل ولايات السودان، لأنه نحن بالنسبة لنا الطرف المسيطر الوحيد هو الشعب السوداني، والسيادة النهائية هي للشعب السوداني. من كان يصدق إنه بكل ما نملك من مال وكل ما لدينا من نفوذ وكل ما في يدنا من إمكانيات، نحن منظمة ديمقراطية من القمة إلى القاعدة، بعد فترة بسيطة حيكون عندنا رئيس جديد وبورد جديد، ولن تهتز شعرة في عملياتنا في السودان لأننا بنينا مؤسسات كالجبال. طبعا إخواننا في خلال ال4 أعوام الماضية أنا شاكر جدا للالتفاف الكبير اللي كان موجود حوالين سابا، وشاكر جدا لمجلسي الإدارة الذين تشرفت شرفا كبيرا بالعمل معهما، وبفضل التفافكم وعملنا جميعا أفتكر قدرنا نحقق حاجات كثيرة. في فبراير 2022 حينما التحقنا بالبورد في المجلسين السابقين كان بين 22 و 21 سابا قد خسرت 60% من الموارد المالية، وكانت قاعدة متبرعين في 42 شخص بتمولوا 80% من أنشطة المنظمة، وكنا في السودان بلا مقر وبلا حساب بنكي. بعد هذه ال4 أعوام وبالتفافكم جميعا نحن الآن منظمة مسجلة في الولايات المتحدة وكندا وتشاد ويوغندا والسودان وقطر. بعد هذه الأعوام ال4 أسرتنا في السودان فيها أكثر من 80 شخص، وبالإضافة لحوالي 3000 شخص بيتقاضوا مننا إما رواتب كلية أو جزئية، وقاعدة متبرعين فيها أكثر من 70,000 شخص. والمستقبل أمام هذه المنظمة بإذن الله مزهر. وعايز أقول إنه في يعني 3 سمات رئيسية الواحد تعلمها في الفترة اللي قدها في البورد. السمة الأولى إنه الجينيس حق الموديل حقنا إنه زي ما سمعتوا من زملائي نحن we're locally led globally empowered. locally led معناه احنا مدركين تماما إنه القيادة الميدانية في الواقع هي الأكثر إدراكا لتعقيدات الواقع، وهي الأقدر على إنها تصيغ البرامج الصحيحة. locally led معناه احنا بنثق في زملائنا القاعدين في الواطة. فيصل الفارش مرتبته في الواطة 6 شهور، وبحر الحايم في طريق نرتتي زالنجي نيال الضعين اند باك، وشاذلي الذي كسر ظهره عشان يودينا بين بورسودان وبين الخرطوم. لوكالي ليد معناه احنا بنثق في الكوادر الصحيه الطبيه السودانيه القاعده، وبنثق في المجتمع السوداني نفسه اللي هو بيحتضننا وهو المستفيد الاول. جلوبالي ليد معناه انه اخواننا احنا قدرنا مع بعض نخلي تكون في موفمنت سبورت الاورجنايزيشن دي، في جلوبال سيتيزن سبورت الاورجنايزيشن دي، بينقلوا افضل المعارف وبينقلوا افضل الافكار وبيتبرعوا بالاموال. حجه روحيه اجرنا على كرسي متحرك لانه ركبها خذلتها عشان تدينا $1000. مس ريتشل اللي ادتنا $150,000 من مالها هي. إيزابيلا التي تسلقت جبل كلمنجارو وهي عمرها 14 سنة عشان تلم التبرعات لسابا. مارك اللي قابلته في نيويورك رسل لي بعد إيميل معه تبرع وفي نهايته رقم 8، وقال لي دي بنتي قالت إنه في الدين اليهودي حقنا رقم 8 يرمز إلى الألوهة ولا المتناهي. أتمنى إنه تحيط بكم رحمات لا متناهية. We created a movement زي الستودنت اسوسيشن بتاعت ووترلو الحاليا في كندا بتلم القروش لسابا، واعتقد رئيسها قاعد بيننا. Our model is locally led globally empowered، ودي حاجة لازم نحافظ عليها. السمة الثانية اللي بعتقد إنها مهمة جدا هي الانفتاح. وأنا سمعت يعني وزير الصحة بيقول أكثر من مرة إنه سابا تمثل الأطباء السودانيين وأطباء الأسنان وأطباء الصيادلة. واللي بيعتقد إنه يا إخواننا ما تحقق من نجاح حققناه وحدنا مخطئ. نحن نجحنا لأنه الليلة الطبيب الشغال في وزارة الصحة بيحاول يساعدك، السوداني الشغال في UN agency بيحاول يساعدك، كلهم بيشوفوا إنهم هم جزء من المؤسسة دي. أئمتنا اللي قاعدين هنا في هذه القاعة، أستاذنا وشيخنا محمد نور، إمام ماجد، شيخنا وعمار الشكري الذي يدافع عننا في كل المنابر، صديقنا الحبيب رضوان صالح، كل هؤلاء لأنهم بيشعروا أنهم بيمتلكوا هذه المنظمة، وإحنا لابد نحافظ على هذا الانفتاح ونقننه بصورة دستورية. الحاجة الأخيرة والسمة الأهم، طبعا يا إخواننا إحنا حاليا عملنا في دارفور يعني ماشي بصورة كويسة، وبنعتقد ان احنا وضعنا الترتيبات العمليه والماليه ان احنا نكون احد اكبر مقدمي الخدمه الطبيه هناك بنهايه السنه الجايه، والا الجماعه اللي يعكسونا طبعا. لكن الواحد كان عشان يشوف المساله دي بعينه كان عايز يمشي دارفور. ففعلا نحن يوم انا ومجموعه من زملائي مشينا يوم 21/10 في الحدود بين السودان والتشاد، كنا قاعدين في المعبر بتاع ادري وكنا دارين ندخل، لكن بعد ما وصلنا هناك للاسف يعني البيرميتس حقتنا سحبت ويعني منعنا من دخول بلدنا مع انه احنا نحمل جوازات سودانيه. فبعد ما انتظرنا 4 أيام في الحدود يعني تصاحبنا الزواحف والسحالي وكذا، قررنا احنا نرجع لانه كان عندنا اجتماع مع وزير الصحه في تشاد، فتقسمنا نصين. طبعا الطيران هناك يعني الداخلي جوا البلد بسيط شديد، فكان اسرع طريق ان احنا نمشي بالعربيه، والمشوار انت بتمشي من ادري لابشا، من ابشا بتمشي من جميله بياخذ منك 24 ساعه. وطبعا المشوار هو يعني صعب وطريق مقفر وخطر وهكذا يعني. فاحنا اتفقنا ان احنا نقسم المهام بيناتنا. سايقنا شاب اسمه دلال من البني هلبة، فدلال حيسوق، انا ركبت قدام بدوني زي برطمان كده بتاع اللبان فيه، واللبان الملون بتاع السودان داك، واللبان انا بدي دلال وبدي ابراهيم عشان الناس تكون دائما بتمضغ في حاجه والسكر is gushing in your blood فما تنوم. وصديقي العزيز يعني من انا اكبر منه كثير في العمر ابراهيم عثمان راكب ورا، وهو اسس عملنا في دارفور. كان مهمته في هذه الرحله الدلال يسوق، انا بوزع اللبان، ابراهيم انه ما يسكت يتكلم طول 24 ساعه. فهو طبعا زي ما كلامه كثير لكن المهم يعني just that's what happened يعني. فهو طبعا مثقف جدا، فقام بدا يحكي لنا عن مملكه الوداي. مملكه الوداي هي مملكه نشات في حدود السودان وتشاد، والسلطان عبد الكريم الذي أسس هذه المملكة لأنه كان هو وأبنائه بيوضئوا الناس فلقبوا بالوضاي، ولأنه إحنا ما بنخفف الضاد ما بننطق ضاد فبقت الوداي. مملكة الوداي دي زي ما قال إبراهيم ودي قصة حقه إحنا نذكرها، وشعبنا الآن يسكن الخيام ويهيم في منافي التشرد. زيها زي سابا دي نشأت في صحراء قاحلة بلا مقومات نجاح ولا أسباب موضوعية لأنها تنهض، لكن مع ذلك قدرت إنها تكون منارة لنشر الإسلام في المنطقة دي. تحالفت مع سلطان المساليت ومع سلطان الفور لتمرغ أنف الاستعمار حينها في التراب. كل ما كانت تملكه هي إرادة أبناء المؤمنين بها، وهي ذات الإرادة اللي تعلمتها من زملائي في ساب السودان ومن عضويتنا. هي الإرادة اللي بتخلي زميلتي مريم محمد يقتل ابنها وهو في سنته النهائية وترجع الشغل كأن شيئا لم يكن، وتسمع معاه في التليفون تقول لك أنا الليلة فرحت عالجني 150 عيان. هي ذات الإرادة اللي بتخلي دكتور مصطفى يطلع من الفاشر بعد الأسر والتعذيب. إحنا استضفناه في بيتنا في طويل الليلة، بكرة نزل شغل في سابا، حاليا هو he's coordinating one of our mobile clinics، وفي الافتر اورز يكون بيتكلم عن CNN ونيويورك تايمز. ذات الإرادة اللي بتخلي ماي بارتنر ان كرايم ورفيق الدرب أنمار حميدة يقلب أي حجر عشان يلقى حاجة لصالح هذه المنظمة إنها تمشي في الاتجاه الصحيح. ذات الإرادة اللي بتشوفتها في فيصل لما الدعم السريع ده قاعد في مدرمان، قاعد مدرمان القديمة وفي مبدة، وسماء مدرمان دي كلها ملتهبة بسموهاش من الشلل. بضرب له بقول لا فيصل تمشي معي قبل ما يتم كلمتي بقاطعني بقول لي ستجدني ان شاء الله من الصابرين، وفعلا بيمشي معي. الاراده اللي بتخلي زي صديقي الحبيب ابو منقه لما نمشي يزور الشباب ديل يقول لي انتوا كباشي ورزان وعبد الحافظ ديل جبتوه من وين؟ يا اخي ديل بيدخلوا المكتب الساعه 7 صباحا وبيطلعوا 12 بالليل. الاراده اللي هي بتترجم في الاحلام، بس انا بقول لهم احلامكم شنو؟ انه هذه المؤسسه بعد ما تحقق لها من نجاح وبعد ما تحقق لها من يونيك موديل انها حقيقه تكون سابه الوضايه، توضئنا جميعا من رجس الياس ومن رجس الاحباط، تحضرنا كلنا للصلاه اللي بننهض بها في بلادنا، ونحن نقدر نصدر الموديل حقنا ونقدم خدمات انسانيه مش في السودان اخرى لكن في دول المحيطه بنا. نحن يا اخواننا مؤمنين تماما بانه باذن الحي القيوم الموديل ده حيستمر، لانه نحن يا اخواننا ارادتنا لا تعرف الوهن، وعزيمتنا لا تعرف الكسر، وبصيرتنا لا يحدها المدى. نحن سابا، نحن السودان. شكرا جزيلا.
If it hasn't been made clear enough, Dr. Yasser has led SAPA through one of its most challenging periods of not just in SAPA's history, but in Sudan's history as a whole. And his vision and leadership have been instrumental in shaping our response to this crisis. Thank you, Dr. Yasser, for those inspiring words and for your steadfast commitment to Sudan and the Sudanese people. We're now honored to welcome a very special keynote speaker who brings a unique perspective on humanitarian response and community empowerment. Rudwan Saleh serves as a regional director with Islamic Relief USA, one of the world's leading humanitarian organizations. Mr. Saleh will share some vital insights on the global humanitarian response to Sudan's crisis and the role we can all play in alleviating suffering as fellow Muslims and fellow humans. Please give a warm welcome to Rudwan Saleh.
الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. السلام عليكم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. 2 times in the morning and 4 times at noon. And when the day ends, 4 times. When the night begins, 3 times. And before bed, 4 times. 17 times a day, we stand before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in 5 daily prayers. And we utter the words that we have forgotten. They have become routine. They have lost their meaning. We stand before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala 17 times a day and we say, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Now the question is, what are we thankful for? I'll give us a moment for each and every one of us to just pause and remember. Am I grateful? Because Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen, it means I'm grateful. But what am I grateful for? We have become chronic complainers. I'm not tall enough. I'm not rich enough. Only if I had more money, more education. Only if I came from a different lineage, a different family. Only if I came from a different country. If I grew up in a certain situation. perhaps I would have been better than this. And we forget that the bounties that we have within are plenty. Only if we just sit and count our blessings. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, لو كان لابن آدم واديا من ذهب لابتغى آخر ولو كان لابن آدم واديان من ذهب لابتغى ثالث ولا يملأ عين ابن آدم إلا التراب. If the son of Adam or the daughter of Adam had a valley of gold, and I'm not talking about a small treasure, we are talking about a valley of gold, you and I would wish for a second valley of gold. And if we had two valleys of gold, then we would wish for a third valley of gold. And nothing will satisfy the son of Adam until we are 6 feet under, when we no longer can wish for anything from this world. I'm not prodding, nor am I condoning the idea that we should not aspire for more. If you are an attending physician, you probably would love to be a surgeon one day. If I have only one degree, I would aspire to have a bigger degree. If I have $1,000, I wish to have $1 million. I'm not prodding or condoning the idea that we should not aspire for more. But brothers and sisters, my esteemed guests and physicians, we must continuously be grateful. I know that when we read every day there are 20,000 SAPA serves on daily basis. That is a number to celebrate, though we are helping those who are in need. But it's a number to celebrate. When we hear all the successful stories that we see in the field, it makes us want to rejoice. Yes, these stories may be sad, and we would not wish them on our worst enemy, but it is the situation. And so tonight, I want to ask each and every one of us, if we are really grateful, then listen to what Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam tells us. في حديث عبد الله بن محصن الأنصاري الخطمي, he said, قال من أصبح منكم آمنا في سربه معافا في بدنه عنده قوت يومه فقد حيزت له الدنيا بحذافيرها. If you and I woke up this morning sheltered from the elements, think of Al-Fashir, think of Al-Jinena, think of Madani not too long ago, think of Al-Khartoum. When I received the text, Ammu, my mom and my sisters, we are under the beds, and there are bullets all over us. معافٍ في بدني عنده قوت يومه. We have enough to eat not only for today, but for 6 months probably if we open our pantries. فقد حيزت له الدنيا بحذافيرها. When we sit and count these blessings that we have, it is like we are the kings of our dominion. We have it. And one last point on this. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reminds us, وَإِن تَعُدُّوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ لَا تُحْصُوهَا. If you and I sit and count the favors of Allah upon us right now, in the here, in the now, in this moment, we will never finish. So I ask myself and I ask all of us, what can we do for SAPA? What can we do for Sudan? What can we do for those who are less fortunate than us? You and I may complain that the form that we filled has not been looked at yet. Or maybe the resume that I sent forward I never got an answer. But we have people right now in the very country that you and I come from are dying from starvation. So say Alhamdulillah. Say it. Say Alhamdulillah. I mean it. Say Alhamdulillah. And mean it from the bottom of your heart. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَئِن شَكَرْتُمْ لَأَزِيدَنَّكُمْ. If I find you to be a thankful slave, a grateful one, I will give you more. So I want to ask, how can we help? Money. You are physicians, but you don't have the ability to be in Sudan now. Our colleagues and friends who happen to be in the trenches, who are helping those who are in need, we need to boost them. We need to give them the energy to carry on. We need to enable them so that they may step more and more towards securing health, wash, and the ability to feed those who are on the brink, not only of starvation, but on the brink of death. Who will be the first one that says, I will give $10,000 to SAPA, inshallah? Who will be? Because wallahi, Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, قَالَ مَا نَقَصَ مَالٌ مِّن صَدَقَةٍ. Your money will never dwindle. Your money will never be less if you give in sadaqah. And sadaqah is like in other religions, like tazaka, like almsgiving. All religions empower us to give. And tonight, it is the most important gift that we can give. Who will be the first one that says, I'll give $10,000 for SAPA? I have a feeling that there is someone in this beautiful congregation. Is there someone, a Kareem or a Karima, that says that I'm willing to give $10,000 as a sadaqah jariyah, as a continuous charity on behalf of my community, my people, my Sudan? Who will be the first one? ما نقص مال من صدقة والله يربي الصدقات. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran tells us that the more we give, yurbi, the more we get. Who will be the first one? Oh, mashallah, we have one. Allahumma a'ti munfiqan khalafa. Our goal is for $50,000. وفي ذلك فليتنافس المتنافسون. We have a $10,000. But let's compete. Who will be the second one that says, I too want to give $10,000? I am pretty sure I'm on the same boat. You know, when I get that text from someone who's in Egypt or someone who ran away, MashaAllah, 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 Allahumma a'ti munfiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti munfiqan khalafa. Flint, Michigan, you always come through. May Allah bless you. Jazakallah khair ya Dictor. Allah barik feek. Allahumma a'ti munfiqan khalafa. This is a dua that the Prophet, peace and blessings be on him, used to make for anyone who gives donation. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give you more and replace what you have given. Wallahu yurbi sadaqat. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increases us not only in the money, but in the health and in the ability to carry on. That's 20. I went to public high school system. My math is not the best, and I'm speaking to a lot of physicians. 20,000 out of 50 is how much? Doctor? How much? 30? Oh, mashallah, amazing. See, that I used to sleep in my math classes because it was very difficult. May Allah bless you, doctor. So 30. Anyone more 10? Going once. Going twice. This is for Sudan. It's a worthy cause. It's for the people that I get texts from, and I know all of you do. Kif halak ammu. And wallahi, I know it means that we need to pay our rent when they are in Egypt. I know that it means that my aunt needs to get her operation. I know. We all are in the same boat. We Sudanese have never been in this situation before. We have never been refugees in this mass numbers of refugees. We've never been ransacked in such way. But it takes all of us in this room to take care of it. And if it is not you, then who? If it is not today, then when? Okay, 5,000. Who will be the first one that says, I'll give $5,000 for Sudan? MashaAllah, Allahumma a'ti mufiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiqan khalafa. Jazakallah khair, Doctor. May Allah bless you and accept from you. Friend, Michigan again, it is the haven of doctors. May Allah bless each and every one of them. I am so patriotic when I say, I see Sudani doctors who stand on these universities teaching young American minds how to be physicians of the future. And I could not be more proud. May Allah bless you and accept from you and reward you and your family, inshallah. The second $5,000, I know it'll come. I have a feeling that, wow, mashallah. Oh, mashallah, too. Oh, that's amazing. Can we go back to 10,000 then? May Allah bless you. Doctor, what is your name or the family name? Azza. Dr. Azza? Allah ya'izzik fi dunya wal akhirah. Qulu ameen. By the way, ameen is free. Say ameen. If you're not going to donate, say ameen. Ameen. Jazakallah khair, both of you doctors. So that's 5 and 5. Wait a minute. You know what? I have the most amazing news for you. These are the anonymous ones. I have an amazing news for you. And honestly, I don't care about if much, because I know it's going to happen, because when our niyyah, our intentions is to do something good, it'll happen. If we collect this moment, 50K, Canada is gonna match it with another 50K. So our attendance will be $100,000. Say ameen. Okay. It is Droplets of Mercy Canada, which is another organization that all of us know about. They are an amazing nonprofit organization that actually helps in Sudan. And I know that for a fact, such as Islamic Relief and of course, Human Appeal and Humanity and many, many other organizations. One organization cannot do it, brothers and sisters, esteemed guests and doctors. No one can do it alone. We all have to come together and do it. So, أهلا يا دكتور, come over. تعال يا دكتور, أنت كان مفروض تعمل الفندريزنج ده. أجو. Oh, شفتوا؟ قول لهم يا دكتور.
We do nothing, guys, you know. شفتوا الحالة في السودان براكم فيعني. And since Canada is here matching, I think our target should be 200. So the target is 200.
All right. So now we're halfway through. We got 10. We got 2 5s, and then another 10. That makes it. I know y'all are better in math than I. Who? How much? Huh? 40. We have, and then I have. Should I count this, ya Dictor? I have now 5 extra. So that means we are $5,000 away from 50K that gets us $100,000. Isn't that amazing? All right, so let's roll our sleeves and give the last $5,000 before we go to smaller numbers. I know there are some physicians here that I can name by name. I will never do that. But I also understand each person in this congregation has an obligation to another family in Sudan. I am pretty sure even, I just don't want to be emotional. So 5 more thousand, inshallah. 1 more, and it will get us our target. And now we have raised the ceiling to 200,000. 1 more 5,000. Oh, mashallah. Oh, this is Allah Barik Fika, Dictor, Imam Muhammad Majid. He is the Imam of Adams Center, all the way from Dallas, not Dallas,
Dulles, which is in Washington, D.C., Virginia. Dictor, may Allah bless you and accept from you. Allahumma a'ti muwaffiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti muwaffiqan khalafa. And by the way, tonight we're also we're honored to have the former president of ISNA, which is the largest organization from the 60s. Dr. Muhammad Noor, Imam Muhammad Noor is here, and he is also, of course, from Sudan. Something to be celebrated. Okay. All right. I know we're not used to this, but we have to do it. Now that we got the 50,000, let's have everybody get involved. The Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, said, قال سبق درهم 100,000 قيل كيف يا رسول الله قال رجل له درهمان أبقى أحدهما وتصدق بالآخر ورجل له مال كثير فأخذ من عرضه 100,000 وتصدق بها في سبيل الله. Amazing, isn't it? The analogy is someone may not have much. You may not be the chief of cardiology, right? But my income may not reach a certain level. And like a man who has only $2, he kept one and gave one. That means he gave 50% of his income. Similar to someone who gave 100,000. And the Prophet says both of them are equal in reward. So they said, how come, Ya Rasulullah? He said, one, like Bill Gates, has millions and billions of dollars. $100,000 would not make a dent in his pocket. But then another person who only has $2 had the confidence in Allah, the tawakkul, وَمَن يَتَوَكَّلْ عَلَى اللَّهِ فَهُوَ حَسْبُهُ, and he gave fi sabilillah. Remember, brothers and sisters, my esteemed physicians and doctors, the amazing professionals whom we say in the relief work, we say that physicians are worth their weight in gold. And Dr. Yasser just proved it to us. When you go to the field, we stay behind. We cannot bring food. We cannot bring water. We cannot step an inch until you tell us. They are now cured. Come in and feed them. So just imagine the amount of work that you do, and may Allah bless you for what you do. That's why Imam al-Shafi'i said, قَالَ إِمَّا أَن تَكُونَ عَالِمًا أَوْ أَن تَكُونَ طَبِيبًا. That means you must benefit the people that are around you. And tonight, you are doing dual benefits. You are benefiting with your knowledge that Allah has bestowed upon you as an amana. Do no harm. And then you have a second responsibility, which is the ability to give fi sabilillah, whatever the cause is. And this is the noblest cause of all. We have our aunts and sisters and brothers. I guarantee you that I met a Sudani in Jerusalem. And by the time I spoke with him, it turned out we may not have been relatives, but he knows someone that I know. You meet someone in China, or you meet someone in Japan, or you meet someone in Paris. By the time you spend 5 minutes with them, they know someone that you knew or someone that you grew up with. This is the largest family in the world, called the people of Sudan. And I believe that when my family called me for help, I am not going to cower. I'm not going to hide. I will not, as we say in Sudan, tadini Allah tarsha. And we must help. And the best way to do it is by giving money, which is the hardest thing to give sometimes. And so I'm asking, who will give $2,500 so that we get to increase the match? $2,500. Oh, mashallah. Allah yabarik feek, Dr. Salah. Ustaz Salah represents Amal Foundation. I know Amal Foundation from Dallas, Texas. Please recognize them. He is the executive director of Amal Foundation. He's the executive director of Amal Foundation from Oh, wow. Announce it.
Yeah,
by the way, he is a professional fundraiser, but he's hiding tonight. And this is what we call, working the scenes.
This is from our brothers in Adams Center in Virginia. They pledged 5 earlier, and now they topped it up by another 15 to a total of 20,000. الله يخلي عليهم ويجعل البركة في مركزهم وفيهم كلهم.
اللهم آمين. Thank you. And so Ustaz Salah When I said 2,500, he raised his hand. Ustaz Salah is the executive director of Amal Foundation. Amal Foundation worked on the Taqiyya. Amal Foundation were getting the water from anywhere and anywhere. And I know for sure because I spoke to people who are beneficiaries in Sudan. After all, I work for Islamic Relief and I got to do my due diligence. And when I spoke with him, we knew exactly who was going in and out and who was delivering and who was organizing these small taqiyyas in certain areas. And I can guarantee you, by the time people at night come and get their food, they have not eaten the whole day. And so please recognize them. And they are giving $2,500 from Amal Foundation. Thank you, Ustaz Salah. May Allah bless you. Who else? Who will compete with Amal Foundation for another $2,500? ما نقص مال من صدقة. Your money will never dwindle. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. Dictor, what is your name? Siddiq. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you in this and in the hereafter. Allahumma ameen. Allahumma a'timu fiqan khalafa. Okay, who else? Who else? Every time I see him coming to the stage, I know there is money coming in. Who else? Who else? There's the best helper to have. $2,500. أخونا فتح الرحمن الله يفتح عليه يا رب. $2,500. Michigan برضو. Oh, and by the way, he emphasized from Michigan برضو.
Now Michigan is challenging all the other states. Now Texas. We need you to match Michigan. في ناس من تكساس كثيرين طبعا الناس جيناكم ضيوفنا فما تخذلونا. جايين من أقصى الشمال ف منون من تكساس هنا. أنا ما بعرف المشكلة. Yeah.
Oh, there is? Oh. By the way, be careful. I have 4 eyes. I can really see. And by the way, if you think you're sitting in the dark, all that I have to do, like this, and I'll reflect all the light over there. I know, I'm telling you, I may look like a doctor. If it wasn't for biology, chemistry, math, and physics, wallahi, I could have been a doctor a long time ago. It's only these 4 subjects that I just hated the most. I used to sleep in class. Even math was not the best, you know? 1 + 1, and I'm like, اي دي ما 2 مش طيب بتسالنا ليه وبعدين جات زطا وجطا انا قلت ده كلام الشياطين فديت من الكلاس الله المستعان. طيب somebody raise their hands هناك. No. ما تقول لي نحن والله نحن residents بس ما عندنا قروش ومش عارف ايه. علينا نساعد يا اخواننا والله. This is a worthy cause. I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, my esteemed physicians and colleagues and friends, this is extremely important. If we don't do it, no one else is going to do it. No one is going to step in and do this. You are the only one that can actually help in this cause. And I guarantee you, though you may be helping your own families, I want you to just choose one extended family from Sudan that you can also help. And I'm pretty sure you will know someone and just say, fi sabilillah. Whether you know them or not, they are going to come and grab on you on the day of judgment and say, I know you helped. You know, there are many orphans now in Sudan, a whole lot of them. Men who left their families behind and no one is taking care of them. I have seen the video where a Sudani woman was sleeping in the streets in Egypt because no one was able to help her. And of course, when it went viral, then someone is able to help her. We all need to help. And let's enable the people of Sudan to live in dignity as we always do. Who else? Somebody raise their hands. Okay.
حاضرين منظمة حاضرين and SATCO both pledged 20,000. Thank you very much. الله يخليكم عليكم ويعظم أجركم.
Let me just correct because sometimes my ears are a little bit difficult. I'm getting to that age. Did you say 20,000? That's like
10,000.
Yeah, I was almost having a heart attack. 10 or 20?
10 each, I thought.
10? The first 10, or this is an extra 10? Just one 10. Okay. Alhamdulillah. So where did we go so far? Where did we land? How much? Anybody was keeping count? I think we went up to 60, right? So the adjustment was Adams Center is giving 20,000, and we have already raised the 50,000 before. So this makes it 70,000, correct? And then now 20,000, that makes it 90,000, right? Or am I right? So 90,000, that means we only have 10 more thousand to give, and somebody else will match it, inshallah. Inshallah, I have an inkling, I have a feeling that it is going to happen. Inshallah ta'ala. Say Ameen. It's free. Say Ameen. No, I'm serious. It's free. Say Ameen. Alhamdulillah. طيب. Let's do the one more 2,500. Going once. Oh, mashallah. No, I also saw there. Is there someone there? Oh, yes, the young man with the beautiful hair. I wish I had your hair problem. Can you stand up, doctor? Doctor, just, Habibi, stand up for a second. Are you married? You're not married? Come up, let's auction you. Stand up, ya doctor. Stand up. Stand up, ya doctor. Allah barik feek. Thank you. Jazakallah khair. What is your name? What is your name? Muhammad. Shukran lek ya Ustaz Muhammad. Allahumma a'ti muwaffiqan khalafa. Moms, take pictures. Allah barik feek ya Ustaz Muhammad. You are going to be the most generous husband of all. And now all the sisters are saying, I need to know his name, Muhammad, which school he went to, Abu Humnu. Allah barik feek. Allah yadika al-afiyah. Allah barik. And now here, thank you, doctor. And with the name? ريم. الله يبارك فيك دكتورة ريم. ليه كل الدكاترة معظمهم ريم يا اخوان؟ ما شاء الله. انت ما دكتورة؟ الحمد لله اخيرا. طيب الله يديك العافية ويبارك فيك. شكرا لك يا دكتورة ريم. اللهم اعطي موفقا خلفا. اللهم اعطي موفقا خلفا. الله يبارك فيك يا دكتورة ريم. اوكي. هو will compete مع دكتور محمد ودكتورة ريم؟ في دكتور ثاني؟ اتحداك يا دكتور ترفع يدك. يلا يا اخواننا والله it's for the Sudan. والله if you can afford it give it. يا اخواننا I'm telling you right now طبعا it is very difficult to say يا اخي انا ما عندي obligations. ده الشيطان بيتكلم معك. والله يا اخواننا this is how the shaitan talks to you. Especially when you came to give. لأنه الله سبحانه وتعالى يقول من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه له. If you give Allah alone, Allah give you many times over. Remember the day we came to America, we had nothing. Who would have fathomed that a day will come that we will be sitting in Houston, Texas, have the ability to drive, to fly, to come in and be maybe a resident or even a medical student, let alone being in America. It is a bounty from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is something that should be celebrated every waking moment, especially when we wake up in the morning. And the reason is, Allah has bestowed it upon you. Allah has bestowed it upon you. So now we are still getting the 2,500s, maybe one more, maybe just one more, going once. Oh, mashallah. Y'all just making me really tired. You could have just raised your hands from the beginning. Mashallah. May Allah bless you. Dictor, what is your name? Mashallah. And by the way, I want to know, I mean, how do y'all get all of that hair from? Mashallah. I'm not hexing you. يعني أنا بس بقول ما شاء الله. لكن شايف بقية الدكاترة كلهم زي كده. I want to know. By the way, if you discovered something in medicine that make you grow this hair, Dr. Yasser and I, we can be your models. And it could be like stages. I took the medicine, I became like Dr. Yasser. And then I didn't take the medicine, I'm like Ridwan. You get it? And then you took the medicine, look what happened to me. You will ruin the business of hair in Turkey. So just make sure if you concoct that potion, let me know. I'll be your model, inshallah. The before and after effect. May Allah bless you and bless your hair. بكرة لو نزل شعرك ما تقول سحرني. أنا قلت ما شاء الله. الله يديك العافية يا أخوي. بارك الله فيك. And Dictor 2,500. الله يبارك فيك. اللهم أعطي موفقا خلفا. اللهم أعطي موفقا خلفا. اللهم أعطي موفقا خلفا. والله يا أخوانا, the more we give, the more Allah gives us barakah back. Wallahi, the more we give, the more Allah gives us barakah back. The more we give, the more Allah gives us barakah back. Wallahi, it is the barakah of Allah. The money is not ours. It is Allah's money, and Allah gave it to us. Don't think because you're smart or because you're fortunate. It is not. It is not. It is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the best way to say Alhamdulillah is to give so that others. And you know, in our deen, the best that you can do ever, not to be Qiyamul Layl or to fast the whole year or to read the Quran every 3 days. تدخل السرور في قلب أخيك.
You know, when a doctor appears, I traveled to Mogadishu, and I traveled to Baalbek, and I traveled to Kenya, Wajir, Garissa, Masalani. You have no idea. When I traveled with Apna or any doctor, a mother whom her child is extremely sick, when we appear, it's like we fell from the skies. They know that they are going to get some medicine. They know that they're going to get some medical attention. And they know that there is a possibility her child will actually survive this disease. Please applaud yourself. May Allah bless each and every one of you. Physicians, as we say, and as I said earlier, you are worth your weight in gold, and may Allah bless you. Never forget that. And every waking moment, say, Alhamdulillah, that I have this ability to serve someone and help someone who may be sick. May Allah bless you. Okay, $1,000. $83 a month, easy. I mean, really easy. Even less than paying for, MashaAllah, do I see a hand? Allah yadika al-afiyah, Doctor. And by the way, can you please stand up? If I know I'm embarrassing you. Stand up, ya Doctor. Allah yadika al-afiyah. Please stand up. Please recognize this young man. And let me tell you how I knew him. I knew him the first week, maybe when he appeared in America wearing his jeans, and he spoke to me, and he didn't even know what exactly is going to happen in his life. And mashallah, by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, today his mom and dad are very proud of him. He is proud of himself, and all of the Sudanese are very proud of who he is. May Allah bless you. I think he is someone who made sure that he was behind the 8 ball, and he never lifted his eyes off of it. He wanted to make sure that he makes his parents proud and makes the Sudanese, wherever he meets, proud. I know he picked himself by his bootstraps. No one helped him much, but I know he did it because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bestowed that ni'mah on him, and he never forgot. And today he's serving all of us behind the scenes. May Allah bless you. And he's also started with the first $1,000. So who will compete with him? 80, Jazakallah. Oh, my twin, mashallah. Kif al-hal? I love your hairdo, mashallah. It's beautiful. And by the way, it's actually shining. See, 2 lights are shining on your head, and that's why I'm being blinded all night long. May Allah bless you. But I still forgive you. Allah yadik al-afiyah. Doctor, what is your name? Badruddin. Allah yabarik feek, Dr. Badruddin. May Allah bless you and accept from you. Jazakallah khair. Allahumma a'ti mufiran khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiran khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiran khalafa. Who else? Who else? It's $1,000. Oh, mashallah. I see the young lady back there, Dictora Sarah. Allah yabarik feek, Dictora Sarah. Dictora Sarah, I knew her when she was 18 years old in Houston, Texas. She used to come and visit her brothers Walid and Umar. And mashallah, now her children, and I scolded them earlier. I said, don't you ever, when you see her in public and say, this is mom, just say my older sister. Because mashallah, I know. Mashallah. Allah yabarik feek, Dictora Sarah. Allah ya'tik al-afiyah wa barik feek wa yahmeek wa awladik. Allahumma a'ti mufiran khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiran khalafa. Jazakallah khair, Dictora Sarah. Who else? Who else? Who else? It's $83. Oh, mashallah, mashallah. One more? Okay, Jazakallah khair, Dictor. May Allah bless you. Another young Dictor. Married? Married? Almost. Yeah, we should leave you alone then. Okay. Yeah, we should leave you alone. In case your fiance is here, she's going to be sending some missiles over my head. We should leave that alone. Allah yabarik feek. Allahumma a'ti mufiran khalafa. Who else? $1,000. Oh, mashallah. Who? Oh, mashallah. Again, mashallah, this young lady from Dallas. Dallas is representing tonight. Mashallah. Akhuna Hani, Allah yabarik fiha. By the way, did she break her land bank? I know you're going to laugh all the way back to Dallas because you got the joke. Not a lot of people got it. I was going to say the other animal, but, you know, we can't say piggy bank here. I got to say land bank. You get it? I know it's a dad joke. Don't worry about it. Allah barik fiki ya Dictora. She's getting into medicine, public health, I take it, right? Public health. I wish that you succeed, inshallah, and may Allah bless you and accept from you. Hani, you have raised an amazing young lady. Allah barik fik wa tawil umrak, inshallah. Allahumma a'ti muwaffiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti muwaffiqan khalafa. Who else? $83 a month. $83 a month. I know I don't want to take much of your time, and I know you came, maybe did not expect that you were going to raise funds. But once again, no one is going to come from outside and raise the funds for us. We have to raise these funds. I myself am donating. My family will be donating. My friends from Dallas are going to be donating. All of us, we should. And I see another $100,000 coming up to the stage. MashaAllah.
This time it's a different way. But before we go to the 100,000, can I just please, with a show of hands, have up the hands of attending physicians here? All attending physicians, please, hands up, please. Attending physicians. Attending physicians. I see some hands are not up. Come on, guys. Moomin, Ahmed, up, up. Okay. I will write 1,000 for each one of you.
We like two. We like two.
One here said 2,000. But I will write, anyone who wants more than 1,000 can show me his hand, 2 hands. Okay, so I will let the young lady go around, write your names, and you're gonna pay $1,000. Thank you very much.
Okay. I know I'm not going to take much of your time. I know I did. And we came down to $1,000. But I want all of us to remember that سبق درهم مئة ألف. $1 exceeded $100,000. And the reason is because I gave because I needed the most. And this reminds me of hadith al-Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. قال خير الصدقة أن تتصدق وأنت صحيح شحيح تخشى الفقر. Oh, mashallah. The anonymous family always follows me wherever I go do fundraising. And by the way, sister, would you tell this anonymous family I'm up for adoption? Apparently, they're very wealthy. They come to fundraisings and they just sit and lurk in the back. And the moment they seize the opportunity, they say $50,000. And it's like, who is he? Anonymous. So please let them know I'm up for adoption. I'll come alone. I'll leave my family behind. Because they're very wealthy, right? And tell them I'm willing to come with them to every fundraising, and I'll be the one who raising hands. And then people are gonna say, so who are you? And I'm gonna say my last name is Anonymous. All right? Thank you. Allah yabarik feek. Shukran. Is that for the anonymous or is that for me to be adopted? Yeah, if there is a petition, please write it and send it to the anonymous family. So Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, قال أن تتصدق وأنت صحيح شحيح تخشى الفقر وترجو الغنى. Isn't that amazing? To give sadaqah when you need it the most. أن تتصدق وأنت صحيح. You're not sick. لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يقول قال داووا مرضاكم بالصدقات. Because if I'm sick, I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and I give sadaqah and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give me cure. It's a promise. And then قال أن تتصدق وأنت صحيح شحيح. You really want to keep that money for your mortgage, for your rent, for children's education, whatever. But you seized the opportunity tonight and you said, I am going to give it and I don't care because I am relying on Allah, the one who gave it to me to begin with. ترجو الفقر تخشى الفقر وترجو الغنى. And you wish to be richer than this. So I guarantee you, the more we give, the more it comes back. And it comes back many, many times. من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا فيضاعفه له. Who will give and Allah gives back many, many times over. So who's going to give tonight other than the attending physicians as it was labeled before? If you're going to give on the QR code and you already did, just raise your hand so we can make dua for you. Who else? Who's going to? Oh, mashallah, doctor, may Allah bless you. Who else? I know, right? Jazakallah khair, Dictor, may Allah bless you. Who else?
If you're gonna use the QR code, just raise your hand and it doesn't matter what the amount is. Oh, mashallah. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. If I keep saying doctor, doctor, I'm gonna, who else? Which other doctor? Jazakallah khair, doctor, the handsome young man in the pink stripe. I guess all of you got the pink stripe. That was a joke, but that's fine. Okay.
Now, I think we will conclude now. I think from now on, the young ladies are going around, the young lady doctors and Naveen. So you can write your name for any doctor, any attending physician, give her name, and you're gonna pay 1,000, okay? And dentist, 2. Thank you very much.
Okay. طيب. I wanted to say Jazakum Allah khair and thank you for your patience and thank you for your accommodation. And I can only make the following dua. Allahumma a'ti mufiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiqan khalafa. Allahumma a'ti mufiqan khalafa. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allahumma ahqin dima' al-muslimina fi Sudan. Allahumma ahqin dima' ikhwanina wa akhawatina والجميع في السودان. اللهم وحد بين صفوفهم. اللهم يا رب العباد اخرج السودان من هذا المأزق. Oh Allah, deliver Sudan from this hardship and make it whole once again. Ameen. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh, for that powerful message and for your commitment to Sudan. I believe that it's a shared notion that one of the most frustrating aspects of Sudan's crisis has been the relative silence of global media. Up until very recently, Sudan's suffering has been relegated to footnotes, if mentioned at all. Why is this the case? What can we do about it? And how do we break through the noise and ensure Sudan's story is told and heard? Our next panel will explore these critical questions. Moderating this discussion is award-winning filmmaker Mamoun Hassan, joined in person by Luqman Ahmed from Madame Darfur, and virtually by journalist and BN Sports commentator Suwar al-Dahab, filmmaker and Al Jazeera presenter Amjad al-Noor, and talented filmmaker and producer Dr. Miriam Francois. We have some real media heavyweights on this panel, so I hope you guys are all ready to receive some gems from this conversation. This conversation is about more than media coverage. It's about visibility, voice, and ensuring the world doesn't forget Sudan. Please welcome our Session 6 panel.
Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أحمد ربي أحمد وصلي وسلم على النبي أحمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تعبد. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Okay, I didn't hear no one say nothing and I can't say anything. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Yes, that's better. That's better. MashaAllah. May Allah bless you guys, all of you, inshallah. في الحقيقة, Dr. Miriam Francois is feeling ill, so she's not going to join us through the virtual, inshallah. لكن عندنا برضو أستاذ أمجد نور ومعانا أستاذ سوار الدهب علي and أستاذ لقمان أحمد لكن ما شايفه في السكة جاي إن شاء الله. انتظروا إن شاء الله لغاية ما يجي ونبدأ بإذن الله تعالى. ومعانا أمجد سوار الدهب. Is sorry for the guys in the back. Is Amjad and Suwar al-Dahab on?
Yes.
Yes, they are on. Allahu Akbar. سامعني؟
سامعينك كويس.
السلام عليك. طيب اجي قريب لك عشان السلام عليكم.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شكلكم ما شاء الله وجيه يعني من قطر. انا عارف الساعه متاخره عندكم هناك، فالله يحفظكم وجزاكم الله عنا كل خير. الله رب يسعدكم ويحفظكم ان شاء الله. طبعا كل البانلز اللي حصلت قبلي دي كانت باللغه الانجليزيه، فنحن عندنا الراي كان من استاذ سوار الذهب، وانا ما ابي اخليه هو يقول في الراي بتاعه، لكن ان شاء الله لما نبدا باذن الله تعالى. طيب لما انا كنت صغير when I was a bit younger than everybody, actually who doesn't speak Arabic at all? ما في كل زول بيتكلم عربي؟ بالعربي كلها؟ انتوا لكن اساتذه في اللغه العربيه، وانا ما انا مسكين يعني في الامور دي. طيب لما انا كنت صغير وجربت انه ادرس ميديا، بتذكر الوالده الله يرحمها ويغفر لها امي كان عندها اشكال كبير جدا جدا في انه انا اقرا ميديا. قالت يعني قلت لها يا اخي اقرا ابقى فيلم دايركتور. فقالت لها هي موضوع كويس وكذا، لكن انا اقول لاخواتي انت شغال شنو؟ والله بجد كان سؤالها. قلت لها اقول لهم شغال مخرج بتاع افلام اي حاجه، المهم قول لهم يعني مشكله. قلت لها يا اخي ما تبقى دكتور ولا حاجه، وهذا كلامها كده. فانا الان الحمد لله وسط دكاتره ولله الحمد والمنه وبنتكلم في الاعلام، فاسال الله تعالى يرحم الوالده ان شاء الله ويجمعنا بها في الجنه ان شاء الله تعالى. النقاش بتاعنا اليوم عن كيف السودان بنشوفه في الميديا، or how is Sudan being portrayed in the media, in the mainstream media. وانا قد اتكلم شويه عربي شويه انجليزي لانه انا درست ميديا باللغه الانجليزيه، لكن الكلام العادي بتكلم بالعربي ان شاء الله. ومن الحاجات عايزين نتناقش فيها بشده شديده جدا جدا اللي هي حاجات بنحس بها دائما حاصله في انه هل السودان فعلا ignored in the media. فنحن عندنا فيديو. We have a video that we want to play. That's the vertical one. If you just want to play it very quickly for me, inshallah, and then we'll see it. بإذن الله.
I'm Sudanese. Of course, I can document the war in my country without risking my life. I'm Sudanese. Of course, the international media cares about the war in my country. Right here, buddy. No, right here. No, you just you missed my face. No. Who cares about international media? When we have the media of our Muslim and Arab brothers, يا طيب، يا معود، يا ريال، أسطى، خويا، يا قلني، يا زلمة، أبي لطفاً يا. I'm Sudanese. I don't have to worry about the worst displacement crisis in the world in my country. We have so many neighbors. What did I tell you? I'm Sudanese. My people are literally starving to death because of the war. Of course, we're going to be bombarded with social media influencers and airdrop support any minute now. No, so hold on a minute. It's only been a year.
طيب ده طبعا الفيديو مع استاذ امجد النور. وانا الحقيقه عايز ابدا السؤال او البانل itself بسؤال لاستاذ لقمان لانه معانا هنا ان شاء الله، وهو kind of serves as the انت بتقول ما تقول على traditional media، لكن that's what I'm gonna name it وانت صلحني ان شاء الله. بل هل فعلا استاذ لقمان السودان is it being ignored في الميديا بصراحه؟
طيب شكرا لكم مرة ثانية. أجيتكم مرة ثانية يمكن في قضية ثانية. السودان يمكن خلال 40 أو 50 سنة الماضية أو قل منذ حرب الجنوب عام 1955 ثم حرب دارفور عام 2003 ثم الحرب الثالثة عام 2000 23 كان ظل يقدم للأخبار صورة واحدة: القتل، الجوع، المرض، الموت. يمكن دي الصورة اللي أنا عهدتها منذ أن بدأت عندي معارف أتعامل مع السودان، وقل أنا بدأت عمل الإعلامي في تلفزيون السودان عام 1987. كان في عز المجاعة في دارفور، أو قبلها كان الرئيس نميري كان يتخبط بين إنه يعلن مجاعة أو لا يعلن مجاعة. دي القصة اللي بقيت في السودان، وعدد كبير جدا منكم عايشوا هذه القصص. الآن عندما تأتي بهذه الصورة في غرف الأخبار وداخل المحطات الإعلامية، دائما عندما يعقد المورنينج إديتوريال ميتينجز في أي مؤسسة إعلامية، الإديتورز بيبحثوا عن إيه الجديد في هذا الخبر، إيه الجديد في هذه المادة، إيه الجديد في هذا القتل وهذا الموت وهذا الجوع وهذا الفقر كل يوم. لا جديد. إذا نتجاهل هذه القصة ونذهب إلى قصة أخرى فيها جديد. نحن في السودان لم تكن لنا مؤسسة إعلامية حرة مستقلة مهنية تستطيع أنها تتعامل مع الأخبار ومع الأحداث بما تستحقه من التغطية. بل منذ تأسيس الإذاعة السودانية في عام 1940 وتأسيس التلفزيون السوداني عام 1962 ظلت آلة دعائية مملوكة للحكومة. الإذاعة أسسها الاستعمار سنة 1940 لخدمة الدعاية الاستعمارية. بعد ذلك توارثنا هذا الأمر، وبالتالي طبيعة المحتوى اللي نحن قاعدين نقدمه للعالم أصبح محتوى ممل، محتوى ما فيه جديد، ولكن العالم ينتبه إليه لمن يكون في جديد. يعني انظروا للأحداث الأخيرة، مثلا قصة الفاشر قبل اجتياح الدعم السريع للفاشر كان هنالك حصار، كان هنالك عدد كبير جدا من النازحين، وكانت هنالك مآسي كبيرة، ولكن الإعلام لا يتناول هذه القضية باعتبار أنه لا جديد في هذا الموت، في هذا القتل، في هذا الجوع، في هذا المرض. ولكن عندما تم الاجتياح كان هنالك جديد. أخذت القصة يومين من التغطية ثم ماتت. وبالتالي طبيعة المحتوى الذي ظل السودان يقدمه هو محتوى كان جدير بأنه يتم إهماله من قبل غرف الإعلام. وعلينا أن ندرك أن هذا المحتوى يقدم في عالم متطور باستمرار. تطور العالم إلى أن وصلنا إلى أنه أصبح مكانا واحد. أصبحت الأجيال الجديدة تبحث عن الفرص، أصبحت الأجيال الجديدة ترى العالم، أصبحت الاهتمامات متشعبة ومختلفة. الآن عندما تتناول غرف الأخبار يوميا العالم تنظر إلى الاقتصاد، تنظر إلى الطب، تنظر إلى التكنولوجيا، تنظر إلى الفضاء، تنظر إلى التطور المتصل بتطور الحياة وتطور الاقتصاد. فيما تخلفنا نحن في السودان في إنتاج هذه القصة المميتة لنا والمملة لغرف الأخبار، وهذا ما يفسر عدم الاهتمام بالسودان طالما أصبح فقط ينتج هذه القصة المملة. أوف كورس القتل والجوع والمرض أمر مضني وأمر مهم، ولكن فقط بالنسبة لنا كسودانيين الذين لا نملك مؤسسة إعلامية تستطيع أن تتخصص في قضايانا. أما بالنسبة للإعلام الآخر الذي هو ليس سوداني فلديه قضايا. هذه واحدة. الشيء الآخر، جيلنا وربما جيل عدد كبير جدا من الذين يوجدون في هذه الغرفة ظللنا خلال 30 عاما الماضية أسرى لقضية سياسية واحدة كانت هي مهمة وكانت هي تتصدر عناوين الأخبار. تلك هي القضية الفلسطينية. نأتي بالصباح وندخل غرف الأخبار، أول ما يبدأ المحررون نظرهم ينظرون إلى ما هو الجديد في القضية الفلسطينية، وليست المجاعة والقتل الذي يحدث في السودان أو يحدث في الصومال أو يحدث في أي منطقة أخرى في أفريقيا على الأقل. أتوقف هنا ونستمر ربما مع الشباب.
ممتاز. أنا I'm going to push back a little bit on your opinion إن شاء الله، لكن I want to come back to it وحيسأل بقية the panelists إن شاء الله. أستاذ أمجد لو ممكن أمشي لك إن شاء الله، لأنه الفيديو طبعا حقك أنت، والسؤال يعني واضح من الفيديو حقك إنه أنت بتحس بأن السودان is being ignored. في الحقيقة أنا بقول واضح إنك بتحس كده، لأنه أنا مثلا بالنسبة لي ما حاسي نفس الإحساس ده. أنا شايف بصراحة إنه بالعكس السودان بيذكر كثير جدا جدا، وده احتمالا يكون، ودي عشان نرجع للاستاذ، انا السوشيال ميديا حقتي انا، النيو ميديا حقتي انا، الالجوريثم حقتي انا نفسها كلها تتكلم عن السودان من بدايه الحرب بالمناسبه. فبحس بانه اي زول في الدنيا اي زول في الدنيا فاهم الحاصل شنو في السودان، وانه المفروض يكون فاهمين الحاصل، الى ان طبعا تتفرج في مؤسسه كبيره مثلا CNN ولا BBC ولا CBC عندنا مثلا في كندا، وتحس بانه لما الاسئله نفسها بتسال اسئله بدائيه جدا على الحاصل شنو. استاذ امجد لو ممكن تدينا رايك ان شاء الله.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. شكرا جزيلا للاستضافة. أنا أتشرف جدا. أنا بصراحة يعني اسمحوا لي يعني أغادر الجلسة وأعتذر، لأنه ما في كلام أقوله، لأنه أستاذ لقمان قال الكلام اللي أنا حقوله كله، فأنا أستأذن منكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بس هو قاله بلغة أكثر رصانة وبخبرة، طبعا خبرته العريضة جدا في مجال الإعلام. أنا ممكن أضيف شوية حاجات زيادة، بما إنه أنا وإنت أستاذ مأمون إحنا فيلم ميكرز. شفتوا الكلام اللي قاله أستاذ لقمان كله، إنه وللأسف هي كلمة قاسية ولكنها هي فعلا تعبر. نحن مشكلتنا دي مشكلة مملة، والإعلام يبحث عن الإثارة. أنا صانع أفلام وأنت برضو أستاذ مأمون صانع أفلام. والإعلام بصراحة هو أصلا أفلام. يعني الآن أنت لما تفتح زي ما أنت قلت CNN و CBC بتلاقي يقول لك نيوز ستوري. الإعلام هو أصلا حتى الأخبار هي أصلا أفلام مصغرة يومية كده بتتعرض علينا. فالسينما حتى في الأفلام موجودة. للأسف نحن قضيتنا دي هي فعلا أول حاجة مش لأنه هي السودان، ولكن الصورة المعروفة عن أفريقيا بصفة عامة هي صورة الحروب، صورة الجوع، صورة الطفل اللي بيكون أنت بتشوفه يعني في عظامه طالعة وحواليه ذباب بيتطاير حواليه. الصورة دي موجودة منذ عشرات السنين، فبالتالي هي ما صورة بتقدم حاجة جديدة للمشاهد. اسمحوا لي أضرب مثال على حاجة خارج السياق شوية، ولكن في النهاية هي بتصب في نفس المكان. قبل 5 سنين شهر 8 2020 حصل الانفجار المعروف في بيروت. الانفجار اللي كان انفجار ضخم جدا جدا جدا، وطلع هاشتاج اسمه من قلبي سلام لبيروت. في نفس التوقيت ده حصلت فيضانات غير مسبوقة أبدا في السودان، يعني حصلت فيضانات كبيرة جدا. فحصل يعني كان في حوار إنه وين الهاشتاج بتاع من قلبي سلام للخرطوم. فأنا لما جيت لا يعني أدرس الحالة، أول حاجة الانفجار بتاع بيروت انفجار سينمائي بالدرجة الأولى. وهي صح هي كلمة قاسية، ونحن ما بنقلل من قيمة المأساة لأخواننا اللبنانيين، ولكن بصريا اللي خدم القضية شنو؟ إنه كان في انفجار صغير أدى إلى إنه أكثر من 200 كاميرا تتوجه على الحدث ده، على المصنع. فنحن شفنا الانفجار الثاني لأنه الكاميرات اوريدي كانت متوجهة. فنحن كأننا بنحضر فيلم للمخرج مايكل باي بتاع ترانسفورمرز، من 200 زاوية تصوير انت بتشوف انفجار هائل. يعني دي حتى في السينما، حتى الافلام السينمائيه ما عندهم القدره دي انه يصور لك مشهد واحد من مئات الكاميرات، من الزوايا، من الداخل، من تحت، من فوق، من درونز، من البحر، من الناس بيكونوا بيتصوروا في العرس، الكاميرات كلها توجهت. في المقابل لما تيجي تشوف المشكله بتاعت السودان، لما انا مشيت ابحث عن وكانت مشكله يعني يعني قضيه جدا مثيره للاهتمام. لما كتبت فيضانات السودان في اليوتيوب تحديدا في صفحه الجزيره، طلعت لي من 2007 الى 2020 نفس المشاهد. الله يديه العافيه المراسل الطاهر المرضي من 2007 لحد 2020 بيمشي بيشمر بنطلونه بيقيف في يعني فعلا ما في حاجه جديده، وده بالضبط الكلام اللي كان بيتكلم عنه الاستاذ لقمان. للاسف ما في شيء جديد. الجديد اللي حصل شنو المره دي؟ ودي برضو يعني نحن هي كل الامور تناقضات. يعني الدعم السريع في الفتره الاخيره اصبح هو المخرج السينمائي اللي وصل لنا الصوره السينمائيه المبهره دي اللي احنا شفناها. تصوير من زوايا يعني كانك بتتفرج على لعبه كول اوف ديوتي. دي الحاجه اللي حركت الراي العام مره ثانيه. للاسف السودان وانا حاختم بالنقطه دي عشان ما اطيل، في جهل كبير جدا زي ما تفضلت استاذ مامون انه الناس بتسال اسئله بدائيه جدا. في جهل كبير جدا بقضيه السودان وبالسودان شنو، لانه الصوره النمطيه المربوطه السوداني الطيب كيف يا اخي السودانيين يتحاربوا مع بعض وفي النهايه انتوا اخوان بتقتلوا بعض. فالناس ما دارت تكلف نفسها وتمشي تشوف الحاجه دي شنو. هم خاتين في بالهم انه السوداني الطيب ده نحن ممكن نتوقع منه انه هم يقتلوا بعض ويعملوا الحاجه دي، لدرجه انه واحد امبارح من اقرب الناس لي يعني في مجال الانتاج الاعلامي، وهو من دوله قريبه جدا يعني حتى جغرافيه، فجاءه مشروع في السودان. فانا الزول اللي انا قاعد معاه الوقت ده كله قايل هو عارف السودان، قال لي احنا عندنا يعني مشروع حنمشي نصور في السودان. فقالوا لنا انتوا حتروحوا بورسودان. هي بورسودان دي في الجنوب صح؟ انا قلت له يا اخي انت بعيد يا اخي، انت وراك مش ده حالتك اللي انت معاي كل يوم وده اعلامي ما عارف بورسودان دي، انه لسه انا حاشرح لك انه في جنوب سودان وشمال يعني انت بعيد جدا، ما بالك بالانسان العادي. فللاسف نحن الظروف المحيطه بنا دي غير ظروف الحرب، يعني كانت نقمه كبيره جدا. ولكن كل ما يكون في جديد، كل ما يكون في زي المشاهد المروعه الطلعت دي لدرجه انه طلب منه خففوا شويه التصوير اللي انتم بتعملوه ده. فنحن يعني بعيدين عن التغطيه.
طيب انا بس عايز اسال سؤال. السؤال ده صراحه كان موجه لاستاذه مريم، لكن هخليه لاي واحد منكم. هل العنصريه بتلعب شيء في الفكره دي؟
نعم، باختصار انا بشوف نعم جدا جدا نعم. العنصريه والصوره النمطيه. معلش انا خطفت الجواب، لكن انا
أيوة.
يعني اشوف انه هي نعم بتلعب دور، واحيانا مش العنصريه بنيه سيئه، حتى العنصريه بنيه طيبه.
صحيح.
معلش طيب ممكن اضيف حاجه قبل ما نمشي
ايوه تفضل.
للاخ سوار. الشباب قاشرين، انا لو عارف كده كان لبست بدله ذاته زي سوار والاستاذ لقمان. كويس انك انت ما لابس بدله، ولا انا كان
والله ما بسوي كلمني بموضوع البدل دي، لكن
you look great really.
تسلم
Your
دي
casual
شهاده يا
is
استاذ
really good,
لقمان.
so yes you are doing well.
نعتز بها والله، شكرا جزيلا. واحدة من برضو عشان الموضوع العنصرية، خلينا أقارن لك بغزة. واحدة من التولز اللي كانت مستخدمة ضد الحرب في غزة اللي هي موضوع الدي هيومانيزيشن، إنه لا أنسنة اللي بيحصل في غزة. يعني دائما بيوروك إنه ديل حتى الأطفال اللي نحن بنقتلهم ديل بنقتلهم لأنه لو كبروا حيبقوا حماس. فالنزعة الإنسانية ساهم في تأجيج الأزمة في غزة. الحاصل عندنا نحن في السودان غير موضوع الدي هيومانيزيشن، نحن عندنا حاجة تانية وما بعرف هل هي برضو بتندرج تحت العنصرية ولا لا، اللي هي دي فاليو. إنه يا جماعة دي وطن فقيرة وأفريقيا يعني السودان الدولة الفقيرة دي. شنو انت داير تقنعني الدول الكبيره دي كلها متصارعه في السودان؟ روسيا شنو الدايره ذهب السودان؟ ولا يعني شنو الدول اللي انتم متهمينها دي اللي بتجي دايره ذهبكم؟ الدي فاليو ده برضه بيسبب ازمه كبيره جدا، انه الناس ما مستوعبه انه السودان ده من اغنى الدول في العالم. في اسمحوا لي بس في يعني اقتباس انا بحبه جدا لسياسي، احد السياسيين الامريكيين زمان قديم اسمه مايكل برانتي، كان بيقول انه the poor countries are not underdeveloped, they are overexploited. يعني هم ما and you don't go to poor countries to make money. فللاسف نحن يعني حتى وصمه انه احنا دوله فقيره دي برضه بتأجج الازمه. انا اسف تكلمت كبير، وشكرا لكم يعني على استماعكم.
ما مشكله ان شاء الله. استاذ سوار الذهب، لو عايز اضيف لنقطة الريسيزم دي، لكن يعني زي ما لازم لو انت عايز يعني.
انت اديتني جواب قلت لي ما لازم يعني ما تتكلم
انا والله لانه حسيت بالراي من عندك يعني واضح عندك.
تتعشى
فلانه
ولا تنوم
صراحة
خفيف
اقول
يا
لك
دي
حتى
زي ما الزول اللي جاء قام الجماعه خلصوا الفطور. اول ما خلصوا الفطور قام قالوا له اتحرجوا يعني ما عندهم فطور، قالوا ليه شاي ولا قهوه؟ قال لهم والله بنريد الشاي وبنريد القهوه لكن لسه ما فطرنا.
خلاص افطر ها.
لا تفضل معك الله يكرمك.
لا لانه صراحه عايز اتابع نقطه استاذ امجد لما قال الديهومنايزيشن والهيومنايزيشن، وانا صراحه يعني بصراحه لو الناس كلها شافت البرنامج بتاع استاذ سوار اللي هو عمران، ما شفت انا والكلام ده يعني ما تزكيه لك نزك يا الله احد يعني، لكن صراحه الشغل جميل فيه. ما شفت انا برنامج بصراحه يعني حسيت فيه بانه كيف الحاصل في السودان ده يتشاف. لاحظ انا عندي اعمامي وخيلاني، اولاد عمامي واولاد خيلاني، كنت في اتصال معاهم اثناء ما هم بيطلعوا ماشيين من الخرطوم ماشيين لمحل لمحل لمحل، وفي اتصال وبتكلم معاهم فيه، لكن ما شفتها زي الحاجات اللي انت وريتنا لها في البرنامج ده. واللي هي بصراحه يعني انا ما انا زوجتي قاعده هنا، انا ما نوع الناس اللي بنبكي في البرامج التلفزيونيه ولا كده، لكن بجد ما قدرت اتحمل. و ف البروسس حقت الهيومنايزيشن دي انه كيف نبقي الناس بني ادمين زي ما هم اصلا كده عشان يتشافوا بالطريقه دي. فانا ما اعرف لو عايز اضيف ان شاء الله.
نعم. اولا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاه والسلام على رسول الله. نشكركم على الاستضافه ونتشرف بالتواجد معاكم بين أستاذنا الكبير أستاذ لقمان وأمجد والجميع الحاضرين. وبداية بارك الله في جهدكم. يعني أنا إنسان يمكن بسافر في مختلف الميادين الإنسانية، وقبل فترة بتكلم مع أمجد بكلم على المنظمة، والمقياس بالنسبة لي دائما اللي هو العمل الميداني والعطاء الميداني. فالله يجزاكم خير على كل اللي قدمتوه. وأنا في السودان شفت الدور اللي أنتم قمتوا به تحديدا في عدة مستشفيات، من خلال مستشفى مدرمان، من خلال مستشفى النوم، من خلال التكايل الموجودة، والدور اللي انتم قاعدين تقوموا به وعطائه. وكنت اتمنى انه حتى البعض منكم يشوف اثر دعاء الناس عليكم. يعني الليله انتم بتقدموا حاجه بسيطه، والتبرعات اللي قاعدين تقدموها حاليا لا تتخيل اثرها قدر شنو. وانا استشهد بموقف بسيط جدا في احدى المدارس. يعني دي بس للناس عشان تحفزهم اكثر واكثر. في احدى المدارس انا كنت قبل سنه في السودان يعني، والحرب كانت في اوجها خصوصا في الخرطوم ومدرمان وبحري والمناطق دي. فكان في مجموعه من النازحين الموجودين في مدرسه، وبالليل كان في واحده من امهاتنا اللي هي نزحت من سنار، فكانت بتصلي بتقيم الليل يعني. واثناء صلاتها هي بتدعو، وانا يعني رامي سمعي معاها واضاني معاها. فبتقول اللهم ارزقهم شفاعة نبيك، اللهم ارزقهم شفاعة نبيك، اللهم ارزقهم شفاعة نبيك، وهي بتدعي بتبكي يعني. الصباح قلت لها يا امي انت بتدعي لمنو؟ قالت لي كل الناس العانون ديل، كل الناس الأعانون ديل. فلما أنا الصباح شفتها اللي هي العبارة على الكراتين الموجودة عليها شعاركم وبعض المنظمات، بقول شوف الإنسان اللي يتبرع ده ما عارف إنه في دعوات في أطراف الليل وفي ساعات الدعوة فيها مستجابة. طيب هي قاعد تصل، وقد يكون الخير ده واصلكم. لذلك بارك الله في جهدكم وفي عطائكم، وتكفيكم الألسن اللي بتلهج بالدعاء لكم جميعا، وربنا يديم في عملكم بإذنه تعالى. طيب بالنسبة للسؤال يمكن الأستاذ لقمان وأمجد استفاضوا في الحديث، لكن أنا بقول إنه إحنا عندنا أولا مشكلة. ما هو السودان ومن هو السوداني؟ يعني تعريف الإنسان السوداني نفسه، ما هو السودان ومن هو الإنسان السوداني؟ أنا لفيت تقريبا مختلف. يعني دارفور تقريبا من شرقها شمالها جنوبها، من الفاشر للجنينة لنيالة لدلتي، لفيتها كلها وقعدت فيها قرابة الشهر. ومشيت أقصى شرق السودان في أطراف السودان وجنوبه وشماله. لا أخفيك أنه إنسان الوسط لا يعرف ما هي دارفور، ولا يعرف شرق السودان، ولا يعرف شماله ولا يعرف جنوبه. وكذلك حتى إنسان غرب السودان لا يعرف حتى الشرق وغيره. يعني الليلة مثلا في أقصى شرق السودان في ناس الليلة ما بيتكلم نهائيا بيتكلم يعني ما بيتكلم إن أهلنا البجا ما بيتكلموا نهائيا اللغة العربية، وما بيفهم عليك وما بتفهمه. بل أن البعض منهم موجود بيسألني يعني بتسأله، هو حتى ما بيعرف الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. تخيل معي يعني. تمام. أنت بتتكلم على بلد في النهايه بلد مسلم، بلد لغته هي لغه عربيه وقال تنوعه، لكن اضرب لك المثال انه هو حتى لا يعرف ما هي الخرطوم، لا يعرف ما هي الخرطوم، حتى ما طلع من حدود الشرق. هؤلاء الناس بيسيروا بطريقة معينة، بتجد أنه هو عنده تقريبا مجموعة رأس من الإبل، قد يكون هو عنده ثروة تتجاوز 500 ألف دولار ومليون دولار، لكن يعيش فقر مدقع وبيموت بسوء التغذية هو نفسه، نتيجة جهل وتجهيل، خلينا أقول تجهيل ما جهل. أمشي غرب السودان في دارفور، انا قعدت في دارفور وده مشهد ما انساه. قعدت، فالكلام ده قبل الحرب، وكان في مبادرة السلام ومباراة السلام وغيرها والكلام الكثير ده، يعني كان المباراة بتقام، أقيمت المباراة برعاية كاملة من الحكومة وغيرها، وجنب الملعب بتاع الجنينة جنبها في 80 ماتوا نتيجة عدم توفر أجهزة غسيل الكلى، 80 ماتوا جنب الملعب. وفي نفس الوقت مباراة تجاوزت ميزانيتها تكلفة إعمار المركز الموجود. ده ما من باب النقد، لكن من باب الواقع اللي أنت حتى الإنسان اللي في الوسط ما عايش ولا عارفه. ففي قرية اسمها كرينينج، كرينينج دي أنا لما زرتها أول ما زرتها قالوا لي والله يا أخي إحنا القرية دي احتمال أي لحظة تحصل انتهاكات فيها، تحصل انتهاكات فيها، لانه في لقوا جبل بتاع ذهب ولقوا قبائل وفي تأجيج القبائل الموجوده، والتأجيج ده ذاته كان عمليه سياسيه. الصراعات الموجوده في دارفور صراعات سياسيه من زمان، يعني من 2003 وما قبلها. فالساعه انا رجعت الساعه 3 صباحا قالوا القريه تم الهجوم عليها، انا مشيت الساعه 7 ونص صباحا وجدت الجثث موجوده ومحرقه وقتلوا. الاطفال اللي شافوا المشهد ده شافوا المشهد بتاع اهلهم بيقتلوا والجثث وبيحرقوا، ده مشهد انا عشته، انا شفت الجثث المحرقه وغيرها. هؤلاء الاطفال اخذوا الى معسكر، المعسكر ده لما انا زرته معسكر عباره عن اطفال ما في تعليم ما في ما في اي حاجه، اطفال بيقوموا فقط على ثقافه السلاح لانه في حركات مسلحه وغيرها. ده مشروع مسلح موجود، ده بكره انت بتوجهه وتغذيه بالصوره اللي انت عايزها. يعني الليله اللي بتشوفه بيقتل ده بقوه، ده في النهايه معبى من تاريخ طويل جدا من القتل، لانه في النهايه لا يمكن ان يتخيل الانسان الواقع، لكن لما تعيش هناك بتشوف المشاهد. ده مشهد من آلاف المشاهد. امشي ادري على الحدود السودانيه التشاديه، تسمع قصص من 2003 الى الحرب دي وتضاعفت، قصص لا تتخيلها. القصص كثيره جدا، لكن الدال اقول لك انا انه السودان نفسه والانسان السوداني، ما هو السودان وما هي هويه الانسان السوداني وكيف يعبر عن ذاته، دي اصلا فيها مشكله. يعني احنا السودانيين متراحمين بيننا، دائما بنشوف انه احنا عندنا تراحم بصوره كبيره جدا بيننا، يعني السوداني في الغربه بيخدم السوداني. قارن مع جنسيه اخرى بتجد الجنسيه الاخرى ممكن ما تخدم بعضها، لكن لما يجوا لحته البلد دي ابدا بينتهي كل نقاش. يعني مثلا تجد الشخصيه المصريه بتجد عندها ولاء مطلق باختلاف الاختلافات السياسيه والاهواء والالوان السياسيه، لكن بيتفقوا على حب مصر. تمام. انت في السودان بتجد لما انا مشيت عملت البرنامج اصلا لانه سنه انا بشوف بس في تناحر سياسي، تناحر سياسي، افتح القنوات كلها ديلا الكيزان ديلا القحاطه ديل دوله 56 ديل في عندك 12 مليون نازح بيموتوا. طيب كيف يكون التعبير عنها؟ وصدقني حتى الليله السودانيين نفسهم تفاعلوا بصوره كبيره جدا مع الاعلام لما الموضوع بقى ترند، يعني موضوع الفاشر ده، يعني الليله اغلب اللي بيتفاعل مع الفاشر هو ما بيعرف حتى الفاشر ايش شنو، وين ما كان. لو سالت كثير من السودانيين تقول له في شمال دارفور ولا غربها ولا جنوبها لا يعلم ما هي الفاشر، لكن الموضوع بقى ترند وبالتالي اهتم بها. طيب انت بتقول الاعلام ضعيف، لما بقى ترند كيف حصل الاهتمام بها؟ اما موضوع انه اعلامنا ضعيف، طبعا اعلامنا ضعيف وفي كل المجالات في ضعف موجود، ومن يعني عاش جوا السودان ومشى في عدة مجالات بيشوف انه الضعف ده موجود حتى في مجال الرياضة، على صعيد في التعبير عن المجال الرياضي، في التعبير عن السياسة، في التعبير عن المجال الاقتصادي. الضعف ده موجود، والضعف ده مسؤولية الدولة. يعني الضعف ده بأساسه مسؤولية الدولة ما مسؤول أفراد. الأجيال اللي بتقوم في المؤسسات الإعلامية وفي الجامعات وفي غيرها وفي غيرها هي بتستقل أساس من الدولة. أنا اتولدت في قطر، بعيش في قطر هنا. قطر بدت الإعلام تحديدا قناة الجزيرة بدأت 96، انطلقت انطلاقات الكبرى 2003. قارنة مع تاريخ الإعلام في السودان. أنا بشتغل في قناة بين سبورتس، قناة بين سبورتس بشوف الشباب الشغالين فيها حاليا لما بدأوا الإعلام بدأوا شباب جداد وصغار جدا بدأوا يتعلموا، لكن في النهاية في دولة وفي رؤية واضحة وفي قرار واضح، وبالتالي وصلت إلى أن أصبحت في مجال الرياضة لها الريادة، في مجال الإعلام لها على مستوى الخطوط القطرية وغيرها وغيرها، في رؤية واضحة وفي تعليم لأجيال، وفي النهاية في بلد قاعدة تشتغل. أما أنت يعني لما ترجع خطوة ورا للسودان بتجد يعني في النهاية المسؤولية هي مسؤولية لا تلقى على المواطن بقدر ما تلقى على الدولة.
حقيقه خطيت يدك على جرح كبير، فنحن حنقوم نمشي في الجرح ده ذاته ان شاء الله، لانه انت تكلمت عن الدوله وعن الفكره ولا المسؤوليه الدوله نفسها في تكوين هويه وطنيه عبر الاعلام. لو بنتكلم عن عبر الاعلام مثلا، انا ما اعرف اقارن قطر كيف مع السودان. قطر يعني كدوله صغيره مثلا ومواردها مثلا عاليه جدا جدا، لكن عايز اسال السؤال ده مثلا لاستاذنا ان شاء الله، انه كنت انت مثلا مدير للاذاعه والتلفزيون، الحاجه اللي فكرتوا فيها يعني سؤال بس بصراحه واضحه جدا، هل كان في فكره في انه كيف الميديا نفسها، الاعلام نفسه، السودان نفسه يكون هويه وطنيه؟ يعني مثلا زي ما كلام سؤال ده مثلا بيقول حتى لو في السودان الناس ما مهتمين بالحاصل في السودان، يعني ناس النص ما عارفين الحاصل شنو من كيف نتوقع من ناس عايشين آلاف الأميال، ناس عايشين في نورث أمريكا، ناس عايشين في أوروبا، إنه يهتموا ولا حتى يعرفوا الحاصل شنو في السودان؟
Again, أنا سعيد جدا أكون مع أمجد وسوار الذهب، دول الشباب اللي بيقدموا محتوى عظيم ومحتوى مؤثر، وفي مئات الشباب اللي زيهم السودانيين بيقدموا محتوى عظيم جدا ومحتوى مؤثر، وده شباب بينتمي إلى جيله، جيل الاتصال، جيل العالم اللي أصبح مكان واحد، وعالم الإعلام اللي بيمكن صناع المحتوى كل الأدوات اللي بيه إنه يستطيعوا إنه يصنعوا محتوى مؤثر. والإعلام هو المال، إن لم يكن لديك المال لا تفكر في تأسيس أي مؤسسة إعلامية. المال هو بناء البرودكاستنج انفراستراكشر نفسه، إنك توفره وتتيحه للناس. المال إنك تدرب الجورناليست، والمال إنك handsomely compensate them، هذول الجورناليست، على أساس أنه يؤدوا هذا العمل حتى يخلقوا ذلك التأثير الإعلامي الممتاز. ده ما عندنا في السودان. Therefore لكل هذه العوامل دعنا نقول لا يوجد لدينا إعلام سوداني. Of course عندك الإذاعة سنة 1940، التلفزيون سنة 1962. yes they were there since then، لكن لم يستطيعوا انه يقدموا الترجمه العمليه لعمل الاعلام كعلم وممارسه. لكن انت تجي في العمل الاعلامي in a daily basis. If you broadcast 24 hours, what do? You inform, you inform, you educate and you entertain. الثلاثه اشياء دي. To inform بمعنى انك تجي نازل للكور editorial guidelines، accuracy، impartiality، integrity، public interest. هذه القيم الأساسية النابعة من الصحافة كعلم وممارسة لا توجد في المؤسسات الإعلامية السودانية منذ أن أسست وحتى هذه اللحظة. Then الجانب الثاني education، to educate people about حتى البلد ذات السودان. ودي بتجي للحته اللي يتكلم فيها سوار الذهب، بانه راح في الشرق لقى ما بيعرفوا ناس الغرب، وراح في الغرب لقى ما بيعرفوا في ناس الشرق. وانا من دارفور ولقايت قريبا عندي اصدقاء هنا في واشنطن بيجي بيسالوني بيقول لي واللي حصل شنو في دارفور. ابناء اتكلم لي من الحرب بتاع 2003. ويبقى دي هي الحته بتاعت how to educate people. It's not about only their country, about حتى الإيشوز اللي موجودة بيناتهم. and then لما تيجي الانترتينمنت نفسه مفروض يكون على أساس الرقي. it has to be authoritative. يعني الآن انظروا إلى مستوى الانترتينمنت في السودان كيف هبط، وبالتالي ليست لدينا أجهزة إعلامية تستطيع أنها تقوم بالعمل الإعلامي المؤثر اللي بيخدم أغراضه حسب معايير الصحافة كعلم مهنه. يمكن بنجي لهذه الاسس اللي احنا بنتكلم لها. ده بيرجعنا للسؤال بتاعك بتاع انك الحكومه وانه لما انا مشيت الهيئه العامه للاذاعه والتلفزيون. انا في الحقيقه لما عرض علي هذا الامر عام 2020 خطيت شرط واحد، كنت ببحث عن امرين: هل في مال انه نعيد تاسيس الهيئه العامه للاذاعه والتلفزيون؟ فوجدت انه كان في مال. طبعا كلكم هتستغربوا يعني، لكن ده موضوع ما هتكلم عنه دلوقتي الان. يعني المال ده قاعد وين وبتاع، ده ما بتكلم عنه. الشرط الثاني اللي خطيته انه ننهي العلاقه بين الحكومه وبين الهيئه العامه للاذاعه والتلفزيون، بمعنى انه الحكومه لا تسيطر مطلقا على الهيئه العامه للاذاعه والتلفزيون وتتحول الى بابليك برودكاستنج مملوكه للمجتمع على غرار نموذج مثلا NPR مثلا، ناشونال بابليك راديو في الولايات المتحده الامريكيه،
او
CBC
CBC
عندك
او
في كندا،
BBC. نعم.
او على النموذج بتاعت الBBC. and why we put this parameters وهذه الشروط. خطينا هذه الشروط على اساس انه نحول هذه الاجهزه الى اجهزه مهنيه تستطيع انه تخلق التاثير الاعلامي اللي دلوقتي بنتكلم عنه. نمبر 1 to educate people about their countries, about their issues وفي القضايا الكثيره جدا. and then انه to inform them. اليوم هنا تحدى الناس كثيرا جدا. اوليفيا هي she spoke about misinformation and disinformation. دي واحده من القضايا الرئيسيه. دعنا ننظر الى الاعلام الذي يذيع داخل السودان. حتى خلال هذه الحرب انقسم الى اعلام دعائي، وعندما ينقسم الاعلام الى اعلام دعائي تضيع الحقيقه، لا تكون هنالك حقيقه مطلقا. الان لا يستطيع السودانيون ان يجدوا اي وسيله اعلاميه سودانيه يركنون اليها لكي ياخذوا الحقيقه، بل يسعون الى اجهزه اعلاميه قد تكون هي عامله خارج السودان. وبالتالي انهاء سيطره الحكومات. وانا حنبلي في هذه القضيه، وهذا هو ايماني كصحفي. عملت منذ عام 1987 وحتى الان انه لا ينبغي لاي حكومه انها تسيطر على المؤسسات الاعلاميه، بل ينبغي هذه المؤسسات الاعلاميه التي يدفع لها من دافع الضرائب السوداني ان تتحول الى هيئات عامه مملوكه للمجتمع الذي يمولها بماله. وتاتي هذه المؤسسات ياتي فيها صحفيون مهنيون شباب موهوب مثل سوار الذهب ومثل امجد وغيرهم، ويستطيعوا انه يقدموا في السودان مؤسسه اعلاميه to be trusted. If you broadcast and you don't gain a trust بتاع البيبل بتاع الاودينس، انت تهدر المال وتهدر الوقت. واعتقد بنفس الطريقه اللي بتعمل بها سابا فور اكزامبل اليوم، والخطاب اللي قاله اخونا دكتور ياسر انه في هذه الظروف العصيبه تحولت الى اكبر مؤسسه طبيه في السودان على اساس انها تسد هذا الجاب. ليه نحن ما يكون عندنا مؤسسه اعلاميه تستطيع انه تسد الجاب اللي موجود في السودان وتقوم بالدور الحيوي to inform people based on accuracy, impartiality, integrity, public trust، وفي نفس الوقت تقوم بالدور بتاعت الeducation to educate people وترفع الوعي بتاع السودانيين وتقدم الانترتينمنت على اساس راقي. انا I will leave it here but I will emphasize again يعني، وبرجع اكد لك انه ينبغي ان تنتهي هذه العلاقه بين الحكومه وبين المؤسسات الاعلاميه، ولا ينبغي لاي حكومه في السودان، وده شغل المفروض نشتغل فيه، انه تملك العمل الاعلامي على اساس انه تحوله لوسائل دعائيه. rather مفروض المجتمع السوداني هو اللي يمتلك المؤسسات الاعلاميه اللي تستطيع انه تقدم المعلومات الصحيحه للناس، اللي تستطيع انه تطور حياه الناس، اللي تستطيع انه ترفع بذائقه الناس وتقدم التنوير وتقدم لهم حتى الانترتينمنت الراقي. شكرا.
تسلم ان شاء الله. الحقيقه عايز امشي طوال ان شاء الله لاستاذ امجد، لانه كلام استاذ لقمان بيضيف على حاجه مهمه جدا جدا، الا وهي الاعلام اللي هو بيسميه المين ستريم، اللي هو الاعلام اللي لازم يمشي للبلد كلها. لكن انت استاذ امجد مثلا بدات اندبندنت فيلم ميكر، وبعد ما الناس يعني عرفوك عندك حاجه بتتقال وانه الناس مستمعه عليك، انت بعد ذاك انضميت مثلا لقناه الجزيره الان مثلا. ما اعرف لو لسه بتعتبر نفسك اندبندنت ولا لا. لكن السؤال عندي انا اتكلم عن هدف ولا كيف نقدر نستخدم النو ميديا زي ما انت استخدمتها بحيث انه نقدر نتكلم عن الامور اللي بتهمنا، وفي نفس الوقت نكون حذرين من مشاكل النو ميديا. لا وهي مثلا نذكرها مثلا كثيره جدا جدا. لو هنا مثلا الكريديبيليتي مثلا، اشكاليتهم مثلا ما عندهم جورنالستيك ستاندردز، يعني زول اي زول مسلم يكون عنده كاميرا ويتكلم مع اي زول يقول اللي عايز يقوله. فلو عايز تضيف حاجه استاذ امجد ان شاء الله ولا تكلمنا عن الامر ده.
أنا والله يعني خليط ما بين اندبندنت وبرضه مع الجزيرة، لأنه برضه في النهاية أنت بكون عندك أفكار أنت عايز تعملها. الأفكار دي ممكن تصطدم مع المؤسسات مثلا المؤسسات العريقة، الحاجات يعني أنت ممكن يكون عندك حاجة مثلا ما بتتوافق معهم، فأنت طول الوقت حتكون انت اندبندنت زائد يعني تبع مؤسسة إعلامية. بالنسبة لي ممكن خليني أخذ سؤالك أترجمه، لأنه إذا أنا عايز أوجه نصيحة للناس خصوصا الشباب إنه يستخدموا النيو ميديا. وللأسف يعني نحن كمان أصلا هسي ما عندنا خيار، ما عندنا
استاذ امجد
رفاه.
بس سامحني، استخدموا النو ميديا لبنايه هويه وطنيه.
ما هو المشكلة إنه نحن هسه حتى ما عندنا رفاهية إنه نستخدم وسيلة تانية. ما عندنا دي هي الوسيلة المتاحة في يدينا، خصوصا إنه في جزء كبير جدا هسه من الشباب السودانيين هم الفيهم نازحين والفيهم مغتربين، فما عندهم وسيلة إنه يبثوا حاجة من داخل السودان أو تبع جهة إعلامية سودانية، فما عندهم غير الوسيلة دي. أنا ببشر الناس إنه أنت طالما عندك حاجة very interesting الناس يعني طول ما أنت قصتك مثيرة للاهتمام، وخصوصا موضوع السودان حتى وإن كانوا الناس جاهلين به، ولكن هو موضوع مثير للاهتمام جدا، وفي حوالينه فضول كبير جدا جدا جدا. أول ما حصلت الحرب في السودان كان كنت في نقاش مع يعني الفريق الانجيجمنت في الجزيرة، وكانوا بيتكلموا عن إنه المشاهد بقى ما بيستحمل الفيديوهات الطويلة، والاتنشن سبان بتاعته بقت لازم تعمل له فيديو قصير وحاجات سريعة زي دي عشان تضمن إنه يتفرج. فأنا قلت لهم يا جماعة أنا بختلف معاكم في الحاجة دي. أنت إذا عندك قصة مهمة وفيها معلومات جديدة الناس هتستمع. فقام يعني احد المدراء في الانجيجمنت قال لي يعني بهزار طيب ورينا شطارتك. فصدف انه انا لما جيت اتكلم، والزمن ده كان السودان فعلا ما في زول بيتكلم عن حرب السودان ابدا، ده في بداية الايام. جيت عملت فيديو هو الى الان يعتبر ككواليتي اقل فيديو كواليتي عندي في الصفحة، فيديو مصور بإضاءة ضعيفة جدا، الصورة ضعيفة جدا، ما في لا موسيقى ولا في مونتاج ولا في صور مصاحبة. أنا فقط طالع بتكلم عن السودان، شرح سريع للتاريخ اللي حصل، والفيديو كان باللغة العربية الفصحى لأنه أنا جمهوري، يعني أنا 90% من المحتوى بوجهه لغير السودانيين. الفيديو مدته 9 دقائق، وده بمعايير انستغرام فيديو طويل جدا جدا جدا، ما في زول بيحضر فيديو 9 دقائق في انستغرام. حاليا الفيديو ده أول ما نزل يعني في خلال كم يوم كان عامل 19 مليون مشاهدة. فاكتشفت إنه الناس لما يكون عندها فضول عن قضية ما بتسمع عنها، يعني نحن ممكن نستخدم سلاح غياب السودان عن الإعلام ونستخدمه في إنه زي المناطق اللي بتكون اكزوتيك، يعني دي حاجة انت ما عارف عنها. وانا دائما بستخدم الفاظ القرآن لانه القرآن هو يعني المعلم في صناعة الخطاب، وحاذكر لكم كمان ليه بستخدم القرآن دائما بيستخدم عبارة هل اتاك حديث كذا كذا، ألم ترى كيف فعل ربك بأصحاب الفيل. ف برضو إذا حوجه نصيحة، دائما نحن إذا روينا قصة إذا كان عندنا أي موضوع سواء اللي بيحصل في الفاشر أو أي حاجة، طالما أنت بترويها لقصة، صدقني الجمهور مهما كبر عمره أو صغر، نحن في الآخر مجرد أطفال عايزين نسمع قصة لطيفة، عايزين نسمع مش بس لطيفة، قصة مثيرة للاهتمام. عشان كده أرجع وأقول لك إنه في الأخبار هسي في أكبر الجهات الإعلامية بيكتب لك نيوز ستوري our next story. طالما أنت بتروي قصة، أروي والناس حتستمع، طالما إنه قصتك مثيرة للاهتمام، وعندك النيو ميديا دي، ويلا أبحر واتكلم وأغلط وأسمع الناس حيقول لك شنو، والناس حيسلخوك. and you have to have a thick skin إنه تسمع. هي دائما برضو اسمح لي أنا أستغل الوضع ده، لأنه أكيد في ناس كتير حيكونوا من الشباب حيكونوا عايزين يعرفوا نصائح. دائما أنا بتجيني رسائل في الدي ام يقول لي أنا عندي موهبة في التقديم، عايز أعمل الحاجة الفلانية، أنا عندي موهبة في الإلقاء، عندي موهبة في الشعر. تخش صفحته تلقاه برايفت، أو تلقى عنده فيديو أو فيديوهين. لازم تتكلم، لازم تصرخ. You have to scream your talent, not just to showcase your talent. You have to scream, to be loud. لأنه الضجة حوالينك كثيرة. أي حاجة عندك أنت أصرخ وقدمها للناس، وفي النهاية أنت الناس حيسمعوك وحتقدر توجه رسالتك.
طيب استاذ سوار، انا بس عايز اصلك للاخر، لانه دي نقطه تكلمنا فيها انا وانت قبل كده، ولا هو الشغل الاعلامي مع الشغل الانساني وكيف يستغلوا مع بعض. احنا طبعا مع سابا هنا عايزين، يعني ما عايزين نطلع من هنا من غير ما نديهم هم نصائح كمنظمه نفسها. وانا شايف انه برنامجك كان برنامج ما شاء الله عليه، يعني ناجح جدا جدا مع المنظمه اللي اللي اشتغلتوا معها، ولا جمعت هي التبرعات باسمها ولا كذا. لو تورينا التجربه كانت كيف؟
نعم. طبعا بس انا حابب اضيف انه الواقع، يعني استاذنا الله يجزاه الخير استاذ لقمان يتكلم عن تحويل الاعلام الى مؤسسه هي يملكها الجمهور ويملكها الشعب. وامجد يمكن يتكلم في نقطه برضه مهمه جدا، اللي هي انه الاعلام اصبح كل انسان هو عباره عن مراسل في ذاته. شوف الواقع في النهايه بيجرفك معاه. اذا انت حتى كمؤسسه اعلاميه الليله لو شفت ارقام المشاهدات للمنصات الموجوده، حتى الجزيره الناس بتتكلم عنها كمؤسسه كبيره، لو جيت للارقام حتلقى اختلفت الارقام من فتره، لانه فتره سيطره الحكومات على الاجهزه التلفاز واجهزه الاعلام اختلفت الان. حتى معايير اعلام اختلفت. يعني ايام الثورات العربيه 2011 الجزيره كان مستحيل تطلع لقطه مهزوزه، مستحيل، يعني لقطه مهزوزه ما بتقبلها. لما انقفلت الحكومات عليها بقت عايزة مصادر للصورة ومصادر للخبر. المصدر ده كان الجمهور، فكان الناس بتلفونات بيرفعوا بتلفونات بسيطة جدا، بيرفعوا مجبر، غيروا المعايير كلها وقبلوا بالصورة اللي تجي للجمهور، لأنه ده المصدر الوحيد. من 2011 لحد هسي لو سألت الشباب الموجودين جميعا منو اللي يتفرج على تلفزيون، أنا أجزم إنه قد يكون واحد ولا اثنين يتفرج، ولا الناس كلها حتى الليلة. يعني أجبرت القنوات إنها تكون عندها منصات سوشيال ميديا. طيب أجبرت إنها تطلع لايف، يعني الجزيرة الليل لو فتحتها هتلقى الجزيرة لايف أخبارها، أجبرت القنوات. فاللي هو عصر سيطرة الحكومات والأنظمة على أجهزة الإعلام، أعتقد أنه زمن ولا. لأنه حتى الليلة من فتح النيل الأزرق ولا قناة السودان ولا غيرها، أعتقد ما في حد حتى تتفرج عليها. الناس قاعدة تتفرج الليلة كلها على غير. وبالمناسبة يعني ده حتى هي نقطة أعتقد أنها حتى مبشرة، لأنه الليلة أستاذ نغمان قد يكون مر بالتجربة. صدقني المعاناة قد يكون العاناها في الأمور الإدارية، وخلته ما عنده زمن ذاته يفكر هو يبدع. مشاكل إدارية ومشاكل حزبية ومشاكل هو أصلا ما من اختصاصه، الزمن كله ضايع فيها، وده واقع ممكن هو يحكي لك يعني. لذلك الزمن ده اختلف، وبالتالي أصبح كل إنسان عنده تلفون وعنده جهازه الإعلامي، بدليل حتى الإعلاميين الليلة اللي بيشتغلوا بقت عندهم منصاتهم الخاصة، بل إنه أصبحوا هم يتقربوا من مشاهير صناعة الإعلام. أمجد الليلة الجزيرة في النهاية ما قدم له السي في بتاعه ولا عملوا له مقابلة. المحتوى القوي اللي هو قدمه أجبر قناة زي الجزيرة تجيبه، وغيرها من أكبر المذيعين وغيرها اللي أصبحوا موجودين الآن. طيب النقطة فيما يخص موضوع البرنامج والعمل الإنساني، دي نقطة بالنسبة لي نقطة مهمة. إنه الدور الإنساني، خليني أحكي لك حاجة بسيطة جدا، اللي هي حتى قصة البرنامج دي ما بدأت من السودان، برنامج عمران. والبرنامج هو لا يتبع لأي مؤسسة ولا يتبع لأي جهة. أنا بتعاون مع بعض الجهات على أساس إنه أنا قانونيا ما بقدر أجمع المال، لكن في النهاية كامل البرنامج أنا بمشي زيارة استكشافية معي بعدها برجع معي الفريق بتاعي بنعد البرنامج وفريق المصورين، والبرنامج بالكامل بنعمل، لأنه أنا بستقي الحلقات من الميدان والواقع من الميدان. يعني أنا السنة اللي فاتت شهر 6 مشيت السودان، قعدت شهر ونص في، يعني كان فترة حرب وفترة كانت مؤلمة صراحة، والله يعني نجانا ولطف بينا كم مرة، يعني من دانات، من قناصين، من غيره. فاستقيت الحلقات كلها من الميدان وواقع الميدان. لما مشينا صورنا، كثير قد يعني يتفاجئ انه ولا حلقه انا كنت معد لها، انا باخذ عناوين، بعرف انه في نازحين موجودين في المكان الفلاني، بمشي بعيش الواقع كما هو، بمشي المدرسه الفلانيه بعيش واقع التعليم في الحرب كما هو، بمشي مثلا مستشفى مدرمان ما كان فيها زول، مشيت لقيت موضوع الجثث وغيره، بعرف انه في جثث لكن ما بعيش الواقع كما هو لانه ده تلفزيون واقع. لكن النصيحه اللي حابب اقدمها للناس اللي بيعملوا في الاعلام او بيعملوا في العمل الانساني عموما، هي نصيحه استقيها من طفل سوداني. الطفل ده دائما بحكي قصته، اسمه ادم، وهو سبب قيام برنامج عمران. انا كنت 2017 في السودان، طلعت من واحد من المطاعم، فاول ما طلعت لقيت الطفل ده بياكل الله يعزك من القمامه، بياكل في كوشه، وقاعد ياكل وبيشيل باقي خبز بينظفه وبيخته في جيبه، بيشيل الخبز وبيخته في جيبه. فألفت نظري ما قصة إنه الطفل ده بياكل من قمام، ألفت نظري إنه الخبز اللي قاعد يخته في جيبه. فمشيت سألته السلام عليكم. وعليكم السلام، اسمك منو؟ اسمي آدم. قلت له آدم العيش ده لمنو؟ قال لي العيش ده موديه البيت. فهنا يعني قلت اكيد ده بيت يعني ظروف منتظر بواقي الاكل من الكوشه عزكم الله. فقلت يا اخي، قلت له ممكن اجي معاك؟ قال لي جدا. مشيت معاه لحد ما مشيت لقيتهم عايشين في خور، وخور اللي هو مجاري المياه المجففه دي يعني، واطفالهم مجموعه من الاطفال الموجودين عايشين في المكان ده. جاء خدت العيش في طرف الخور، وكلهم متلمين ببيته بيعيشوا هنا. طبعا منهم من شرة جراء حرب، منهم ظروف اقتصادية، منهم طبعا من الأطفال اللي كانوا بعد ذاك بينضموا للمايقوما، يعني عالم آخر حتى ما مسلط الضوء عليه، هو قضيته كبيرة عموما. فالطفل ده أنا منتظر يعمل شنو في العيش، كنت حياكلوه. لقيت هو مجموعة من الأطفال قاموا شالوا العيش، وحوالين المجاري بدوا يخطوا العيش حوالين المجاري بتاع المويه، مجاري المياه، وخدتوا شوية مويه. وبعد فترة اتلم الطير وبدأ ياكل من العيش. المشهد ده أمامي وأنا أخذت له صورة. فسألته قلت له يا آدم العيش ده لمنو؟ قال لي العيش ده للطير. قلت له أنت العيش ده بتشيله للطير؟ قال لي أيوة. كيف يا أخي هو بيوزع؟ قال لي كيف يا أخي، ده رزق جابه لي ربنا. قلت الطفل ده شايف إنه إطعام الطير رزق ساقه له ربنا. لذلك يقال الصدقة تقع في يد الله قبل أن تقع في يد العبد، تقع في يد الله قبل أن تقع في يد العبد. كنت أشوف أنت الليلة لو قعدت تتكلم عن الإنسانية وتتكلم عن أعظم الفلاسفة، يعني قاعد يعبر عن الإنسانية ومعانيها، ما عبر عنها كما عبر عنها الطفل ده. إنه الصدقة اللي أنت بتعملها خير جايك أنت، وده رزق جايك أنت. زي الزول الليلة لو ضرب لك داري منك شغلة ممكن تتجاهله، لكن ممكن يلجأ لألف. ليه جاك أنت؟ ده من حسن ربنا فيك. زي الزول اللي دق عليك الباب وجا بيتك في النهاية تعشم فيك، ده رزق جايك أنت قبل ما يجيك لغيرك. لذلك المنظمة وجهودكم وعملكم انتم، ان كان على الصعيد الانساني، على الصعيد الاعلامي، وكل زول في مجاله اذا قادر يقدم قضيته، خصوصا اذا كانت قضية انسانية، قضية قيمية، انا اقول انه ده رزق جايه هو. امجد الليل لما يقول 19 مليون، كم من المليون عرفوا قضية السودان، وكم منهم حاول يساهم، وكم منهم كانت منظمة إنسانية، وكم غيرها. الليلة دعوات المرأة الموجودة تحت الشجرة وقاعدة في أنصاف الليالي، ودي إنسانة فقدت أهلها، وإنسانة في لحظة إلحاح من الدعاء، لما تقول أرجوكم شفاعة الرسول. فالناس اللي قاعدة في المؤتمر دي تشتغل، وقاعدة تقدم العطاء، وقاعدة تفكر تقدم للسودان، هذه الدعوة قد تكفيهم أطفال وأسر بأعظم ما قد يلقاها الإنسان شفاعة الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم. فدي الحاجة اللي أنا أقدمها، إنه الناس ما يبخس العطاء. ودائما أنا بقول حاجة، إنه قليل من الخير يخلي خيرا إلى ما لا نهاية. لا تستصغر من المعروف شيء. أي معروف قادر تقدمه حتى في مجالك وفي تخصصك أيا كان موجود، في النهاية قيمته كبيرة. وانتم كمؤسسة والله دوركم كبير والمسؤولية كبيرة على عاتقكم، لأنه مشكلة السودان في المقام الأول دائما هي مشكلة، يعني المشكلة الصحية بتتصدر أي مشهد. أي مشهد المشكلة الصحية. في عز الحرب بتلقى مشكلة الكوليرا، مشكلة حمى الضنك، مشكلة سوء التغذية، المشاكل الموجودة في السودان. لذلك همتكم ودوركم كبير جدا. وفي النهاية انتم أهل الوجع، وما حق ظفرك يعني جلدك مثل ظفرك يعني، فانتم أساس الوجع إن شاء الله. وربنا يقويكم إن شاء الله جميعا.
الله يديك العافيه ويحفظك ان شاء الله. طبعا يا جماعه الساعه دي زادوا لنا زي حكايه بتاع 3 مرات هنا، فنحن فتنا الوقت لنا الزمن وسي ادونا زمن زياده. ده زمن ادونا له زياده ولا معناه ده الوقت الاضافي؟ انا ما فهمت حصل شنو. وسي لسه بيضيفوا فيها زمن زياده ان شاء الله. وانا ما بتكلم لغه عربيه كويسه،
يا استاذ مامون،
اسمع، ولما مرتي قلت لا يا اخي الموضوع حيكون بالعربي
نحن ما كان المفروض يكون معنا كان المفروض يكون معانا انجليزيه عشان تضبط لنا الوقت، فالانجليزيه ما جات، فنحن اخذنا راحتنا.
الاشكاليه هنا لكن شنو قاموا خطوني مع، شوف الكلمه هنا كلمتين دل، مع عمالقه وجهابذه في اللغه العربيه. كيف؟ واسال الله تعالى يبارك فيكم ويحفظكم ان شاء الله، والله شغلكم جميل. واسال الله سبحانه وتعالى يجمعنا دائما ان شاء الله على الخير، وانه يزيدكم ان شاء الله في الشغل ده باذن الله تعالى. انا صراحه في الاخر ترى اقول حاجه بس بسيطه جدا، والحاجه اللي هي احنا بندرسها مثلا في الجامعات عن الميديا نفسها، انه media is not a representation of reality. Just so you guys know, it's a highlight of what reality is actually choosing, and we choose what this highlight is. ورغم انه احنا مرات كثير بنقول انه الميديا بتاثر في الناس directly، لكن الناس برضو they're not just passive، يعني ما الناس بس بتاخذ بس الميديا بس وما بتفكر فيها ولا كذا. فدي حاجه مهمه جدا الواحد لازم يفكر فيها ويعرفها ان شاء الله تعالى. الشيء الثاني اللي هو ممكن ادي كل واحد فيكم دقيقه يدي نصيحه لسابا عن انه المفروض يعمل شنو، لانه سابا قالوا احنا دايرين نطلع بالكلمه شنو؟ بفوائد يعني من اللقاء ده باذن الله تعالى. طيب تفضل دقيقه بس، لكن لانه اوريدي فاتونا.
بقول لسابا يستمروا في اداء هذا العمل العظيم، ويستمروا في الارتباط بمثل هؤلاء التالنت اللي موجودين، وهي بتقوم بعمل إنساني. واحدة من أهم الأعمال التي ترسخ عند المتلقي هي الستوريز اوف هيومن إليمنتس، يعني دي هي الستوريز اللي بترسخ. الأخوان سوار الذهب وأمجد really keep doing the good job، ونتمنى إنه تكون عندنا مؤسسة إعلامية على أساس إنه نحتوي المحتوى العظيم اللي انتم بتقدموه، وعن طريقه نخلي انه السودانيين يقعدوا في البرايم تايم ذا واي هم بيقعدوا في البرايم تايم، على اساس انه يتلقوا من مؤسسات اخرى، يتلقوا من مؤسسه سودانيه تستطيع انه تديسامينيت كل الكونتنت بتاعتها في السوشيال ميديا. هو في تكامل، اصله حتتكامل العمل بين المين ستريم ميديا والسوشيال ميديا. المين ستريم ميديا انت بتخلق مؤسسه فيها بتدرب الصحفيين، بتلقنهم القيم بتاعت الجورناليزم، وهم بيمشوا بعد ذاك بيمشوا، بيكون في هذا التكامل بين المين ستريم ميديا والسوشيال ميديا. ثانك يو سو ماتش.
استاذ سوار الذهب.
الله يجزاكم خير. والله النقطة الأولى يمكن أنا أستقيها من لسان آدم الله يحفظه لما قال رزق جابوا لكم ربنا. يعني كونه أنتم عندكم مؤسسة وبتخدم الناس وتعين الناس، ده رزق جابوا لكم ربنا. الشيء الثاني دعوة والدتنا اللي قد تكون أصابت كثير منكم، اللي دعت أن يرزقكم الله شفاعة الرسول، ودي حاجة ما بيلقاها الإنسان بسهولة، فدي تعضوا عليها بالنواجذ زي ما بيقولوا في عملكم، والإخلاص في كل لحظة موجودة. النقطة الثالثة اللي هي السودان دائما بيغرق في الحزبيات وفي السياسة وفي غيرها. دائما استحضروا صورة انه انتم مهما كان في اختلافات بينكم كمؤسسة، يتذكروا ان انتم بتخدموا انسان مستضعف، هو لا يعرف ما هي الاحزاب ولا يعرف ما هي السياسة، وقد لا يعرف الان ما بيفرق بين الدعم السريع وبين الجيش الانسان الموجوع الموجود جوا. فانتم السند الحقيقي الموجود بالنسبة لهم، فمهما كان اختلاف المؤسسة دي في النهاية هي الأساس اللي قائم، اللي قدام باب سابا دي الناس بتخط كله انتماءاتها بتجنبه وبتخدم الانسان السوداني وبتخدم نفسها قبل ما تخدم الانسان السوداني. نقطه اخيره، اتمنى انه المؤتمرات دي ما تكون مجرد مؤتمرات لحظيه زي الطب يقول لك ده بنج مؤقت، يعني مجرد مؤتمر شحدنا له واشتغلنا وفات، لا، انه اتحول الى برامج حقيقيه. انا ليل بتشرف ان نكون موجودين معاكم، وامجد استاذ لقمان، دي تجربه اعلاميه كيف الناس ممكن تحولها الى برنامج الناس تستفيد منه. كذلك مخرجات العمل ده ومقاس محدد ومقاس، البرنامج يكون محدد ومقاس بهدف، لما تجي السنه الجايه تقول والله اهدافنا حققنا 1 2 3 4 ولو هدف واحد، اساس تكون برامج ممارسه مش مجرد فقط مؤتمرات. وبارك الله في جهدكم يعني، وربنا يحفظكم جميعا ان شاء الله.
الله يديك العافيه. استاذ امجد اخر كلمه لك ان شاء الله.
شكرا جزيلا مرة ثانية للاستضافة. أنا عندي دائما إشكالية في تقديم النصح، عشان كده يعني بصراحة يعني القامات الموجودة سواء أستاذ لقمان أو الأخ سوار أو حتى يعني الأخ مامون، لكن أنا بس حابي أتوجه بالشكر، وحابي أقول لسابا إنه نحن معاكم، أي حاجة أنتوا عايزينها نحن جاهزين بكل ما نقدر عليه، إلا إنه نحن نجي أمريكا لأنه ترامب قاطعة معانا نحن
شفتوا كيف؟
يشيلونا من الترافل بان، أبشروا والله نجي لحد عندكم. لكن غير كده نحن يعني جاهزين بكل ما لدينا من سكيلز ومن خبرات، وواصلوا في اللي انتم بتعملوا فيه. وشكرا جزيلا انه اتحتوا لنا انه نتشرف بلقائكم، يعني لقاء الناس اللي وراء المجهودات العظيمه دي.
الله يحفظكم ويبارك فيكم ان شاء الله. طبعا ناس سابا تاني ما حينادوني اصلا لاعمل اي حاجه، لانه الموضوع ده خلاص خرب خالص معهم مع التوقيت، فدي اخر مره ان شاء الله حتلاقوني فيها. فسلام عليكم يا جماعه ان شاء الله. اسال الله سبحانه وتعالى انه يبارك فيكم ان شاء الله ويجمعنا دائما في الجنه ان شاء الله وفي كل خير. واسال الله سبحانه وتعالى انه ما يخلي ولا واحد فينا يطلع من هنا الا وهو مغفور له الذنب ان شاء الله تعالى. السلام عليكم ورحمه الله. تعال اقعد. براهم يا ابو على روحا. لا خلاص قال لا يا دكاتره كبار بورا هناك قالوا لا.
معلش يا شباب، السيشن طبعا جميله وانتراكتيف،
المعذره يا
لكن
جماعه.
لسه we have another program عشان بعد ذاك البريك عشان الايفنينج at 6. ف we're gonna have to keep it going ان شاء الله. We can hold a conversation and side track مع البانلست ان شاء الله. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to that panel for an eye-opening discussion on media representation and advocacy. Your insights give us the tools and empowerment to be better storytellers and advocates for Sudan. We now come to our final session of the day, and it is a tremendous honor to welcome our closing keynote speaker. Imam Muhammad Majid is a renowned Islamic scholar, community leader, and interfaith advocate. He serves as the Imam of the Adams Center in Virginia and has been a powerful voice for Muslim communities across America. Imam Majid has dedicated his life to building bridges between communities, between faiths, and between the ideals of justice and the reality of action. Please join me in giving a warm and respectful welcome to Imam Majid.
بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الرحمة المهداة والنعمة المزدان وعلى ما بعد. I was asked to speak in English. It's a great pleasure to be with you this afternoon with an organization like SAPA that have touched many people's lives in Sudan. When a person studies Islam, come to know that the objective of the teaching of Sharia or Islam are based on 5 objectives. And one of these objectives is preserving life, protecting human life, which is the most essential objective. Matter of fact, I've written a paper saying that all the maqasid, Sharia, actually is based on hifz al-nafs, preserving human life with the 2 dimensions of it, the physical and the spiritual dimension. Because according to Islam, there's a physical dimension of our life and then the spiritual dimension of our life. A person could be physically living but spiritually dead. And a person could be physically dead but is spiritually living. Therefore, Islam meant to preserve the human life in the both dimensions. And if you think like that, then all the other مقاصد, objectives of protecting of offspring, حفظ النسل, العقل, the intellect, the property, all of this maqasid and faith feed into the idea of preserving human life. And you are in the business protecting and preserving human life. Is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have said in the Quran that whoever save one life as if have saved the life of all humanity. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, من أجل ذلك كتبنا على بني إسرائيل, prescribed on the children of Israel, أنه من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض كأنما قتل الناس جميعا. Whoever take one life, innocent one life, not 900, as some people brag about it, not 2 or 3, one life, as if have killed all humanity, have taken life of all humanity. Because that soul, that human life represent you and I, represent the entire humanity. When nafs in this ayat is nakira, means every human life, whether that person Muslims or not Muslims, an atheist, regardless of their tribe, regardless of their color, regardless of their race, regardless of their economic status, is nafs. Any human being. That's why Rasul sallallahu alayhi wa sallam stood for the janaza of a Jewish man. And the Sahaba told him, Ya Rasulullah, he's not Muslim, he's Jewish. He said, as alaysa nafs, isn't he a human being? Recognition of human life. Every person is a valuable individual that Allah have honored all humanity. لقد كرمنا بني آدم. Bestowed dignity and honor and human being. That's why I love SAPA, because it serves all Sudanese, regardless of the political affiliation, regardless of their color, regardless of their race, whether Muslims or Christians. That's what you need to do. As a Muslim, that was supposed to be our belief. Saving human life, being a business of saving human life. It's very important for all of us when we think about our purpose in life. What can I do to make this world a better world? What kind of legacy I would like to leave behind? Life is short. It's temporary. As one time about to lead the Salah 20 years ago, and before I led the Salah, I saw a young man wearing a t-shirt. It says, life is short. And after I finished the Salah, I asked him, where did you buy this shirt? From where? He said he bought it from the pawn circle. Those who are in this area. I said, the person who sold you this shirt, was he a Muslim? He said, no. I said, why did you buy the shirt? He said, I want to remind myself that I need to do the best, the maximum best in this short period of time in my life. Because for us, all of us have to interpret that, seize the moment. And my dear brother Ridwan Saleh stood here, gave all of us a chance to do something different, to share what Allah has bestowed upon us of wealth, to share the comfort that we have in America with our family in Fashir, our family in Madani, in Khartoum, in Kassala, in Kurdufan. By the way, I know brother Saad Luqman, I don't know if he's still here, yes. And he's doing this charity work before the war. He was doing it for a long time. My dear brothers and sisters, My area of influence is to speak to people as much as I can in Washington, D.C. about Sudan. Therefore, I took the group of interfaith group and went to visit Sudan recently. And we visited people living in camps, internally displaced people. And one of the lady, she was a principal of a school. Now she lives in very dire, horrible conditions. And she said to me, all I want to go back to my life. I feel my dignity have been taken away from me. When we came back to United States, we decided to shed light on what happened in Sudan. And we created a program with an interfaith group called Shine in Sudan. And there's a video, you can see it online, where I have people of other faith to speak what's happening in Sudan. Last week, I spoke to 2 congressmen about what happened in Sudan. Because as people have just said, when people think about Africa, they think about human life in Africa is cheaper than anywhere else. Some of this violence could have been prevented. But we wait until women being violated, until mass killing, mass graves. It is very important for all of us to see every human life in Sudan as if my own family, my kinship, because we are one family. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made the humanity one family, how about us sharing the same land? There's no difference between the tribe of the West and the tribe of the East and the tribe of the Middle and the North of Sudan. Every human life supposed to be honored, preserved. You know, my children grew up in America, born in America. And they said, Baba, we cannot stop crying every time we see that our family are being killed in Sudan. They consider every Sudanese as their family. They don't have the background of tribes. They don't care about what tribe that person comes from. They identify them as Sudanese. We have to change culture, perspective, view of others. قال الإمام علي الإنسان human being إما أخ لك في الدين, your brother in religion, أو نظير لك في الخلق, نظير لك في الخلق. You have to see in every human being. We have to see the dignity and honor Allah bestowed upon them. And that's why I love about your work. I've seen in Sudan what you do, SAPA. You practice in this verse, قد كرمنا بني آدم. You have honored human being. You practice this verse, ومن أحياها فكأنما أحيا الناس جميعا. To preserve one life as if I have preserved and protect all human life. Is the Quran that telling us that no person being wronged and life being taken without Allah give them a chance to make their case. وإذا الموءودة سئلت بأي ذنب قتلت. In the Quran, there's a riwayah, وإذا الموءودة سألت بأي ذنب قتلت. Allah going to give the microphone to every child of Sudan. Those little girls and boys of Sudan, Allah going to give them the microphone. And they're going to ask all of us, and they're going to ask in the day of judgment, what crime did I commit to be killed? قال الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم أول ما يقضى فيه يوم القيامة الدماء. The first thing Allah settled between human being is taking life, blood. فيقوم المقتول فيأخذ بيد قاتله. The person who been killed will hold the hand of the person who have taken their life. يقول ربي هذا قتلني. This person have taken my life. I want you to ask him, Allah, why? What reason? For what cause my life was taken? But perhaps the people whom you save life would testify for you, my doctors, SAPA members. They will say, these people have saved our life. You know, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam teach us about priority even in Islam. If you are on camps, medical camps, and saving life is better than praying tahajjud at night. Yeah. As a matter of fact, Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu anhuma was staying in the masjid in Ramadan in i'tikaf. A man came to him and said, you know, I owe so and so money, and he's after me to pay him, and I don't have the money. So Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu said, do you like me to talk to him for you? To tell him that, to give you more time? He said, yeah, I would like it. I would love it. He said, let's go. He said, but don't forget, he said to him, you are in i'tikaf. You should not leave the masjid. He said, no, I have not forgotten that I'm in i'tikaf. ولكن سمعت رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم وأشار إلى قبر المصطفى صلى الله عليه وسلم. I heard the Rasul صلى الله عليه وسلم saying, أن تخرج في حاجة أخيك المسلم, to go and serve another person need. Listen to this good news. Oh, SAPA. He said to go to fulfill someone's need is better than staying 1 month in i'tikaf in the masjid of Rasulullah. You know what that means? Every salah is 1,000 salah. When you wipe the tears of those orphans in Sudan, when you see the elder mothers of ours and the sisters, and you provide medicine for them, when you relieve someone's difficulty, Allah will relieve our difficulty and hardship in this life and next life. This is a real business. And that's the real purpose of life. When you make a difference in someone's life, when you touch someone, a person should not, every day, a person should think about, how can I bring a smile to someone's face? Because it's part of Islamic teaching, part of ibadah, إدخال السرور في نفس المؤمن, bringing happiness to somebody else. I want to conclude. So, don't give a microphone to an imam. It becomes khutbah al-Jum'ah. You take a risk with that. But let me tell you something. In the 80s, I was a young man, high school. Do you remember Muwelih? I was asked to go and volunteer in Muwelih. People came from the west of Sudan, starving. And I was so excited that I was given a chance to help. Before they start preparing these hot meals, and they ask you to go to this rawakib, not even proper tent. And there's a woman there, look like a skeleton, I brought the food to her. Excited. قالت لي تأخرتوا علينا يا ولدي. I did not sleep that night. تأخرتوا علينا يا ولدي. Later, I come to know from one of the doctors, this woman lost her child. ولدها مات. صغير. تأخرتوا علينا يا ولدي. She was not ungrateful. She just spoke about the pain she has. None of us should be late for people of Sudan. Life is not if it's not about fulfilling the mission of creation, to love people, to care about them, and to share whatever Allah has given us. You know, it's important for all of us as we're sitting in this mashallah beautiful place, as we feel secure in our home, to pray for people who don't feel safe tonight. For people living in fear. For those women taking shower almost in public. I have seen them even before this war. I went to Darfur, I went to camps in Darfur, and I have seen this. There's no proper place. People not living in dignity. I'm speaking to the American government. I have a meeting with Black Caucus next week, inshallah. I'm going to speak in the behalf of every man and woman in Sudan, regardless of political affiliation. Those women who screaming at the top of the lung, let me live. For those children who scream at the top of the lung, let me live. This is our responsibility. When you are sitting under near the ear of the superpower. Finally, I want to say, will come a time that all of us are going to leave this world. The power and the powerless, the rich and the poor. And we'll stand before the most powerful, God Almighty. And the question always be, can I defend it when I stand before Him? Can I defend it? I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to make all of us agent of change. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to put barakah and blessing in this SAPA. May Allah protect your life, your children, preserve you for what you are doing. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have you to be seated under the shade of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala day of judgment. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes every life that you touch at the means of comfort for you in this life and next life. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes you able to see every human being as human being, regardless of the label. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala give us opportunity to serve others, because this is a privilege. It's an honor to serve others. We're not doing them a favor. جزاكم الله خير. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
What a beautiful, inspiring message to end our day. Thank you, Imam Majid, for those words of wisdom and encouragement. Alhamdulillah for the day that we've had. From questioning hope to witnessing it in action, from discussing crisis to celebrating solutions, and from examining silence to amplifying voices. Take some time now to rest, to reflect, and to prepare for this evening celebration. We will reconvene at 6 p.m. in Jalaalib in Tiab, right here in the Grand Ballroom, for our award ceremony and gala night. This will be an evening of recognition, celebration, and community, honoring those who have made extraordinary contributions to Sudan and the Sudanese diaspora. Dinner will be served, and you do not want to miss the cultural performances we have lined up. See you all at 6 p.m. Thank you for an incredible day.
A mic check. Oh, mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2. Test, test. 1, 2. Mic check.
Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check.
This
1,
ain't a
2.
game, bruh. Mic check. 1, 2. No, not yet. Volume turned up. Hold on, give me more. I agree. Yeah. كبيرتك السمحة دي. مش كده كبيرتك سمحة. بحرجك يا جماعة. راشد عبد الرحمن موجود.
زحوا منا المايك.
دكتور راشد.
دكتور راشد. الاداء.
الاداء حيكون رهيب، لكن
لا الاداء ده ما في 2 3. نو الاداء ما شاء الله يعني. الاداء ما فيه 2 3 ولكن حاجات ثانيه فيها 2 3.
خلاص
2 حاجات ثانيه 3. Sabo check 1 2. Sabo check 1 2.
Don't encourage him. Oh, a test on the guitar. Mubin, can you test the guitar? Can we get less in the monitor? More? Mubin, do you want more? More bass? The delay is insane. Test. I need to test my voice. I need to hear myself. حاجه حتى لو بتسمع الاغاني ما حغنيها. Then you have more. Like the bass or what? Huh? صوت البركشن ولا صوت everything? Okay. You said it's not loud up back there. هقول لك في الباب عشان نقدر This one and the tempo is 129. Okay, Aaron, I trust you fully with my sound and to do with it whatever you think is artistically beautiful as an audio engineer, okay? محمد الطاهر امسك في الباب ده عليك الله وخلي العوارة امسك في الباب نار البادي والغربة نار البادي والغربة شوق لأهلي والصحبة شوق لكل جميل في الحي شوق لكل جميل في الحي شوق للشام العصابة بين اليغيظة والأحلام بين جفان تقول لنا مريت النوم يزورني اليوم مريت بين جفان تقول لنا Okay, let's. Just gonna test the guitar out real quick. How do I sound? Do I sound like an angel fallen from heaven? No? Okay, that's fine.
That sound was too much. Is that what you mean?
I could move back. I can move from the when I go high, when I go big, I can move back.
Yeah, just because.
Okay.
That's what.
Okay. Okay, let's just take it back. Okay, anytime they're ready. Anytime they're ready. All right, Mubin, do you want to try the guitar? I don't know. I feel like it's fine. Is it dry? I think so. Aaron, are there any effects on my voice? Can we like? I don't know. Well, how does it sound to you? Can I hear it with what he's mentioning, like the bright hole or whatever? I can move back, just because I don't want. It's in the case.
Take count of what we didn't set before we leave out of here. So when we come back in, we can just take care of it.
Do 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 do. وعليكم السلام كيف؟ الحمد لله. Okay. أنا المفروض أطفي اللبانة دي لأنه it's very. Is that good? Pirates, yes, they robber, sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I. If I slow down, yeah, moving, just keep playing عشان ما أكون too slow. From the bottomless pit. But my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We fought in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the tide. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Yes, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Mubin, is it too slow? Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had is songs. Is this for me? Oh, are you sure? I don't need it. I think. Do you need this? Oh, okay. Well, I don't need it. I was gonna stand. He will need it. So this is perfectly fine. Okay, perfect. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm okay without the beat. For just the two songs on the guitar, I'm okay. Like, I need it faster. يعني the beginning. Yeah. And I need you to. شفتها هناك صعب. اديني الجي Okay. I think it's good. I don't know. I think it's okay. ما ادري اركز مع الموضوع عشان يعني لكن I think they added some effects and I think it sounds good. Aaron, the first musician is here. So if you want to talk to him.
Asma. Hi, how are you? So I'm coming every state to Syria to for my interface. I have a
Yeah, we are. How does it sound? Be honest. Like without like okay, so like the effects that Aaron had and then the effects that they added. What do you like better? Okay, okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Okay, perfect. I think, I think we're. Yeah, don't quote me. Like, I think we're after times.
Sorry, I'm كنت معاك فيا نظبط شكل ونشوف الاوردر شكله كيف.
Okay.
تسلم Where do you think? Where would you like me to? So corner is good. Sounds good. So most likely I'll sit here on the guitar, and my desk with the laptop would be either my left, my right should be good. Yeah, should be good. So I'll be here. Oh. Can I move them this time?
You need would you rather have a boom arm? So it's tilted towards you, or?
That would be perfect.
Okay, I can do that.
Okay. No, this is perfect. This one, yeah, this one. Yep. Yeah, I'm testing right now. Yeah, sure. I'll move everything back. Yeah. Thank you. Let's know. So this is cool, right? Here on the guitar should be good. Nice. Thank you so much. Yeah, perfect.
That table? Yes. But the chairs, I think these are too high. Maybe.
For the musician?
She said she just need 2 chairs and a table.
Right, and that's for the musician.
This is the table that we're right now.
Yeah.
All right.
This is all for the musician.
What she wants. Yeah. Is separate from what they want. Okay, because there's an awards night.
I think she just wants chairs and table.
Musician, so he's gonna have this set up, and they are gonna have their setup, and they're gonna have their setup. But the need is 2 chairs for the awards. That's how we're gonna start. So he's just doing some checkers. Okay. So these 2 just 2 of these chairs and 1 of these tables. All right. So 3, 4, to 6. All right. I know it's cool. I got you, bro. Yeah, whatever she said. Yeah, I got it. And then these for the musicians, they still need it. Yeah, but they're good. But put off to the side. Hurt. I got you. You still testing? Hurt. All right, so we keep the ones in the middle.
All right, so here's for your.
So I have XLRs. If not, then I have 2 quarter inch. I'll use them. So this, you know what? I'll just just get into these ones. Okay. This is my out here. Good. Right now, just.
Oh, you plug your guitar.
I didn't plug it. Okay. All right. This guy is charged. Okay.
Chair or yeah, 1 more chair. Okay. This one right here. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you later.
You can't be in the room. Who's this for? What's this for?
Guitars.
Oh, got it. I'll leave that alone. Joel.
Make this one too.
Sorry, I'm gonna unplug this and pull it the other way.
You don't need this chair right now, do you? No, I don't believe so. All right, I'll put this over to the side. Just over here. This is for the musicians. So they're gonna need this later. So I'm gonna put it right here. No, that's yours. Yes. What's your guys' the chair? Yeah. So. Like this person, like this is the worst ceremony. This can't be there. Already happened. And if it can't be there, it's like dedicated. It would take that stuff away. Far in that one. So, but it
Okay, now I'm coming live with the guitar, but I just want to play the music first, so just it's not too.
So we can test our signal.
All right. Yep. 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 Mic check. Mic check.
We just have to take away the chairs and stuff like that.
Mic check.
I know.
Yeah. Yep. Mic check.
Yeah. We have it all to the side. Alright, we're good. But now I got a clearer picture. Reflect.
Can I have less monitor? Less monitor. It's a little bit high for me. يا هو داير يظبط المايك بعد ذاك اللي يظبط الاثنين. Can I try with the music now? Thank you. Sorry?
Is there a way to send music?
To do some pan in here? Yeah, I can do some pan.
All the way to the chest.
Oh, la la la, la 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 la. Mete ya. لا وحشتني عيونك يا حبيبي همسك ولمسك يا حبيبي حبيبي وحشتني عيونك يا طبيبي طبيبي انت هناك وروحي معاك سودي وبعدك جنني لا 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 لا
Oh, la 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 la. Oh, la 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 la. Oh, la 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 la. Ooh, la la la. Ah, love.
Shukran. I have one instrumental. I want to try it quickly with the guitar only, no vocals, and we should be good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. تسلم تسلم يديك العافية تسلم يديك العافية شكرا.
سنيورة حلوة أوي أمورة حبيبي دي الغندورة خدود البندورة دي حبتني
شمالي كله غير من حالي حبيبي ما بيغلالي تعرف اني اصلا مهنن طب شوفوا حلاوتها طب شوفوا رقتها وما شفتش منها
اتنين في الكون العود فرنسي والاصل مصري ده جماله حصري
ولا في العالم
غندورة وعنا عسلي سحرالي بنت الجني طب الكلام بونبوني ما يلا دي مزموزة
انت صرت ديفا ودلوع سيئالي شلة ومجموع لسه عاجبني ما بعرف ليه ضحكت علي الأمور
أخدنا صورة وسلفاية رفعتها وقت ستوري هاي قلت لها خليها كل زاية بغير عليك يا أمورة
من دبرية الفلسطينية وعيون العسلية حبيبتي دكتورة بالأخلاق
دي كدية بتعجبني لما ترن وتقلقني وتعصبني تجنني بس برضو أنا بحبها
Do you love me? Do you need me? Tell me do you get it? Do you you miss me? Tell me, do you, baby, do you?
Ruti noche, atinalbe, biliti neskhal, igati nambe, etinente, mocinolto, ya habubi, I love you. بقول لك I love you يعني بحبك يا بيه.
ايش ولا
سنيورة حلوة قوي أمورة، حبيبي دي الغندورة، خدود البندورة دي حبتني.
جمالي كله غير من حالي، حبيبي ما بيغلالي، تعرف اني اصلا مهننها. طب شوف حلاوتها، طب شوف رقتها، وما شفتش منها
اتنين في الكون، العود فرنسي والاصل مصري، ده جماله حصري
ولا في العالم.
خطفوني honey خطفوني I'm like a movie his eyes will never leave me I need attention but you're too precious Oh I should leave you but I find it hard to go خطفوني honey خطفوني You're so annoying you know just how to talk to me I need attention but you're too precious I know I should leave you but I find it hard to go
حبيبي 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 كل ما فيك يا حبيبي حبيبي أغلى الناس عندي في ترتيبي والباقي يجي بعدين أنت حبيبي 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 أنا قبل وأنا ما يجي كام سنة يلا عيونك دول خدوني وخطفوني ورموني خطفوني عيني خطفوني ورموني بالنار وسابوني والأوان نصرة سلام ناديتك لقيتك مجنني خطفوني عيني خطفوني ورموني بالنار وسابوني والأوان نصرة سلام أنا قلبي بتاخد مني يا حبيبي خلي يا مكان ممنوع نكسر الليالي كل ده زمان يا حبيبي كل ده زمان ولا دول ولا دول انت اللي جالي مالي عيني ولا ولا دول انت لا جوه مني عيني يا حبيبي قول هتعيش معايا كده على طول خطفوني عينيك خطفوني ورموني بالنار وسابوني والأوان نصرة سلام ناديتك لقيتك مجنني خطفوني عينيك خطفوني ورموني بالنار وسابوني والأوان نصرة سلام أنا قلبي بتاخد مني
Stay for the mess that I made, but there must be a way just to save for this pain. I guess I'm a fool for this love that I can't contain, no, I can't contain it. If it's not you, then who? If it's not you, then who? Huh? If it's not you, then who? If it's not you, then who? Shannon, let's go.
حبيبي 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 You can try but I don't think you'll leave me I want a little bit of mess and chaos too حبيبي 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 أنا No way and no break يا حبيبي أنا
يلا عيونك دول خدوني وخطفوني ورموني خطفوني عينيك خطفوني ورموني بالنار وسابوني والأوان نصرة سلام
I know I should leave you but I find it hard to go
خطفوني عينيك خطفوني ورموني بالنار وسابوني والأوان نصرة سلام أنا قلبي بتاخد مني المجاني حلاوة 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 مجنناني بعمل تراوة 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 أول ما جاني حلوة حلاوة 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 مجنناني فينا أتحني السعادة مالها غرقاني طب بص الدلع هيقص خش قلبنا خش سعادة 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 هتسعادة ورش بصلي كمان بص بزاد النص السعادة سعادة سعادة مودي حلو فريش تيرارارارا 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 انت يا لولو يا لولو يا لولو ولا حد تاني بتقولوا 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 بسمع اغاني انت يا لولو يا لولو يا لولو ولا حد تاني اللي بتقولوا 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 بسمع اغاني فينا أتحني السعادة مالها غرقاني طب بص الدلع هيقص خش قلبنا خش هتسعادة سعادة سعادة هتسعادة ورش بصلي كمان بص بص قلبي زاد النص نص نص بالسعادة سعادة سعادة مودي حلو فريش
عينيها سهم اتحدف وقلبي كان هو الهدف أول ما بصيت في عيني كأني لحن سحر اتعزف عينيها زي الخطاف يا نار صيادين يا نار هيجننوني يا نار هيجننوني يا نار أنا غريب والبقاف يا نار في بحرها يا نار الموج عليها يا نار الموج عليها يا نار عينيها زي الخطاف يا ليل صيادين يا ليل هيجننوني يا ليل هيجننوني يا ليل أنا غريب والبقاف يا ليل في بحرها يا ليل الموج عالية يا ليل الموج عالية يا ليل
يا لو أنا اللي بطل تجربتك وابقى أنا المية والهوا لمركبتك أنا وقلبي عزوتك وجزرتك حامل النجوم والقمر اسودك مرزق اللي يحب من عينتك ومرزق اللي يتحب من عينتك عينيها زي القطة صيادين يا ليل هيجننوني يا ليل هيجننوني يا ليل أنا غريب وقلبي عقاب يا ليل في بحرها يا ليل الموج عالية يا ليل الموج عالية يا ليل عمري ما حصل لي سحر يخطف عيني اسمعي وحني صدقي وهوديني انتي جنية جاية بتأنسيني ولا إنسية بس جننتيني مرزق اللي يحب من عينتك ومرزق اللي يتحب من عينتك عينيها زي القطة يعني صيادين يعني هيجننوني يعني هيجننوني يعني أنا غريب وقلبي عقاب يعني في بحرها يعني الموج عالية يعني الموج عالية يعني
نتعلم لمين انتوا معلمين طلعنا ولا نزلنا نروح فيكوا فين نتعلم لمين انتوا معلمين سكتكوا تملي سالكة واحنا في وسط الكمين على حد علمي دول دخلوا علمي علشان دكاترة في الناس وانا صنت ادبي ومشيت بأدبي وضربت أنا أغلى من الماس على حد علمي دول دخلوا علمي علشان دكاترة في بيع الناس وأنا صنت أدبي ومشيت بأدبي وكرمت أنا أغلى من الماس
Hello. مرحبتين بكم كلكم. Welcome to hello. Welcome everybody. I'm so glad to be here. This is one of our favorite events that we start doing since last year, but every GA we try to have our evening to be a time of celebration, of peace, of smiles, and of us enjoying each other's company. قبل لما كنا نتكلم في الريبورت تاع سابا في اغنيه الكابلي دائما بحب اسمعها كده في بالذات لما اكون حاسس باني في لحظه وطنيه يعني يا قمر دورين اللي بيقول فيها بأملنا وبعملنا وبالمحنة وبوفى النيل الفي دمانا نبني جنة. وانا بشوف سابا دي هي الجنه اللي احنا بنيناها للكوميونتي بتاعنا ده. Today is, as I said, known as the Gala Night, but it's also known as the only place where physicians will willingly stay past 9 p.m. because usually everybody by 9 p.m. is, unless they're on call. Inshallah, tonight will be packed with poetry that will move you, awards that will inspire you, and amazing performances. I don't know how many of you know about شعر الدوبيت بس أنا تربيت عليه. But I'm not a good poet يعني. لكن on the plane on the way here كنت بفكر في إنه what can I say يعني in this amazing gathering, in this amazing gala night. وأنا as a board member, this will be the end of my term, and it's been my greatest honor to be here. فقلت يا حروف الشعر أرجوك جي في مكاني في مدح الخيار في آخر الأزمان. أنصفي وأفرد الكلام ومعاني فوق سابا عظيمة الشان. سابا السمحة وجميلة معاني بالجود والكرم للخير دوام بتفاني. سابا للأهل دايما في أي مكان. سابا لأي زول سوداني. Without further ado, my next speaker is the director of at Al Maghrib Institute, an imam at Clear Lake Islamic Center, a poet, a Sudanese activist, and a sapient at heart as well. Please join me to welcome my dear friend Sheikh Ammar al-Shukri.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to congratulate SAPA on running an incredible program today. I was so impressed to see that we were only running an hour late. Takbir. Allahu Akbar. You have to understand, for Sudanese, this is an incredible feat, and only doctors could pull this off. If it wasn't physicians, I'll tell you this. Growing up in New York, we had a wedding hall that was owned by a Sudanese gentleman, Amman al-Hadi Sheikh, may Allah preserve him. And because it was a Sudanese-owned wedding hall, that meant that it could be on Sudani time. So the weddings on the weekends, I remember the invitation would say 7 p.m. Take a wild guess as to when we were leaving the house. 10:30. 10:30 would be when we'd be leaving the house. Midnight would be when the bride and groom would show up. We would literally, the wedding would last until the sunrise. We would pray Fajr, the morning prayer, in the hall, and I have many memories of my family driving back home with the sun out. I thought that was normal until I got to college and started asking people like, when are y'all weddings? So I say this to say that 1 hour behind is incredible. May Allah bless. So it's a process, yes. So I was asked to share a couple of poems today, and I think on the topic of war, there's maybe one or two that I want to share. And the first is, one of the main concepts when it comes to any incredible difficulty that people experience is the belief that we have in destiny. The Prophet Muhammad said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that the first thing that was created was the pen, and the pen wrote everything. And so whether life is good or whether life is filled with difficulty, we carry this conviction that everything was written and that it was written by a merciful God. And so this poem is called The Pen. It goes, the pen was commanded to write everything until the day of judgment. It wrote and wrote. It wrote that Adam would be created and fashioned by the hand of God, that he would inhabit paradise and be expelled. It wrote that Noah would build a ship that would deliver him and a few of those who believed in him to safety from a flood that would drown the height of mountains. It wrote of a mother in fear, yet with unbelievable courage, placing her baby in a basket in a river under the careful eye of his maker, and that baby would save his people from unspeakable horrors. It wrote that David would be a king, have a son named Solomon, that he would be carried by the wind, make minions of the jinn, and that he would have a kingdom the likes that the pen would not write for anyone after his dominion. It wrote of a miraculous birth under a date palm tree, a baby speaking to his mother's accusers. His first words were written, I am the servant of God. He gave me the book and made me a prophet. And his name was written too, Jesus, the son of Mary, and that he would be marked for death. And it was written everything that they would say about him. It wrote of an orphan boy who became a shepherd, who became a merchant, who became a prophet. His name was written too, Muhammad. It wrote the names of his enemies. It wrote the names of his friends. How blessed are they that their names be written by his. It wrote of incredible feats of his ummah. Tariq ibn Ziyad entering a land that would capture its imagination for 1,000 years. Salah ad-Din, a stone's throw away from Jerusalem. Imam Ahmad emerging from prison, the most famous man in the world. It wrote of incredible lows. It wrote of incredible lows that humanity would experience. The sacking of Baghdad, the killing of Umar, the accusation against Aisha, 12 million souls being trapped on ships traversing the Atlantic where they would be decreed to die, but some dreams don't die. They transform into songs that are sung on the breaths of slaves who sing songs of kings from one generation till the next until freedom rings. It wrote of colonization and the world that would come to be. It wrote of the lightest love and the heaviest grief. It wrote stories of passion and rage and generosity and benevolence and vengeance. And it wrote the name of my parents, stories of childhood mischief and how they would meet and who they would be and all of their seeds. And it wrote my name, and it did the same for me. So I neither long for days of past glory nor fear days of future loss, because all that is coming shall come to pass. Instead, my job is to be grateful upon blessings and patient upon hardship and be in one stage or the other until my journey is through, because the pen has been lifted and the ink has dried. Okay, so I always have to do this, but if you've ever been to a poetry recital, that's not how people clap. So we have a couple of styles, okay? So number one is American style, which is the finger snap. Try that out. Number two is Sudani style. And Sudani style is you actually swing your finger and you make it hit this finger like this. And you have to have drank from the Nile to be able to pull this off. You're not going to be able to do it otherwise. So you just swing it like that. Do you hear that? And usually it has something like abshir or something like that. I see a lot of swings and misses right now. I don't know what's happening. Okay, so this is a letter that I actually wrote, that I wrote about a father who's a refugee. And it's called A Letter to His Daughter. But when I wrote it, this was years ago, I never thought that I would be writing something that would be applicable to my people. And it's really jarring. I mean, this entire experience has been very, very difficult. But when you've seen people and you've interacted with people and they're your own family and you know who these individuals are, that word refugee becomes way too small for them. And it's a reminder for all of us that every refugee, the word is too small for them. It doesn't communicate at all the fullness of their identity. I was speaking to one of my uncles who had to leave at first. He became displaced within Sudan. And he, even during the war, was seeking out places for his daughter to be able to continue to go to school. And he's stressing about their exams as everyone else is stressing about food. And then he eventually made his way to Libya. And as I called him to check in on him, he said, "Kunna nazihin." فبقينا لاجئين. He said we were internally displaced and now we're refugees. And so this poem is from a father's perspective. And it goes, everything I know about fatherhood, I learned from you. It was an experiment from the time the doctor placed you in my arms. I hadn't slept for 2 days up until that point. Living off of coffee, adrenaline, and fear, but all of that disappeared when I realized that you're here. And for the first time in my life, I felt responsibility that had me nervous and burdened, but it was the most beautiful burden. Every day was an adventure. I missed your first smile. And so I promised in that moment to be the cause of a million others. Your laughter was music to my ears. As a boy, I always wanted to be a superhero. And I never felt more like that when I wiped away your tears, rescuing you daily from despair, or when I made nightmares disappear because no monster could ever dare approach you when I was near, or when you screamed that Baba's here as you ran to the door and you would make the worst of days turn into celebration, if only for a moment. You had a superpower too, my own little jubilee. And every day was an adventure or a mystery, new words and new phrases. I was amazed as how you put them together, walking, then running, but always lighter than air, always lighter than air, always the light of my existence and the laughter of my heart. On the first day of school, I promised you we'd never part. But sometimes wounds run deep. And sometimes we make promises that even superheroes can't keep. Maybe you didn't realize when you couldn't go to school anymore and we went to live with family all the way by the shore that we were running away from more. But when the months turned into years, I'm sure you came to know, I hope you remember what our house looked like. Before we moved again, before the camp, before the tents, before the cold, when you had a room you called your own and you never counted your clothes, I need you to know that you had a house you called a home and a father who'd provide the world if he could make it so. I'm sorry that I couldn't. That your toys went from dolls and cups to clouds and rocks and such, that you played so little and walked so much. And I can't explain the feeling of knowing that your children aren't limited by their dreams. Although their dreams are so big, they have them gazing at the sky, laughing at the stars, praying that they can fly. No. Their dreams are limited by opportunities that don't exist, so you cry when they are born for all the dreams that they will miss. And you have to make choices that seem dipped in poison to live lifelessly in a place where the sounds of bombs are more familiar than those of ice cream trucks, or to volunteer for your heart to be extracted and moved to another country without you, or you can't shelter it from the cold or protect it like it's gold because the agency can only take two. And so for now, it's your mama and you. But don't you worry, I'm right there behind you. No matter where you go, you know your daddy's gonna find you. No earth and no sky, no borders and no lines can ever divide or keep us apart. For you are my daughter, and you are my heart. I'll end with just one last poem, and this one's about Sudan. I'm trying to remember how it starts. Okay, I got it. Hold on. I'm from where kids smile sweet and Niles meet, where the sun always shines, and grandfathers tell tales of golden times, and grandmothers say prayers that always rhyme. I'm from that tigaliya and robe and women wrapped in thobes, hand-scented with sandalwood and sesame with henna for decor. And everybody's got an idea or a plan that'll fix Sudan for sure. I'm from where people still sleep outside and stars still fill the sky. And family ties are still a notion deep enthroned. Grief and happiness are never shared alone. And kids chase cars to welcome people home. And your cousins are always trying to keep your clothes and run your phone because we're all family folk and kin with sun-coated skin. And 500 is the amount where your family count begins. I'm from where people's dreams are worldwide and go way beyond the country where they reside, if only because home is beautiful and broken. So to survive, we have to leave by any means, by any token. Gotta run away, can't stay. We just pray for better days. Jazakumullah khair, everybody. Thank you so much, SAPA, for all of the incredible work that you're doing. One of the things that I tell people that I'm so excited about SAPA is that my entire life I've been praying to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that I'm able to attend a Sudanese function that doesn't revolve around playing soccer or a party. And so I'm happy to come to these SAPA conferences, even if the party gets snuck in also because it's Sudanese. You know what I mean? Jazakumullah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you again, Sheikh Ammar. Beautifully said. And as Dr. Yasir also says in our meetings, well said, very well said. Um, for this next segment, we'll be doing our annual awards. I would like to start by inviting Dr. Yasir and Dr. Khalid Ahmed, please, to the stage. Thanks for coming. Our first humanitarian award is dedicated to this teenager who is by any means no ordinary teenager. You know, her story reminds me of something I did a while back for SAPA, and I was so happy to see the light even later on. Back in 2019, I did my first marathon, and I remember, in 2019 with Ayam Soda and everything, and I wanted to raise funds for Sudan, and I know people here do run, and when they run, they can ask for funds and stuff like that. So, I remember I got about $2,000, I think, and I was like, all right, so all goes to SAPA, and that was the first time I did it. Did it again in New York in 2023, and I was trying to get as part of our community is like we could do stuff and how we can get or become so creative in fundraising. This teenager at just 14 years old, she accepted a challenge few adults would dare to face. She climbed the highest mountain in Africa. Her climb was far more than a physical feat. Each step she took is a tribute to Sudan's children whose lives have been shattered by ongoing conflict and the hunger. She has done this because when she saw what's happening in Sudan, Sudan's children, she wanted to dedicate this effort at 14 to climb the highest. Do you know how high is Mount Kilimanjaro? I dare some of you to just take 5 flights of stairs and not go in 54 miles. Please put your hands together for Isabella Schoolis, our first humanitarian awardee.
Isabella set out on a journey you can imagine. With each hard step, she thought of the children of Sudan and kept going. Her journey was fueled by courage and hope. Every step she took helped children in Sudan survive and thrive. At last, her courage led her to the top. The summit has ended, but with your support, hope in Sudan will never.
Well done. Our next award goes also to a teenager. This young lady, also when she heard about the children in Sudan, mobilized her entire community in New Jersey, her schools, the mosques. She made sure everybody knows about what's going on in Sudan. And she has raised tons and tons of thousands of dollars. It's my greatest pleasure to award this next award to Lean As Sayed. So thank you for SAPA Humanitarians. These are part of our humanitarian awards. We started 2 years ago, started our Bushra ibn Auf award for education. And this is usually dedicated to a part of our members who have been very involved in our career development for our young residents, junior attendings, and incoming residents. You know, 3 years ago, SAPA started a boot camp for incoming residents. And it was only a 2-day camp where they will get, hey, this is what you should expect into their residency training, how to talk to your attendings, how to talk with the nurses, you know, try to kind of get into the culture. And I started as, I don't know, maybe like 15 people would attend. Last year, more than 100 people attended that boot camp, including non-Sudanese who would hear about SAPA's boot camp for residency and they want to be part of it. Our awardees are not in attendance today, but we will get the awards to them. I would like to dedicate the Bushra ibn Auf awardee to Muayyad Umar Khalid and Abu Bakr Abdel Hadi. Pass the mic to Dr. Yasser for our Ali Fadl Award.
All right, good evening, everyone. So tonight we honor a name that carries extraordinary weight in Sudan's struggle for dignity and truth. Dr. Ali Fadl, a physician, a humanitarian, and the man who paid the ultimate price for standing with his people. His legacy is not simply one of sacrifice. It's one of courage, evidence, and the relentless pursuit of justice. The Ali Fadl Memorial Award is the highest award given by SAPA and is reserved for those who embody the same spirit, for individuals and institutions whose work illuminates suffering with rigor, confronts injustice with facts, and transforms compassion into measurable impact. It's in that spirit we proudly present this year's award to the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. What's up? Danny, Olivia, thank you so much for the incredible work you've done. You've been a fantastic partner for us, and above all, you've stood with the people of Sudan. I firmly believe, having followed your work, that your work has saved lives, especially in Al-Fashir, especially in North Darfur. And now we know for a fact the documentation that you've done for the atrocities against human rights in North Darfur has led to the wide range condemnation that we see for what's happening now. As a Sudanese, we are incredibly grateful to the work that you have done. So thank you, guys. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that it's such an honor to be here with you all today. And we are so deeply humbled and honored to accept this award on behalf of our lab, the Yale Humanitarian Research Lab. Our team is dedicated to protecting the health and human security of people around the world. Since 2023, we focused on documenting and producing rigorous evidence of the human rights and humanitarian horrors that have been happening in Sudan. Beyond developing and applying state-of-the-art remote sensing, methods, our work is driven by the social justice mission that was exemplified by Dr. Ali Fadul, whose dedication to the health and dignity of the Sudanese people is a lasting inspiration. The tragic loss of his life is a call to action to protect health workers around the world. Since 2023, the WHO reports that 160 health workers have been killed in Sudan. I know some of these are your colleagues, maybe friends and family. In the last 6 months, nearly 50 were killed in El Fasher alone, and over a dozen are now reportedly kidnapped and pressed into the service of the RSF. Our collaboration with SAPA began with a shared mission to shed light on the extent of attacks on healthcare in the current conflict. SAPA continues to provide, as we saw today, the largest humanitarian response led by a Sudanese organization, uniquely positioned to continue serving millions of people. Together, we produced a report that for the first time assessed healthcare facilities for damage across Khartoum state and found that nearly half of hospitals had been damaged, as could be seen from space. We were also able, in partnership with SAPA, to estimate the